Why is My Little Pony so popular among dudes in their 30s? If you have any familiarity with the subject matter I cover on this channel, then you already know that My Little Pony Friendship is Magic has an unusually high number of adult fans, those outside the intended demographic. This, in smaller numbers, would not be unusual. It's very common for a work that's popular enough to have this many fans, and statistically, a few of those fans will be from outside the intended demographic. Fans of a work who are outside the intended demographics tend to be the most openly vocal about their love of the work, if only because they tend to be the most ardent fans. They have to not only love the art, but to love it so much that they overcome the typical barriers to entry that people in the intended audience don't have to. Another more obvious contributing factor is, of course, the nostalgic value. Why would adults be into something for kids? Because they were also into it as children. But kids don't have the disposable income, and not every parent is going to dump money into a temporary fixation. So when the children of these hobbies grow up and have disposable income of their own, of course, they'll buy the things their parents never gave them. That's why 80s nostalgia was huge last decade, and why 90s nostalgia is big right now. This, however, only explains half of the later obsession with My Little Pony, merely that it could realistically be popular with adults instead of popular with adult men. So to elaborate on my theory of why it's popular, I then have to consider the other demographic shift. My assumption is that the popularity can be attributed to a sort of irony detox that occurred during this time period. Pop culture tends to ebb and flow as far as its connection to the real tends to be. People love ironic detachment for a few years, it gets tiring to hate everything all the time, and then people shift gears and talk about what they love. Then this enthusiasm is called cringe, and people go back to being afraid of showing emotion. The late aughts were rife with bathos, that is, the trend of a work of art to be afraid of its own emotions. No emotional story beat can play out to its conclusion, they have to interrupt it with a quip or a joke or something to pretend like the writers are too cool to show any feeling for the world they've made. So as a way to fight back against this ironic detachment, people sought out absurdity. And they found it in a TV show that could also lean into nostalgia for a time when they were younger and the shows on TV were less afraid of looking through the fourth wall to tell the viewers it was okay to feel. The little boys who spent the 80s and 90s making fun of girly shows for being too happy and colorful got exactly what they wanted, a pop culture landscape devoid of emotion. This wasn't all it was cracked up to be, so now they returned to what they rejected and happened to find a show eager to have colors. This, of course, is just a theory. I do not know why My Little Pony Friendship is Magic was so popular with the 18 to 35 male demographic. I'm confident that no one really does. It might feel nice to have a vague enough theory as to be hard to disprove, but without any way of gathering concrete evidence, even direct polling can be inaccurate. And since it's impossible to grab hard empirical data that can prove or disprove such a theory, this is a question I cannot answer, but not a question I can't at least understand. That might have been a few too many double negatives. Basically, to better understand why 18 to 35-year-old men really liked My Little Pony, I'm gonna watch My Little Pony while being an 18 to 35-year-old man. Then I'll record my thoughts on the episode as I watch them, while including a little bit of a recap though, not so much as to call this video a proper retrospective. And then, well, not really summarize my results in any capacity because the entire conceit of this video is that such a thing is impossible. I'd actually be very disappointed if I came away from writing this script with a solid understanding of the sole reason why people felt the need to use the word brony to describe a group of people large enough to deserve such a fandom name. Now, my experience with MLP is minimal, basically just a couple of memes that have escaped containment. This is fine. Good, actually. It means I won't have some preconceived notion of what to expect going in, other than, of course, the fandom itself. The very fact it exists will taint my expectations to a degree, so that's a bias I'll try to work around. I'm not really expecting to walk away from making this video as a hardcore brony with a Cutie Mark tattoo or brand new fursuit, nor am I anticipating I'll drop the show partway through in boredom and dedicate the channel to dunking on it at any chance. I could. I might still be surprised. That's part of the fun in this. Part of this video's discovery process will also consist of me attempting to engage more with the show's fandom. What does this mean? I don't know. I'm sort of winging this because any amount of research into the right way to get into the show will certainly end up either arbitrary and short, or so involved I end up creating too much of a bias for myself to navigate through to remain objective. Now for the last few bits before starting the video properly, you might have already noticed that this isn't much of a video, but a slideshow with a voiceover. That's partially correct. This is not a video meant to be watched, but listened to in the background while doing something else, like cooking, or jogging, or cleaning, or working, or just playing Balatro on your phone. This video will also be split into 2 parts. Each of these parts will consist of more than 100 episodes each, as YouTube only allows up to 100 timestamps on a video, so navigation will be a little bit awkward if you're trying to find my impressions of a particular episode. This video will cover the show chronologically, so it shouldn't be a total crapshoot, but it will still take a bit of hopping around. Anyway, enough horsing around and on with the actual video. Get it? Get it? Friendship is magic. The show opens on a fairy tale retelling in the style of the unicorn tapestries of the early 16th century, the story itself about sister princesses who ruled over the sun and moon. The moon princess was jealous that ponies played during the day but slept during her night, so she attempted to create an eternal night to be better appreciated. For this, she was banished to the moon using the powers of the elements of harmony, with Princess Celestia taking over both responsibilities. Twilight Sparkle is the one reading this tale, concerned as she has discovered that the Mare in the Moon will return after 1,000 years, meaning tonight during the summer solstice. The warning she sends to Celestia, still ruling 1,000 years later, is ignored as Twilight's sent away to Ponyville to help with the festival preparations instead of just researching. Twilight just wants to get back to the library, so she rushes through the other character introductions as she is meant to check on each of the other ponies' progress. Applejack insists on having her try each prepared dish, a form of southern hospitality to fit her character's accent, meant as a shorthand for her personality. Rainbow Dash is slacking on her responsibilities and clearing the clouds to practice for a racing team instead, only motivated to finish her work when Twilight casts doubt she even can. Her carelessness messes up Twilight Sparkle's mane, fixed when she meets with Rarity on decor, who fixes up her hair but also pushes a bunch of other outfits on her as well. They then meet up with Fluttershy on music, but she's too shy to greet Twilight properly until seeing Twi's assistant Spike, who, being an animal, she's enthusiastic to talk to. This is a little bit weird, like some of the horses, such as those who flew Twilight there in the first place, are treated like beasts of burden, not really responding in complete words, while others, like Spike, are more sentient and yet treated as though they're pets by Fluttershy, but also assistants to Twilight, and then the birds themselves are spoken to normally, but that could just be a Fluttershy thing. Basically, the problem of having a cast of anthropomorphic animals in a show is where you draw the line between who's treated like a person and who is a creature, so to speak. It's not really something the show addresses, it's just my observation. Twilight finishes up her tour of the new city and attempts to retire to the library to study and rest, but Pinkie Pie, the first pony she met, has thrown a welcome party / summer sun celebration inside of Twilight's new house that keeps her up all night. She ignores the partygoers to wait anxiously in her room in a useless action. Twilight's worried about the Mare in the Moon and is staying up all night to see what happens, which is the same thing everyone else is doing, just with far less negativity than being alone. Even earlier in the episode, there was a similar trait from Twilight. She ignored several ponies who attempted to reach out to her for social engagement to instead read alone, not wanting to make any new friends, then was sent away to start over and make new friends. Celestia does not appear in the morning to raise the sun, Nightmare Moon instead appearing to a crowd of panicked ponies, most of whom don't even recognize her, as it's been 1,000 years. The second part of the episode opens on the ponies looking up the elements of harmony in an attempt to find out how they can defeat this new threat to daytime, learning they're inside the old castle, which itself is located in the ever-free forest, something they're afraid of entering. This forest is to not just pad out the episode's runtime, but continue with character intros filled of trials that specifically test each of the ponies' skills on an individual level. Applejack getting to show Twilight a trust fall sort of exercise, which maybe could have been avoided if instead of saying, "Trust me," she said, "They'll catch you," but I get thematic relevance of what she was going for. The group is then attacked by a manticore, attempting to fight it off when Fluttershy stops them to reveal a thorn in the beast's paw that she removes. My Little Pony makes use of existing tropes and mythical references to quickly inform the audience of its setting and characters. Even if the intended audience is quite young, using this shared cultural language still functions as a useful shorthand for the same reasons these old folk tales became shorthands in the first place. whether that includes Princess Celestia moving the sun into the sky each morning like Helios on his chariot, or here, where Androcles and the lion is called upon to show a caring individual spared a grisly fate because of her kindness. Pinkie Pie then has them navigate a forest of creepy faces by teaching the others through song to laugh at the face instead of cowering. Next, they're stopped by the raging waters of a river, caused by a serpent who's upset that half his mustache is missing. The others are bothered by this inconvenience being disproportionate to the harm that befell the dragon, all but Rarity, who, mirroring the scene where she dropped everything she was doing to help style Twilight's hair, fixes up the serpent's tail by cutting her own tail short. The purpose of this generous act is not so much about the value of physical vanity, but the value that an individual places on it. It was important to the dragon, and Rarity recognized that rather than trying to place logic on other people's feelings. Finally, Rainbow Dash flies over a broken bridge and starts fixing it, only to be stopped by the Shadow Bolts, a team opposite the Wonderbolts. They offer her the position of captain, but only if she leaves the others behind. Rainbow Dash turns this down, as any group that actually cares about you won't force an ultimatum, and would respect your decision before you make it. These all serve as fitting ways to introduce the main six. First by showing their weaknesses, like how they come off too strong, and then showing how this enthusiasm is a strength. Anyway, Nightmare Moon follows them to the ruined castle, and she takes control of the 5, not 6, elements, shattering them to protect herself. But Twilight realizes that the elements were not rocks, but traits within each of them, and they all gain new powers, Twilight gaining the power of magic, because, the name of the show, to weaken the Moon Princess enough that the sun rises and Celestia returns. But rather than banishing her sister again, she offers to let her have her old job back, forgiving the other princess named Princess Luna as they return to Equestria. Here, Twilight is sad to leave her new friends behind to continue studying under Princess Celestia, but Celestia says that Twilight's new job is to study friendship in Ponyville instead. The Ticketmaster. Princess Celestia gives Twilight Sparkle 2 tickets to the Grand Galloping Gala, an event she's excited to attend. Her other friends are also excited to go as well, each of them explaining their motivations, as Applejack wants to open a stand to drum up business, Rainbow Dash wants to audition for the Wonderbolts, Pinkie Pie just wants to attend the biggest party the realm has, Rarity is hoping to wow and propose to the prince, and Fluttershy wants to explore the palace's gardens. Unable to decide who deserves the second ticket the most, Twilight tells them to give her time to decide, but instead of leaving her alone, the other ponies follow her around, hoping to bribe her with kindness so she'll be biased in their favor. Importantly, in spite of the competition between each of the ponies, they never become outright antagonistic towards one another, nor do they attempt to sabotage anyone else's chances. Everyone is acting nice to Twilight Sparkle the whole time, and this is where the real lesson takes place. It isn't about the kindness of the deeds of a pony, but the exclusivity of this kindness, like Rainbow Dash clearing the skies for Twilight but no one else. And this rudeness through omission is what bothers Twilight Sparkle, because she does want to give one or even both tickets away to her friends, but knows the other 3 or 4 will be upset they didn't get to go. No matter what she chooses, someone ends up hurt. But this is only because there was an expectation someone would be chosen to be taken along in the first place. After a royalty-free version of a Benny Hill chase, Twilight ultimately decides not to give away either of the tickets and just to send them back, to which Celestia responds by sending even more tickets so every one of them can come along, even Spike, who is pretending to be uninterested. Applebuck season. Applejack's older brother, Big Macintosh, cannot help with that season's harvest due to an injury, though AJ insists she can handle the whole thing on her own and she doesn't need help in any way. What she also attempts to handle alone is a stampede of cattle, which she redirects away from Ponyville with the help of her dog, Winona, and now I'm further confused by the whole anthro concept of the show. The cows are mindlessly charging, following a leader who's just running to avoid being trampled, but when they're stopped by a dog who's just a dog, they can verbalize their thanks. Applejack later mentions a zoo, so I guess it's just full of, people who look weird? I'm certainly thinking about this more than the intended audience ever has. What do they use the cows for? Is it all dairy? Is that weird? To thank her for her service in saving Ponyville from the stampede, as well as for volunteering for so many other responsibilities, they give a trophy and an assembly in Applejack's honor, though she shows up late and tired from all the work she's been putting in. Twilight tries to convince her to take things easy, but Applejack ignores her, not wanting to let anybody down, least of all her friends, who she's agreed to help. But her lack of sleep and rest makes her too groggy to be a proper aid to the others, failing to launch Rainbow Dash into the air properly, poisoning Pinkie's cupcakes by mishearing the ingredients, and somehow managing a second stampede of bunnies while trying to help Fluttershy round them up. After all the destruction, Applejack still has not finished with her harvest and finally collapses, asking her friends to help her out and finishing the job easily. Applejack's character is one of dependability, but being too dependable for the sake of others can have the opposite intended effect as you stop helping the most important friend you have, you. Because a real friend doesn't just want your help, they want your cooperation. That means both parties need to be better off, as friendship is meant to be two ways. What it's not meant to be is transactional. This is where Applejack ended up failing, as she assumed that with the award she was given and the fact that she doesn't want to go back on her promises, she owed the others to be dependable. That's her whole thing. But you can't work hard if you're not rested, so a dependable friend is a friend who understands self-care as much as they understand caring for others. Griffon the Brush-Off. Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie spend the day playing a series of pranks on the other ponies, save for Fluttershy, who they view as too sensitive, before eventually calling it a night. The next day, Pinkie meets Gilda, a griffin who's a childhood friend of Rainbow's, and the two spend the day flying around rather than spending any time with Pinkie, despite her trying her hardest to join in. Rainbow Dash is innocently spending her day with her old friend, but Gilda's more openly antagonistic in that she outright tells Pinkie to leave them alone and not harsh the vibe. She tells Twilight Sparkle about this, but just gets a dismissive lecture on jealousy. Later on, Pinkie catches Gilda performing a series of pranks on Ponyville, including ones targeting Fluttershy, and she decides that the Griffin needs an attitude adjustment. That night, Pinkie Pie throws a party for Gilda, consisting of 8 series of pranks, all of which are on the Griffin, embarrassing her in front of the rest of Ponyville. Gilda calls the pranks childish and lame, and she yells at the others until Rainbow Dash confesses she was the one who set all the pranks up. The only reason Gilda thought the pranks were childish is because of who she thought was pulling them. Her view was not objective, but informed by whoever she blamed. These were all more or less the same type of pranks she was pulling herself just moments earlier, meaning she was a hypocrite for not liking these instead of accepting herself as an acceptable target, something Rainbow Dash was more than eager to do before. Twilight Sparkle apologizes for giving this episode's moral to the wrong person. It wasn't Pinkie Pie who needed to stop being jealous, but Gilda herself. She told off Pinkie for not leaving Rainbow alone when she was the one hogging the attention. The real takeaway is that this sort of behavior is fine, as long as you don't act hypocritical about it, and everyone involved is okay with what you're doing. You can pull pranks if the target is laughing too, and you're okay with being the target. And you can spend time alone with a friend as long as a friend is allowed to do the same. Otherwise, you're not a friend because you are too obsessive, whether that's an obsession with the other party or an obsession with your own ego. Boast Busters. The great and powerful Trixie arrives in Ponyville to show off her magical feats, as well as to brag about other feats she's performed in the past. And while most of the town is impressed by the show, the main 6 are less taken in, calling her out for bragging and challenging her in various competitions of strength, speed, and fashion. Trixie wins all of these with her magic, rubbing the victory in as the rest of the main 6 encourage Twilight to show her up, because her own magic is becoming more advanced. But Twilight, seeing how much her friends dislike Trixie, runs away from the challenge instead, because she doesn't want to be a bragger too. This only makes Trixie more popular, to the point where Snips and Snails, 2 of her biggest fans, try to get her to show off a retelling of the time she defeated an Ursa Major, a star bear, by luring one into town. Predictably, Trixie fails to actually defeat the bear because her magic is mostly for show, and it begins to rampage through Ponyville. So Twilight, hearing all the noise, rushes in to save the day by playing gentle music and giving it a giant water tower full of milk, thus answering my question of what they're raising the cows for in a way that maybe I shouldn't have asked in the first place. Twilight was expecting to be hated for using her magic to fix the issue, but is instead thanked by the whole town, as her friends explain it wasn't the magic Trixie used that they disliked her for, but the fact that she was bragging about it. It's okay to be talented at things. It's even okay to revel in the admiration of your friends if you're talented at things. The only problem occurs not when your words oversell your accomplishments, but when they oversell how much your friends feel about your accomplishments. Even if Trixie had defeated an Ursa Major, the bear they thought was actually one of its cubs, It would have gotten old if she kept bringing it up again and again. Then at a certain point, it starts to feel sad when someone keeps bringing up old business, like someone who peaked in high school always bringing up his old sports records. Dragonshy. Clouds of black smoke are headed to Ponyville, though Fluttershy can't raise her voice enough to be heard by the others until Twilight warns everyone instead. To stop this smoke from blocking out the sun, the main six gear up to head to the top of the mountain where the smoke's coming from to confront the dragon breathing it into the sky. As the dragon is simply snoring this smoke out, their plan is to wake him up and ask nicely for him to move. It's refreshing to have a show with a fantasy adventure element that treats fighting as the backup plan. The mission to climb a mountain to confront a dragon is to talk to him, trying to wake him up and ask him to move instead of assuming things will go wrong. And while they do prepare for the worst case scenario, the ponies still recognize that this sort of violence is just that, a worst case scenario. They eagerly begin the climb, all but Fluttershy, who's too nervous to go on, in spite of the fact that ostensibly she is supposed to be the one good with animals. Upon reaching the summit, mostly involving the others figuring out a way to carry Fluttershy up, she admits she is afraid of dragons and didn't want to go along. When they ask why she didn't speak up earlier, she says she was afraid of disappointing her friends too. They all admit that they're also afraid of the dragon, and that they understand it's more important to try anyway. And in a typical show, this would have been the message, but here, this only culminates in Fluttershy staying behind as each of the ponies attempts to move the dragon in their own way, appealing to logic or vanity or humor to no success. It's not until the dragon blasts the group away that Fluttershy finally acts on her fear, as she was more afraid of letting down her friends than she was afraid of the dragon. She shouts at it like a schoolteacher, forcing him to apologize before moving. In the end, Fluttershy is still afraid of everything. The episode just says that fear isn't so bad, as long as it's fear of the right things. Things like fearing your friends will be hurt, instead of just pure self-preservation. Look before you sleep. The ponies are removing dead tree branches in anticipation of a heavy storm, a storm that is caused by the Pegasi in order to increase rainfall. It's actually fairly interesting to look at the environmentalist angle of a series that could have been literal sunshine and rainbows. Rain is necessary, large amounts of rain too, so the fact that they don't neglect certain cycles of nature and instead prepare to adapt to them actually makes the Ponyvillians appear to live in far more of a utopia than otherwise, where these concerns are ignored or circumvented. It's a small world-building tidbit, but an underappreciated one nonetheless. Anyway, because of this incoming rainstorm, Rarity and Applejack find themselves stranded as Rarity spent more time decorating tree branches than removing them, and they didn't finish their work in time. They shelter in Twilight Sparkle's library, with Twi excited to have her first slumber party. Rarity and Applejack are unsure about spending time stranded with one another, made worse as they both try to compete in the various fun activities Twilight's planned, instead of having fun. Eventually, lightning strikes a tree outside, and Applejack's able to stop it from falling on a house, only to break Twilight's window instead. She apologizes to Rarity for breaking everything, saying that the other ponies' attention to detail would have prevented this, and they work together to break apart the branches and safely remove the remaining mess. In the end, the two are finally able to work together in spite of not agreeing on everything. Because while it's frustrating to be contradicted, having different points of view is still helpful for any degree of cooperation. Friendship's not about ignoring each other's differences, but embracing them. Bridle Gossip. Twilight and Spike find Ponyville completely abandoned, revealed to be the rest of the ponies hiding in their homes from Zecora, a strange zebra who wanders around, clawing at the ground and terrifying everyone. Okay, fine. Terrifying every pony. Ponies have bodies. Twilight Sparkle is taken indoors where they explain the rumors about this pony, because they don't know what a zebra is. But Twilight doesn't believe them, suspecting that all of this is just hyperbole and fear of the unknown, that they're acting like children. Applebloom, Applejack's little sister, hears this and tries to prove she's not a child, following the zebra into the woods, only to have to be rescued by the others as Zecora gives them a vague warning about a curse, all while they trot through a patch of blue flowers. The next day, Twilight finds out that her horn is flaccid. I'm not going to make the joke. And the rest of the main six have similar maladies. Applebloom blames herself for getting the others cursed and heads back into the woods to look for a cure, When the others find that she's missing again, they chase after her to Zecora's house, and in spite of Twilight trying to reassure them there's a logical explanation for everything, she starts to believe in the curse when she sees the zebra chanting around a cauldron. Of course, it's revealed that Apple Bloom was actually helping out with an herbal bath that would undo the effect of the flowers, called Poison Joke, as they play pranks on those exposed, and the others should not have jumped to conclusions about her just because she spoke and acted differently. This is a pretty standard plot for a kids show, but as usual, My Little Pony does not take the easy route when making a moral. Twilight ignored a book of herbal remedies because she believed it didn't look scientific enough to trust in spite of that book having the right answers inside. Directly connected to the don't judge a book by its cover moral, even young children watching the show ought to be familiar with by now. But more importantly, Twilight began the episode already knowing this. She was the one who first told the others not to fall for hysteria around someone they didn't know. But just as the understanding of Zecora the others had was surface level, Twilight's understanding of this lesson was equally poor. She knew not to judge, but she didn't understand not to judge, which resulted in her believing the same stereotypes as the others with very little evidence, rather than with no evidence at all. And then, this is the first openly black-coded character in the show, and she's from Africa, and she speaks in rhymes, but that's a different discussion. Swarm of the Century. Princess Celestia is visiting at the same time that Ponyville is infested by small voracious insects known as parasprites, which, despite the name, the ponies take in as pets. All but Pinkie Pie, who's the only one not preparing for the visit, as she keeps dashing around gathering instruments for a purpose she never explains. The morning of the visit, the ponies learn that their new pets have multiplied rapidly, and that the plot of this episode is basically the trouble with tribbles or maybe gremlins, depending on the viewer's preference for pop culture references. And both of these are stories that the intended audience is certainly too young to be familiar with. But maybe this ties into the point. Why are so many older people fans of the show? Because the show's written by adults, meaning they'll include things that they like and things that they know in the stories, which will then appeal to other adults without being so reference-heavy that it alienates the kids watching. Adults will recognize the pop culture reference in the same way that Pinkie Pie does, but she makes a different connection to the Pied Piper as she forms a one-pony polka band to lure them out of the village. This is the only strategy to work on them, as everyone else's attempts to defend against or remove the pests have failed. But nobody tried it out because Pinkie never really explained why she had to gather up the instruments. She spent 2 full days preparing when she could have just asked the others for help to finish her work 6 times faster. But maybe that's the point. Pinkie Pie has the most pop culture knowledge to fix the problem, but, like most people obsessed with nerdy things, lacked the social skills to explain why she was doing what she was, instead depending on blind trust from the others that they were hesitant to give. And sure, this allows the episode to have the lesson to trust your friends even if you don't know what they're doing, but it can also read as a difficult situation made worse by the one person who knows what to do not speaking up. In the end, Princess Celestia arrives just outside the ruined town, saying she can't stay because there's another infestation in a different town she has to attend to. And either she is lying about urgent business to let Twilight save some face, or Twilight's lying through omission by not telling her that they have the same infestation but have solved it and can help out. Winter Wrap-Up. It's Winter Wrap-Up in Ponyville, a holiday where every pony manually removes the signs of winter to replace them with spring. This involves splitting the town up into groups based on their strengths to do things like calling back migratory birds, removing all the clouds, breaking the ice on the lakes, waking up hibernating animals, and planting next year's harvest. Importantly, all of this is a tradition dating back since the founding of Ponyville, and they've never used magic for any of this labor. The setting of Equestria is interesting in this way in that things like the planet's tilted axis don't seem to exist, to instead have things like seasons and other natural cycles being performed by the ponies themselves. I'm not sure if this is a Gen 4 exclusive thing, or if the setting has always had some degree of natural harmony, not just existing in nature, but actively making attempts to improve the natural world. Like how today we have small, controlled wildfires to clear underbrush and promote forest health. Twilight is excited to forego the use of her magic to participate, joining with each of the other main 6 to help out as they're all understaffed. But she fails at everything with no magic. Finally, Spike convinces her to just ignore the tradition and use her magic anyway, setting up the episode to have a moral about how some traditions are fine, but like with nature itself, it's sometimes better to use the tech we have to better coexist, rather than viewing magic as an opposite to tradition or tech as the opposite of nature. But Twilight's attempts to use magic to speed up the process actually fail, and she makes things worse. This prompts Mare to worry that they'll be late for spring again, and this is when she learns that Ponyville almost always missed the deadline because they didn't have magic. Still not wanting to use her magic, Twilight finally realizes that she can use her non-magical abilities to organize everyone else into working not harder, but more efficiently. Then they meet their deadline on time, and winter is successfully put away, thanks to the power of middle management. Call of the Cutie. Applebloom is beginning to feel self-conscious about her blank flank, her lack of a cutie mark. Cutie marks being the symbol that ponies have on their bodies to signify their calling in life, and to differentiate pony products from one another as I suppose a favor to the colorblind. This, or a way to sell stickers at a high markup to add an additional degree of customization to a line of toys. As she doesn't want to be the last in her class at school to develop one, she turns to Applejack to figure out what her calling in life is before the day of a quinceañera party for a classmate, desperately trying to sell as many apples as possible because she hopes this is her calling. But she only ends up annoying everyone instead, so she moves on, talking to Rainbow Dash and suspecting it could be a physical feat, then later tries baking with Pinkie Pie to see if her talent is in cooking. None of these work though, nor does simply faking a cutie mark with Twilight's magic, and then the day of the party arrives. She tries to hide her mark and even lies about getting it in time like all her other friends have, but when this is revealed, they all laugh at her. But Applebloom is stood up for by two others, Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo, who also have no cutie marks and bond with her over this. Twilight Sparkle then tells the others that it's actually good not to have a cutie mark because it means you still have the potential to do whatever you want with your life. It's a mistake to try to find meaning to your existence when there's still so much of the world you are yet to experience. You won't know for certain that something is your calling or not until you've eliminated everything else first. To quote the subject of another one of my videos, "My goal is not to wake up at 40 with the bitter realization that I've wasted my life on a job I hate because I was forced to decide on a career in my teens." What comes to mind now is what happens to the ponies who do decide on a career in their teens and come to regret it. Does the cutie mark stay? Can it be changed? Do you add on to it, or can you paint over it like a regrettable tattoo? Normally, these feel like the kinds of questions that reflect on the person asking them as looking too far into a children's show, but thus far, My Little Ponies had the wherewithal to justify this sort of analysis by being self-aware enough to justify raising tougher moral questions in the first place. Fall Weather Friends. Applejack and Rainbow Dash begin arguing over which of them is the better athlete, coming up with the Iron Pony competition to see who's stronger. Rainbow Dash wins most of these contests because she uses her wings to fly through the challenges AJ had to do on the ground. When she starts to rub in her victory, Applejack accuses Rainbow Dash of winning dishonestly, violating the spirit of the competition despite not breaking the rules. So they agree to compete once again in the Running of the Leaves, an event where the ponies race through the woods, they're stomping, knocking the leaves off of the trees. Again, with the artificial environmental stuff, this comes up way too often to just be coincidence. It has to be a consciously known part of the world building. To ensure Rainbow Dash remains honest, Applejack ties up her wings to force her to run the race. Also running is Twilight Sparkle, who, despite having never run before, has read about races and thinks she can do well. Twilight mostly serves to be the rear runner, talking to the others whenever one of the main two falls behind. This is something that they frequently do as they begin to focus so much on the competition that they fail to notice rocks and stumps in the road, blaming the other racer for leaving the obstacles there on purpose. Soon, these accusations turn into actual sabotage, as Rainbow Dash and Applejack begin to stop the race to hurt another one's chances through some wacky racist-like shenanigans. After a lot of back and forth, they eventually cross the finish line together, tying for last place. As it turns out, stopping in the middle of a marathon to lay a trap is a bad idea if you want to place. Twilight managed to get 5th place as she paced herself with a slow trot before sprinting near the end, and she lectures them about how they cared less about winning than they did about making sure the other pony lost. Because there's nothing wrong with competition. In fact, at the end of the episode, when they learn that there are several leaves that are yet to fall, they race to see who can knock down the most. Even early in the episode, they were having fun with the challenges. It was just the bragging that got on Applejack's nerves. There's nothing wrong with playing to win, as long as you're still playing. Suited for success. Twilight Sparkle brings an old dress to Rarity to get it fixed up, but Rarity claims it's beyond saving and offers to redo it from scratch. She also extends this offer to the rest of her friends, agreeing to make dresses for all of them that fit their styles and personalities before the day of the event. She does this to a montage over the song Art of the Dress, which I'm not really a music guy. These days I almost exclusively listen to whatever's in the background of this video. Stuff from video games with no lyrics so I can focus on writing. So I'm not intending to do a song ranking of any sort, but I am still impressed by the songs in this show, and that's coming fresh off of Steven Universe. After finishing the dresses, she presents them to the clients, who are not impressed. Each of them has some nitpick about their outfit, each one representing a different type of problem customer. Twilight wants the stars on the outfit to be more astronomically accurate, like someone who cares more about the historical accuracy of a show to the detriment of its themes or enjoyability. Applejack keeps requesting functional upgrades and ends up with way too much tacked on. Fluttershy has some knowledge of sewing, which she uses to get incredibly pedantic about contradictory ideas. Pinkie Pie isn't sure what she wants and just makes random demands. And Rainbow Dash just wants it 20% cooler, with no context for what that means. Whoever wrote this episode has clearly taken commissions at some point. Rarity redoes all of the dresses with the updated demands from her friends, but she's personally unhappy with the results. Unfortunately, Spike has contacted a well-respected designer to visit her runway show where these dresses are going to be shown off. As they're designed by the clients and not the experts, they end up being received poorly, with Hoity-Toity, that's the guy's name, making fun of her for being bad at her job. This is an expected result. Rarity is a professional at what she does. She has a better sense for fashion and design than anyone she might be designing the outfits for. And while the client has a right to get what they want delivered, their taste often doesn't reflect more objective qualities. Each person likes different things and wants different things, which is fine. The ponies liked their personal outfits, but they assumed others would share these preferences. They end up calling Hoity-Toity back to... did his parents name him Hoity-Toity and so he started acting like a jerk, or did he act like a jerk then change his name to reflect that? They call this fashion designer back for a second show where Rarity shows off her original designs, and these are far more well received. To the point of getting Rarity a contract with the guy, which is implied to push her right back into the crunch time that nearly drove her mad before. But like, in a humorous, happy ending sort of way. Feeling Pinkie keen. Twilight and Spike notice odd behavior from Pinkie Pie, that is, odder than usual, and learn that her pinky sense is tingling that something will fall from the sky. Twilight assumes this is just random paranoia, but a frog does fall from the sky, then several other of Pinkie's predictions also come true. Twilight is confident that there's some sort of scientific explanation for all of this, running a few tests on her but finding no conclusive results, and then even reinforcing the truth of this pinky sense. Spike follows her around as her assistant, but tries to get her to stop obsessing over her research so much, even pointing out that Twilight can cast magic, and these things aren't so different. This is sort of true. Twilight counters the point by saying that her magic has consistency to it. You can measure an expected reaction for each magical action. Calling it magic makes an association that's exclusive for us. There's a saying that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, and so the opposite ought to be true as well. Any sufficiently understood and measured magic is indistinguishable from technology. After a day of following Pinkie Pie around, Twilight still hasn't found anything logical about how Pinkie Sense works, and then Pinkie detects what she calls a doozy. As this doozy is going to take place where Fluttershy's been hanging out, they rush over to save her, with Twilight joining just to laugh if nothing happens. But something does happen, a Hydra emerging from the water to attack the ponies, sending them fleeing. Twilight turns around to distract the monster to make space for the others to get to safety, but her own escape route is cut off. Faced with a sheer drop, Pinkie Pie's Pinkie Sense says that Twilight will be safe if she jumps, and she does, landing safely on a bubble which bounces her across the canyon. Pinkie still detects an incoming doozy, but this is revealed to be Twilight giving up on logic just to accept Pinkie Sense works, the real surprise of the episode. The moral of this episode is presented as one of having faith in things even if you don't understand why, which is sort of a half issue. There's nothing wrong with wanting to understand more about the world, and saying things like, "that's just the way it is," only serves to stifle curiosity. The episode would be better served with some cause and effect that at least justified some of her senses going off, like if the Hydra didn't attack for no reason, but because of the frogs Fluttershy introduced into the environment, causing it to grow angry, or if all the kicking around is what caused the bubble to appear to save Twilight. That way it's less about blind faith and random coincidences, and more about a strong but misunderstood sense of intuition. Sonic Rainboom. Rainbow Dash is trying to perform the Sonic Rainboom for a flying contest in a city in the clouds, but she hasn't succeeded in this trick since she was a filly and is beginning to doubt if she'll ever do it again. Seeing that the overly quiet Fluttershy is the only other flyer among her friends who could cheer her on, Twilight casts a spell to grant Rarity temporary wings, but it exhausts her too much, so she just uses a cloud walking spell on the rest. They arrive in Cloudsdale, where the contest will take place, but Rainbow Dash still hasn't succeeded at the trick in practice, as she keeps overthinking. When she was young and more careless, Rainbow was able to perform the trick as she didn't think about doing it. Now it's all she can think about, as she is surrounded by her friends, some old school bullies, and even the Wonderbolts she looks up to so much. Usually having one's friends surrounding you to show their support would make a person happy, but here, Rainbow Dash only gets more into her own head about it. Anxiety can take a usually positive experience and turn it into a series of increasingly devastated what-ifs until the very similar feelings of excitement and fear overlap. This isn't helped when Rarity insists on using her new wings to put on a performance of her own during the Best Young Flyer competition. They end up performing together as Rarity spent too long in the dressing room and Rainbow kept letting others cut in line because she was afraid. Rarity references the story of Icarus, flying too close to the sun and having her wings melt, and she begins to fall, flailing around and knocking out the Wonderbolts who came down to save her. It's everything that Rainbow Dash feared coming to fruition at once, as she fails the setup for her trick and her friends in mortal danger. But now, she stops thinking about doing the trick in front of others as the emergency makes her think of only one thing, catching up to the falling ponies. No longer in her own head, Rainbow Dash manages to not only save everyone, but does so by performing a second Sonic Rainboom. This wows the entire crowd, and the Wonderbolts are grateful for saving their lives. Rainbow Dash wins, and Rarity gives the episode's moral that it's best not to try to be the center of attention. And while this moral seems to just apply to Rarity for literally flying too close to the sun, it also applies to Rainbow Dash, who spent so long at the center of attention she ended up with nothing but anxiety and stage fright. Ironically, for a show called Friendship is Magic, this episode's plot shows the other side of this statement. Stairmaster. Rarity is working on a rush order with Sweetie Belle trying to help but just making a mess of things. When the Cutie Mark Crusaders come over for a planned slumber party, Rarity recruits the help of Fluttershy in babysitting for the night so she can work, assuming that she can use her skill with animals to take care of kids. Apparently the lesson of taking your time with getting a Cutie Mark didn't really sink in. Once at Fluttershy's house, the Crusaders begin running around and trying to figure out what kind of Cutie Mark they'll have, destroying Fluttershy's furniture in the process. She attempts to corral them, trying to avoid using a technique she calls the stare to put them to bed, but the Crusaders being loud anyway causes Fluttershy's chickens to escape, and when one wanders into the Everfree forest, they head inside to retrieve the chicken to get an animal-handling Cutie Mark. Fluttershy notices them missing and follows, finding a petrified Twilight Sparkle and deducing there's a cockatrice in the woods, a monster with the head of a chicken and a petrifying stare. She tracks down the Cutie Mark Crusaders and tries to get them home, but they still refuse to listen until the cockatrice catches them too. It begins turning Fluttershy into stone, but she stares back, using her schoolteacher voice to tell off the animal and saving both herself and Twilight, while also getting the respect of the fillies who finally listen. The moral of the story written for Princess Celestia seems to be not to bite off more than one can chew, but this isn't super well enforced by the narrative. Not only did Fluttershy not realize she was biting off more than she could chew, but around the time she realized this, she ended up succeeding anyway. Additionally, she was trying to flee from the cockatrice in the third act until the end, when she confronted it despite her fears and scared it off, biting off more than she could chew on purpose, and still managing to come out better for it. The Showstoppers. Applejack passes her old clubhouse down to the Cutie Mark Crusaders, but they're not thrilled about the poor state of the old building. Their tone changes when they realize that the clubhouse might be a chance to show off a skill that earns them a Cutie Mark, and they work together to fix it up. During this montage, they each have a chance to show off their talents that have little to do with the repairing process. After a second montage of the Crusaders breaking in their new house with a series of missions, they still wind up blank, until Twilight shows them a talent show they can enter that could help out. Their plans misaimed, with the Crusaders putting on a musical performance that doesn't involve any of their actual talents, but the talents they wish they had. Applebloom, in spite of being good at making stuff, does the choreography. Scootaloo, in spite of being a good dancer and acrobat, wants to write the music. Sweetie Belle, in spite of being good at singing, wants to do the decorations. Each of the three basically does one job over than what they ought to have done. The night of the performance comes, and predictably it's a disaster as the set itself falls on top of them. They nervously await the award ceremony, not expecting to win anything, but because every participating act won an award, they still walk away with Best Comedy Performance. Twilight Sparkle approaches them asking if they learned anything, and they agree that it's best not to focus on what you wish you were good at, to instead think about what you're already talented at, before saying they're going to become comedians rather than the real lesson they were meant to learn. I said a bit earlier that the Cutie Mark Crusaders seem to have failed to learn anything, but I think that seems to be the point. The characters who are coded as younger than the average member of the audience, or the intended audience, are the ones who get set up an easy moral and then fail to learn from it. You're more likely to figure out the lesson if you come to the conclusion yourself, rather than having it spelled out for you. So watching the Crusaders fail and fail again to internalize any of their character growth not only allows the writers to reuse plot points, but to retread old ground and still have a satisfying lesson for the viewers to take away. Their failure to learn lets the showrunners eat their cake and have it too. A Dog and Pony Show. The pop star Sapphire Shores visits Rarity's studio, requesting multiple copies of a jewel-encrusted dress. Because Rarity doesn't have the materials to complete the commission, she recruits Spike in helping her to get more, using her magic to find jewels as Spike digs them up. But a group of diamond dogs finds the duo doing this, and they kidnap Rarity to force her to keep digging. Spike rushes back to Ponyville to recruit the rest of the main six in finding and saving her, imagining the horrible conditions Rarity must be subjected to underground, as well as Spike picturing himself valiantly saving her. But rather than any of these scenarios, the truth is soon revealed that Rarity refused to do anything, complaining the whole time until eventually the diamond dogs were so sick of her whining they were eager to let her go. The rest of the ponies are able to track her down with a combination of Twilight mimicking Rarity's magic and following the sound of her cries until they storm the place, with Spike living out his fantasy. They rescue Rarity, who leaves the caves with several carts full of gems she had the dogs dig up themselves just to stop her from complaining. There's an old fairy tale of a farmer whose wife is kidnapped by the devil, only for the farmer to not really mind because his wife complained so much that the devil brought her back. This is another example of MLP using folk tales and recognizable tropes for its stories, swapping out the characters for the cast of ponies and then examining the lessons taught centuries ago with the more critical lens, at least outwardly. The actual text of the episode does little more than expound that Rarity acting hyper-feminine is actually a good thing because it's a form of strength she has, so complaining about your hooves getting dirty and whining are therefore very feminine traits. It takes a less critical examination of the social causes behind such a story and comes across as having an ending along the lines of, "Woman, am I right, fellas?" Which is something pretty common in the media landscape of its day and decades past. But for a show that's already done so much more than a surface-level examination of culture, it is a letdown. Green isn't your color. While at the spa together, Rarity asks Fluttershy if she'll be the model for her outfits as a famous photographer, Photo Finish, is coming to her studio. Fluttershy agrees, and her shyness is quickly captured by this photographer who likes the model more than what she's modeling, to the point that she offers Fluttershy an opportunity to become her new full-time subject. Rarity is jealous of Fluttershy's newfound success, but doesn't say so because she wants to be a supportive friend. Fluttershy, meanwhile, hates the amount of attention she is getting, but doesn't want to turn it down as she wants to live out the dream for Rarity's sake. Twilight Sparkle is confided in for both of these secrets, but refuses to clear up the confusion because she fears that telling these secrets makes her a bad friend. It's interesting that the motivation everybody has is spelled out in such a way by Pinkie Pie. They have to keep the secrets to support their friend, which each of the ponies recognizes is a more noble goal than letting their own insecurities out. Every pony is attempting to self-sacrifice a bit to make life better for somebody else, not realizing the thing they're trying to protect is not as valuable as what they've given up. Fluttershy is protecting something Rarity doesn't care about and is actively hurting her, and vice versa. This misunderstanding is made worse when Twilight comes to the conclusion that she ought to sabotage Fluttershy's next fashion show, using magic to humiliate her on the runway. This works too well and the whole crowd begins to boo Fluttershy, except for Rarity, who cheers for her friend despite getting what she wanted. The crowd, seeing Rarity's enthusiasm, changes their tone and Fluttershy gets to keep the career. But backstage, they finally confess the truth. Rarity is jealous of Fluttershy, and Fluttershy doesn't even want to be there. Because keeping a secret for a friend is what good friends do, but good friends also don't keep secrets from each other. Not communicating can cause just as much harm as oversharing. Being a good friend isn't about following some arbitrary, rigid rule. It's about knowing a person well enough to know what they would want you to do. Over a barrel. Applejack and friends are transporting one of her orchard's trees via train to her relatives in Appaloosa, a small western town that's recently been built. On the ride over, a stampede of buffalo attacks the train, kidnapping this tree as well as Spike, who is sleeping in that car, from some quiet, as Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie chase after the missing dragon. They end up inside the camp of a group of buffalo led by Chief Thunderhooves, who apologizes as they were only after the tree, not Spike, who they've been treating well. Meanwhile, in Appaloosa, Applejack meets with Brayburn and tells him about the theft, and he mentions that the buffalo have been antagonistic towards them ever since they planted their orchard. These buffalo then show up in town alongside Spike and the others, hoping to talk about how the orchard's been planted in the way of their ancestral stampeding grounds. But before they can plead their cases, Pinkie Pie offers to explain the concept of sharing through song. And her song is so bad they decide not to talk and go to war instead. After a morning of preparations, the battle begins with a ton of collateral damage, ending when the chief is hit in the face with a pie. I mean, they're not gonna have them whip out guns. Which he actually finds delicious. In the end, they do agree to share, with the Appaloosians agreeing to clear a trail through the orchard for the buffalo to use as a path in exchange for a share of their pie. And obviously, this is not how the real-world equivalent story went. My Little Pony pulls a lot from real-world stories, and some of these stories are influenced by, well, history. But the thing about influence and inspiration is that it inherently has to paraphrase and leave details out. The proper way to read these stories then comes about by reverse engineering truth from fiction. What details were left out, by who, and why. The story told in this episode ends up telling a sanitized version of a biased account of events, that it was inevitable to wipe out native populations as they were inconvenient, with the MLP version of history being one where they could have just talked it out and shared the land. And that while this is common sense to a younger audience, it calls more attention to the fact that, in the real world, this was, for some reason, not an option. In a narrative with no interest in raising such questions, to the point where it's more suspicious that they avoided asking why, while still using so much of the set dressing of a western. Basically, the episode tries to both sides a story where one side's the aggressor, then asks the audience to avoid thinking critically about it. A bird in the hoof. Princess Celestia is visiting Ponyville with everybody nervously on their best behavior to ensure the visit goes perfectly. Mostly, at least. Everybody is so obsessed with making sure that her visit is perfect that the princess ends up wanting for nothing but entertainment, and she pulls a few light pranks on the nervous ponies. Fluttershy notices she left her pet bird, Philomena, behind, and that this bird is sick and bedraggled. So, to use her talents to help out the princess, she takes the bird home to offer it love and care. But the bird is obstinate, refusing the help and making things more chaotic around Fluttershy's house as she fails to properly care for it. Twilight Sparkle comes to Fluttershy's house to warn her that the princess's pet bird has been kidnapped, and then is shocked to learn that Fluttershy is the culprit. When she hears why Fluttershy took the bird, she agrees to help out, forcing the bird to take its medicine, get some bed rest, and so on, against its will. This causes it to flee in terror as the others chase it around Ponyville, desperate not to get in trouble with the princess and imagining all sorts of punishments for if they're found out. And then they're found out, as the princess's stoic guards find this bird right before it explodes. Fluttershy and Twilight panic over killing Celestia's pet until she laughs and watches Philomena reform into a phoenix. As it turns out, Philomena has a sense of humor just like Celestia's, and it was playing a prank on Fluttershy. Everybody spends this episode so careful not to offend Celestia that they avoid doing things like asking Celestia if they're about to offend her. The ponies are so awkward around her that they end up making things worse than had they been open, and Celestia's gentle pranks during the episode's opening somewhat inform that she would have acted this way. They assume what she wants and live in fear that they guessed wrong. A bit of upfront honesty would have gone a long way. Instead of kidnapping a bird and then trying to keep it a secret that you guessed incorrectly, she would have wanted this. Part of it is just the divine status that Celestia has. She spent 1,000 years literally causing the sun to rise. So of course, they would fear the wrath of a pony this powerful. Every episode involving Celestia thus far has had her appearance viewed as a major deal, to the point of prompting entire episodes around just preparing for her to get there. It raises a handful of questions about the power dynamics of such a monarchy, all of which I'm ignoring to instead wonder why there is a Princess Celestia and a Princess Luna who do all the ruling when there's no apparent king or queen. The Cutie Mark Chronicles. After another failed attempt at getting their cutie marks, the Cutie Mark Crusaders decide to simply ask the other ponies how they got theirs for inspiration. They seek out Rainbow Dash, thinking she's the coolest, but are stopped by each of the other main 6 along the way, starting with Applejack. She explains that she wanted to leave the apple farm to spend time with her family in Manhattan, only to fail to fit in. When feeling homesick one morning, she saw a rainbow in the distance pointing back home, and when she followed this rainbow and realized that she belonged there, she earned her cutie mark. Next is Fluttershy, who fell from a cloud during a race Rainbow Dash was flying to defend her honor. She was caught by a swarm of butterflies, only to hear a crashing noise that scared all the ground animals. After reassuring them that everything is okay, she realizes that she can talk to animals and earns her mark. Next they speak to Rarity, whose horn began glowing the day before a show that her costumes were not up to her standards for. This glowing horn leads her to a rock, which is cracked by a distant rainbow explosion, and when she finds gems inside, learns of her powers and gains her cutie mark. Then they speak to Pinkie Pie, who once lived on a gloomy rock farm. When the rainbow explosion occurred, she was so happy to see the sky again she dedicated her life to throwing parties that will spread that feeling of joy to others, thus explaining how Equestria was founded. Then they talked to Twilight Sparkle, who liked Celestia so much she began to study magic to get into her school. The entrance exam was to hatch a dragon egg, which she struggled to do until the rainbow explosion made her magic surge. This not only hatched Spike, but showed off enough magical potential that Celestia takes her in as a personal ward. Finally, they meet with Rainbow Dash, and she finishes the story of the race Fluttershy witnessed. She won the race by flying fast enough to cause the sonic rainboom that made the others discover their talents. All of these stories make the main 6 realize that they were connected to each other since before they ever formally met, and Twilight is sentimental as she writes to Celestia that maybe a person's true friends are people they're connected to on a deeper level. This was a very plot-dense episode, so the summary takes up most of my explanation. Lore episodes like this, I imagine, will have far less to analyze as they mostly exist to set up later beats in the story and give context to what's already happened. It's interesting to examine these stories through the lens of the Cutie Mark Crusaders, who became friends in order to find out their purpose in life, while the others found their purpose in life through their friends. A story can be told as much through what is said as what is implied, and since the Crusaders have already spent so long failing at figuring out their lives to the point that it's now a defining feature of their characters, we're left not to take lessons from their words, but their actions. Owl's well that ends well. Twilight Sparkle finds a new assistant, an owl named Owlicious, and adopts him as her companion to help around the library. This makes Spike jealous as he begins to worry he may lose his job, so he attempts to frame the owl for killing a mouse in the study, only to get caught and told off by Twilight. Spike sulks away to a cave where he's attacked by a full-size dragon, running then getting saved by Owlicious and Twilight, who followed him there. In the end, Twilight says that the owl was not meant to replace Spike, but to work nights while he sleeps. A pretty standard jealousy plot, this one originates from Spike's assumption that all of the affection he received was transactional, that the ponies only liked him so much because of what he did for them. When this same affection was given to an owl despite having just shown up, he assumes the owl is vying for his job rather than the other ponies are just being nice to Owlicious like they are to everyone else. Spike soon learns that his friends don't love the thing he does, but the dragon doing them, and the episode's moral is resolved with him returning to work not because he needs to work, but because he wants to work. Party of One. Pinkie Pie throws a party for her pet alligator Gummy, and has so much fun at that party, she wants to throw another one the day after. But while she's inviting the others to this party, they all come up with excuses as to why they can't make it, avoiding her and meeting in secret. After Pinkie Pie spends the day watching them all plotting behind her back, she deduces they're planning to kick her out of the main 6, so she makes new, inanimate friends and throws the after-birthday party with them instead. Rainbow Dash catches her talking to a pile of rocks and such when she comes over to invite Pinkie out, eventually dragging her to Applejack's barn, where Pinkie snaps at the sight of all her friends, mad they're throwing a farewell party. Of course, this is revealed to be a surprise party for her instead, as Pinkie forgot her own birthday, and she apologizes for assuming the worst about the others before celebrating with them. A very straightforward plot, one that kids shows have been doing for decades about someone worried about a secret they're left out of, revealed as specifically a surprise party. It's a way to make a character feel paranoid and left out without actually compromising the characterization of any of the rest of the cast, in a show that otherwise lauds how important it is to be honest. So in an otherwise mediocre plot, the only way to really differentiate this episode from so many others comes down to execution, and this is where the episode shines. Pinkie Pie is a unique character in that nothing she does is ever taken seriously, and here, that extends to a mental breakdown. These are not just told to the audience, as so many other simple morals often are, but shown through her actions and the way the animation itself portrays them. At her darkest moments, she's literally shrouded in shadows. Her eyes point in different directions to show aimless mumbling. And when she begins to attack her friends in ways that the framing of the screen implies makes her the bad guy. She's a pony who's extremely dependent on others for her emotional well-being, the parties she throws being for herself in the sense that she doesn't want the party but lives for the reactions to the party. When left to her own devices, she talks to furniture and to herself because the one thing she lives for, as seen in her flashback from Cutie Mark Chronicles, is now something she cannot achieve no matter how hard she works. The best night ever. It's the night of the Grand Galloping Gala, sort of the through line of several episodes this season. And to cap off the season finale, everybody prepares for the titular best night ever. Spike serves as their carriage driver, talking about all the things they'll get to do together. But each of the ponies heads off in different directions because they planned to do this back in episode 3, all to the tune of a Sondheim-esque musical number. Things start out well that night with each of the ponies getting to achieve their goals, but these are quickly shown to be less than they expected. Pinkie Pie attempts to start a musical number at the party only to be told it's not that type of party. Rainbow Dash spends time with the Wonderbolts, but they're busy conversing with others and it's too loud for her to get a word in. Rarity meets with Prince Blueblood, and follows him around only to learn that he's got a snooty personality. Fluttershy's excited to talk to the animals only for them to all avoid her. Applejack fails to sell any apples as the party has free food, and Twilight Sparkle doesn't get to spend any time with Princess Celestia because the princess has to greet every single guest who comes in. Soon the main six begin to snap, Applejack trying to bring in a massive cake that's hit by Pinkie's stage dive, flying into Prince Blueblood, who uses Rarity as a human shield. And then Fluttershy chases the animals into the hall and they knock down a statue Rainbow Dash fails to catch before colliding with everything else. Twilight Sparkle then corrals them all out before they can get blamed for ruining the party. They reunite at a donut shop with Spike, only to be joined by Princess Celestia herself, and instead of accepting Twilight's apology, she's grateful someone made the party interesting, because they're boring otherwise. Like usual, Princess Celestia enjoys using her position and perception to pull pranks on others, this time at the expense of the other partygoers because their assumptions about the event clash with the reality of it. Spike was right. The party shouldn't have been about doing everything they wanted to do, but doing something together. A good night with bad people isn't nearly as good as a bad night with good friends. This episode sets up so many tropes that it subverts in the interest of making the message stand out more. It isn't just the ponies' impressions of the night that are subverted, but the audience's as well. Even things like the clear Cinderella reference is pushed aside as Rarity loses a magical slipper on the steps and then smashes it on purpose because she really doesn't want to meet a Prince Charming anymore. And of course, the episode ends on what everyone who's gone through high school theater or marching band knows as a fact. The night of the event only really starts with a 2 a.m. IHOP visit. The return of harmony. Discord, a figure from the past representing the opposite of harmony, returns to Equestria after having been sealed away by Princess Celestia and the elements of harmony. The symptoms of his return include things like chocolate rain, not like the song, cotton candy clouds, popping corn, and other random events that the main six investigate. They're called to meet with the princess, who explains they must once again use the elements of harmony to seal this wicked figure in stone where he belongs. But when she retrieves the elements, they're missing. Q then taunts them for a while, and he says he'll return the elements if the ponies play a game, giving them a riddle that they deduce means the elements are hidden in the nearby hedge maze. To navigate the maze, Discord takes their wings and horns, forcing them to walk, and then separates them all so they have to do it alone. Once separated, he taunts them one by one in an inverse of the first season's opener. Back then, they all worked together while alternating which pony led the group, as their strengths were suited to particular challenges. Here, the challenges exist by creating an inverse of what they usually do, or excessive version of who they are. For example, Applejack seeks out the truth through piles of talking apples that predict the future, and when she learns that her friends will soon fight one another, she becomes incapable of telling the truth, speaking only in lies. Pinkie Pie is surrounded by a balloon garden, only to grow paranoid at these balloons, laughing at her instead of with her, becoming corrupted into thinking that she is the butt of every joke. Rarity's eye for beauty leads her to a massive gym, revealed as a big chunk of rock she refuses to go anywhere without. He also attempts to make Fluttershy feel bad so she won't be so kind to everybody, but when she's realistic about her flaws and limitations and mentions loving her friends because they accept her, he just zaps her with magic. Finally, he lures Rainbow Dash with the choice to have her wings back, saying that Cloudsdale will fall if she makes the wrong choice. The rest of the ponies see Rainbow flying away, thus ending the game in a failure, as Discord celebrates he won, taking over the land. The next episode opens on Twilight Sparkle complaining that Discord removed the maze before they had the chance to complete it, and he wasn't playing fair. He retorts that 1. He's an entity of chaos and was never going to play fair in the first place, and 2. The elements were never actually in the maze, they just guessed wrong that they were. So Twilight rethinks the riddle from before and deduces the elements of harmony are back at the library, where they started. She's correct about this, but the struggle was never about actually retrieving the elements, as it was about getting her friends to agree to help her retrieve them, and then use them to stop Discord. They're more interested in pranking Spike or hoarding gems and so on to bother with the plot, and after a failed attempt to use their powers together, Twilight turns monochrome as she no longer believes in the power of friendship. But before she can pack up her things to leave, Spike begins belching up letter after letter, revealed to be the letters Twilight has been writing to Celestia all of last season, serving as reminders of what she's learned of friendship. The slowest part of the first season always was Twilight ending each plot by writing back to Princess Celestia. And sure, this was the entire reason she was in Ponyville in the first place, but to try to work each story into a solid, quickly summarized end beat wound up either making for awkward transitions to her at home, or a necessity not to leave things ambiguous, as Twilight needed to tell the audience what they just saw. And while this could be an affordance for the series' roots as well as for younger members of the audience, here it's recontextualized as a necessity in universe. Twilight summarized each episode so the summaries could be called back to, not just the episodes themselves. After reading all of these morals to herself over a montage, she and Spike then head to the rest of the ponies to remind them of the show's tagline, "Friendship is magic." They're all cured of their lack of color, even managing to race after Rainbow Dash, who believes she abandoned them to protect Cloudsdale, which is just a tiny cloud. Once they're back together, they attack Discord again, who's not worried that they can actually succeed as he taunts them further. But once they produce their magic, he turns to stone in a scene that's actually pretty well animated in the sense that he moves realistically for someone losing bits of their limb at a time. Not a plot thing, just a neat bit of motion I noted when watching. The main six are once again recognized for their heroism in a mural similar to the mural of their first victory, and yet another parallel to the first season's opener. It's worth noting how this season's opener feels like a re-examination of the more straightforward character intros we saw before, now that the show has a season's worth of context for what it is they want to do with the plot. Rather than a simple story about friendship saving the day because of the traits of each of the individual ponies, the second season opens by taking away these traits and separating them all as if to point out how their friendship is because of the personality rather than in spite of them. They're friends because they're good ponies, and they're good ponies because they're friends. It's not enough to do one of them as they quickly lost what made them special in the absence of a person to share that part of themselves with. Lesson 0. Spike is helping Twilight Sparkle organize her organization as she heads around town trying to make sure everything is just right. But she's stopped when she realizes that she's finished her jobs earlier than usual and learns why. She hasn't written her weekly letter to Celestia about friendship. I like it when series lean against the fourth wall like this, pointing out how something unusual happens once a week or takes 11 minutes to resolve. So Twilight heads into Ponyville to look for somebody who needs help so she can fix their issues and write about what she learned. Except all of her friends seem to be doing just fine without her. Twilight begins imagining what might happen if she fails to finish her assignment on time, assuming it'll mean she gets held back and dropped to Magic Kindergarten. So instead of waiting around for something to break, she breaks it herself, trying to get the Cutie Mark Crusaders to fight over a doll, and when that doesn't work, enchanting the doll to make ponies fight for it. This works too well, and she can't undo the spell due to the big fight, so she asks her friends for help. Twilight's too late though, as Celestia comes to Ponyville to see the state of things before telling off Twilight for being so obsessive. Spike warned her about how overworked Twilight was, so she came by to give her student a break, telling the whole main six that they can each write letters instead of just Twilight being the one to learn things. The moral is that sometimes there is no moral. Most morality tales are not just business as usual. The characters in them only learn a lesson of sorts when something goes wrong or something breaks down. It's only by failing to fix it and then succeeding at fixing it that people learn anything. And while this makes sense to the audience, thinking more about it makes you wonder if it's a worthy cause to try to want something to break just to learn from it. Wouldn't it be better if there was no need to have to learn and grow if only for a while? Some lessons come easily, so why make things harder? There's a metatextual lesson here as well if one considers that Twilight Sparkle is effectively just trying to write an episode of My Little Pony, going out of her way to look for some sort of conflict to resolve but not being able to find anything that makes sense to go wrong. Rarity loses a few things around her workspace, but that's hardly an episode-worthy plotline, even if she does play up the dramatics. And when she first arrives to get the Crusaders to fight, they give her a half-hearted attempt at flattery over her old toy, the awkward and stilted performances of fictional characters, showing what happens when you go out of your way to find something wrong when everything's normal. Luna Eclipsed. It's the Nightmare Night Festival, where all of Ponyville dresses up so they can go door to door, gathering candy while partaking in festivities about... It's a Halloween episode. They're celebrating Halloween, but since it wouldn't make sense for the setting to have real-world holidays with all the historical implications, they give it a little twist to keep it consistent with the rest of the setting. For example, they dress in costumes as disguises, so Nightmare Moon won't recognize them, and the candy's meant as an offering for a statue of her, so she'll eat her fill and have no room to eat ponies. This is the story of why they all celebrate a similar but technically distinct holiday. The catch is that Nightmare Moon is no longer just a legend. She's become Princess Luna, and she lives among them now. Since they're all celebrating a night about her coming by to almost eat them all, her presence at the celebration unnerves the ponies of Ponyville, who mostly just cower in fear. All but Twilight Sparkle, who recognizes that Luna wasn't trying to scare them, but just wanted to join in on the holiday meant for her. She's just out of the loop about how to talk to her subjects. 1,000 years ago, it was acceptable to use the royal we and to yell at the top of your lungs, so the gathered masses could hear you. But in the modern day, there's no need for such yelling and so much pomp. So Twilight decides that she's going to teach Princess Luna not to act like she's been sealed away for 1,000 years by having Fluttershy teach her to speak quietly and Applejack teach her to have fun. But these new lessons all fail because Pinkie Pie keeps riling up the kids to get them to fear the misunderstandings that arise, and soon Princess Luna is back to being an outcast. That is, until Twilight Sparkle tries but fails to get Pinkie Pie to stop spreading these rumors, as Pinkie tells her that she actually enjoys being scared. So at Twilight's request, Luna, now just Luna, leans into her scary appearance and personality, continuing to demand candy and intimidating all the other ponies as she realizes that this is just a role she can play. Last season there was an episode where the others had to learn to accept Zecora for who she was instead of judging her by her appearance. Here, the moral's similar but with a more nuanced approach. Luna really is as intimidating as she appears to be. The stories about her are mostly true. But instead of placing all the pressure of adaptation onto a single person or group, the moral of this story is to meet the other halfway. Luna has already taken steps to make herself less of an outsider, but to completely abandon her scary personality would be to erase who she is. Instead, the ponies of Ponyville are asked to accept that she's still a little bit scary, not accepting the horror stories of the past, but not demanding they be dismantled outright either. Sisterhooves Social. Rarity's parents are leaving for a vacation, leaving Sweetie Belle with her for the week. But as this week goes on, the two begin to fight more and more, as Sweetie Belle attempts to help out her sister only to make things worse, while Rarity attempts to get her sister out of the way. To get closer to Rarity, Sweetie asks if they can compete in the Sisterhooves Social, a collection of outdoor challenges. But Rarity shoots down the idea, saying it's too uncouth for her. The two argue and eventually break up, headed their separate ways as Rarity goes back to work, while Sweetie goes to Sweet Apple Acres. Here, she sees Applejack and Applebloom working together and enjoying each other's company. Back at the boutique, Rarity begins to realize how much help her sister really was, and goes to Applejack to apologize. In a typical episode of a kids show, this would be where the moral is learned. Each of the ponies realizes that they're better off with their sister, and they say something about how family is everything. Except Sweetie Belle already knew this at the start. She began the episode going out of her way to do chores and organize her sister's workshop and make her presents. These are all nice things to do, but the end result was, to the older of the two, a disaster that got in the way of Rarity's obligations. She wasn't looking at the intention behind her sister's actions, just the end result. Sweetie Belle refused to look at the end results of her actions, only caring about her intentions. She wanted to help out her sister, but just ruined her workflow. So this is the second half of the episode's conflict. Sweetie Belle turns down her sister's apology to instead participate in the Sisterhooves Social with her new sister Applejack. Applejack's unsure about this, but agrees to enter this one contest with Sweetie Belle as she and Rarity come up with a plan. On the day of the race, the two of them start together, then Applejack dives into a mud pit and is completely covered in dirt. It's not Applejack who emerges from the mud, but Rarity, and unbeknownst to Sweetie Belle, the two run the rest of the race together, barely missing out on first place. Of course, winning wasn't the point. After Rarity reveals herself, she also reveals her side of the lesson, to not care about the action of winning, but about the intention of entering a race and getting covered in mud. She didn't want to get dirty, but she did want to spend time with her sister, and made a little sacrifice. The Cutie Pox. Applebloom steals a potion that can grant one's heart's desire from Zecora while being treated for a chipped tooth, and then develops a hula-hooping cutie mark that she shows off to her classmates the next day. And then she develops another cutie mark, and another, unable to stop showing off the random talent she now has. As she can't stop dancing and performing and balancing and speaking French, they turn to Twilight Sparkle for help in figuring out what's going on, and Twilight learns of a disease called Cutie Pox, with no known cure. They seek out Zecora's help, but Applebloom can't make it there because she's too distracted by various performances, finally having Zecora come to them as she's investigating the ingredients that the filly took the day before. She's able to cure the Cutie Pox with seeds of truth that only grow after she confesses to the theft that her cutie marks are all fake. The second season of My Little Pony, I've noticed, has been steadily putting more and more of an emphasis on those not in the main six. This episode, for example, doesn't have any appearances of Fluttershy at all, and is the second in a row to focus on the Cutie Mark Crusaders. But it isn't just the side characters getting more of a spotlight, but background ponies who are more noticeable than before. Their actions in mitigating the spread of Cutie Pox serving as a quick plot beat in the episode where Zecora once again believes they're fleeing from her. Adding on to this, there are far more crowd shots than before, large groups of ponies appearing and reappearing as Ponyville stops being a village with a few named main characters and a bunch of extras, and onto Ponyville being a village with a more consistent character sheet. Then all of this is to say nothing of the pop culture references that are certainly added for the benefit of the show's now growing older audience. May the best pet win. The main six come together for a pet playdate, except for Rainbow Dash, as she's the only one who doesn't have a pet. So to avoid being left out, Rainbow tries to adopt a pet with the help of Fluttershy. I like how accurately Fluttershy is portrayed as a shy character. It's not that she never talks and always avoids it, she just doesn't speak up on most subjects. When her favorite topic, animals, comes up, she breaks into a full musical number. Shy people aren't untalkative, they're just selectively talkative. Rainbow Dash then spins the next act of the episode, putting all the potential candidates through a series of tests to best figure out which of them will make the best companion, narrowing it down to a quick flyer that can keep up with her. The final challenge is a race through the dangerous Ghastly Gorge, and whichever animal can keep up enough to cross the finish line with her will be her new pet. But Rainbow Dash has too much of a lead to the point of getting pinned beneath an avalanche too far out of the way for the others to see her. It's the turtle, named Tank, that's going slow enough to find her and use his hard shell to rescue the pinned pony. In the end, as the tortoise was the only one to cross the finish line with her, Rainbow Dash chooses to adopt a pet tortoise, giving him a personal helicopter to keep up. Keeping in line with some of the messages and motifs of earlier in the series, this episode borrows the story of the tortoise and the hare, just with wings. But rather than simply telling a moral about slow and steady winning the race, it instead shows that no, going slow won't win a race. The steadiness of Tank just shows how winning in terms of speed is not all that matters. Sometimes you want a companion who can keep up, but sometimes you want someone who is your opposite to keep you grounded and show off the things you missed. Her new pet is not one that matches her personality, but one who complements it. The mysterious Mare Duel. Rainbow Dash saves a few ponies around Ponyville from typical comic book pratfalls, reveling in their celebrations of her. But when she's too distracted signing autographs to save the day at one point, another pony, dubbed Mare Duel, flies in to save the day before she can. Rainbow Dash gets jealous of this new masked pony, who always saves the day just before she gets the chance to, and eventually she is the one who needs to be saved, which finally gets her mad enough to attempt to unmask her. Rainbow Dash then attacks Mare Duel, chasing her around town before finally pinning her to reveal it's Pinkie Pie, and Twilight Sparkle, and Applejack, and the rest of the main six, working together to teach her a lesson on humility. This episode retreads a lot of the ground that the last season covered in Boast Busters, this time replacing the antagonist with the major character and giving the story from her perspective. And sure, the difference between Trixie and Rainbow is that Rainbow actually did what she said she could, but aside from that, the approach is the same. A pony that brags a lot is publicly humiliated by coming up short of who she claimed to be. Yet while the Season 1 episode had more nuance, the plot was more about Twilight not wanting to stoop to Trixie's level. This episode plays the plot far straighter. The others do stoop to Rainbow Dash's level in an attempt to make two wrongs into a right. Instead of communicating clearly with their friend, they gaslight her into thinking she's a failure using the same methods they believed were wrong. It's not just a messy moral, but a messy moral that the show's already done well. Sweet and Elite. Rarity goes to Canterlot to work on a dress for Twilight Sparkle's upcoming birthday party, getting invited to stay in the castle because Twilight knows the princess. This causes her to become popular as people are impressed by the fact that Rarity seems to know royalty, and soon she finds herself invited to a series of parties and other social obligations by one Fancy Pants. But the entire time she's in Canterlot, she keeps bringing up her other friends and her connections to Ponyville, a town that the others view as rustic and unsophisticated. So Rarity keeps trying to hide the fact that she's from the boonies, all while ignoring her old obligations to spend time around the upper crust of society. The irony, of course, is that the very reason she is so popular in Canterlot is because of the knowledge her friends have, predicting races among the Wonderbolts because Rainbow Dash is a big fan, and getting her spot in the castle because of Twilight's connections. So when she acts embarrassed about where she is from, she's forgetting that where she's from is why people like her, even if they don't know this yet. Because Rarity blew off her obligations so much, she tells Twilight that she can't make it to the party, so the rest of her friends head to Canterlot to bring the party to her, even managing to reserve the room just outside Fancy Pants' party. For a while, Rarity tries to maintain the sitcom trope of attending both parties at the same time, while not really enjoying either of them. But the episode ends on a twist of the formula when she's finally caught between the two, as Twilight actually praises her business savvy for attending an upper crust party to meet with potential clients, and the partygoers, after Fancy Pants' lead, agree that her down-to-earth clothing designs, inspired by her friends in Ponyville, are actually a new fashion trend. It wasn't that Rarity had to decide between the two sides of her life, as the reason she had one was because of the other. Instead, it was the fact that she internalized the self-made segregation that the Canterlot ponies seem to enforce socially, rather than realizing she could push the envelope by making something new, inspired by both where she came from and where she's going. Rarity's personality is interesting because from the outside she's got the trappings of a mean girl archetype, rich and fancy and afraid of dirt and uncouth behavior. And yet, for all the appearances of someone obsessed with vanity, this doesn't define her personality. It's completely possible to be wealthy and obsessed with appearances without being a bad person, as generosity has nothing to do with those traits. Rarity's kindness comes down to the fact that her obsession with beauty extends to everyone else. She's willing to do anything she can to make sure that they live up to her standards, rather than simply looking down her nose at them. Secret of My Excess. Spike's birthday is coming up, and he's aging a ruby to eat during the celebrations. But when Rarity compliments the rock, he gives it to her as she thinks she'll like it more. The next week, his party begins, and the ponies show up to give him presents, something Spike didn't know was a tradition because this was his first Ponyville birthday. Motivated by the promise of more free stuff, Spike heads into town to demand gifts from everyone he meets. Twilight tries to tell him it's wrong to demand gifts instead of just receiving them, but he doesn't really internalize this lesson as he starts to hoard things, growing larger in tandem with his pile of stuff. Zecora teaches a lesson here when she's diagnosing what went wrong with him, that dragons are, by their biology, prone to creating massive piles of wealth and then using their size to keep it to themselves. So Twilight keeping him on as an assistant is just a ticking time bomb. It's a matter of when and not if he begins to act the way he is. This is reinforced by the other dragons we've met thus far, all of whom have been antagonistic in some way. But when Spike kidnaps Rarity and begins recreating scenes from King Kong, this fact gets questioned. Spike isn't responding to anyone's pleas to stop attacking Ponyville until he sees the necklace Rarity made from his gift, remembering how nice it felt to do something selfless. Spike then overcomes his own nature to revert to his usual baby dragon size, proving that he's not who he was born as, but who he learns to become. To reinforce this, the other ponies immediately forgive him in spite of all the collateral damage of his rampage. Not just a way to have the continuity reset for an easy ending to the episode, but a means of showing that one failure to change who you are doesn't define you as a dragon. Heart's Warming Eve. The main 6 are selected to put on the Heart's Warming Eve performance where they retell the foundation myth of Equestria. 3 races, the Pegasi of the clouds, unicorns of the sky, and earth ponies of the ground, all lived in an uneasy harmony where they exchanged their goods of rain, sun, and food respectively to the others. It's interesting that this clarifies a concept from earlier in the series, that the main 6 are not just 6 ponies, but that there are different pony races, and that the group is multicultural in a way distinct from the cultures the audience is familiar with. Like Fellowship of the Ring, but with cartoon horses. When a blizzard came in and threatened production, they fought over whose fault it was, eventually independently coming up with the idea to abandon the land entirely. They all set out on different journeys, with the leadership forcing their underlings to do most of the work before arriving at 3 sites they find to be perfect for settling. However, all 3 of these sites are actually the same location, and they begin to fight once again before being driven into a cave from the blizzard that followed them over. They end up fighting over the limited space before the blizzard forms inside, freezing the leadership in place as their ragged underlings agree that they don't actually have a feud with one another. And then their friendship is able to stave off the storm caused by Wendigos. Realizing that friendship is magic, they agree not to fight anymore and remove the previously transactional relationship to live in more harmony. That is to say, not providing food because you need to bribe the others for sunlight, but because you want them to have food. Friendship, whether it's between friends or civilizations, is something that can't be done out of necessity, but because you want to do it. And likewise, the lack of this friendship that creates the hatred the Wendigos fed off of was something that the common ponies never even wanted. Family Appreciation Day. Sweet Apple Acres is about to experience its annual Zap Apple Harvest, with Granny Smith leading the others in a series of nonsensical rituals regarding the plants that one of Apple Bloom's classmates makes fun of her for doing. This makes her self-conscious about some of her family's traditions, made worse when Family Appreciation Day comes up, and it's her turn to bring in a family member to talk about themselves. Apple Bloom never really second-guessed the things that her family did while she was growing up. These traditions were the norm for her, and she had no reason to doubt otherwise. Only having someone else to compare your life to can cause you to reconsider if you're actually doing things the right way, and this is where some of her anxiety came from. As Applejack and Big Macintosh are both going to be busy with the harvest, it's only Granny Smith available to give the presentation, so the Cutie Mark Crusaders convene to make sure she can't make it to school that day. Their plans fail and Granny Smith arrives anyway, only to tell the story behind the founding of Sweet Apple Acres, that they were personally given the land by Princess Celestia and how she staved off starvation with the first batch. Additionally, as the Zap apples are magical, they require specific rituals to be performed for the best taste, explaining Granny's odd behavior. The story ends with Granny Smith explaining that Ponyville was founded around the orchard, as so many people visited from all over to buy their apples, including the grandfather of one of Apple Bloom's classmates who made his first fortune selling the jam Granny produced. Now with a better appreciation for her family's traditions, Apple Bloom defends her grandmother and happily joins in once again with the rituals. Baby cakes. The Cake family has twins, a unicorn and a Pegasus, and Pinkie is excited that the owners of her favorite baked goods store now have 2 babies for her to play with. But a month later, when the 2 have a large catering order they have to focus on, Pinkie Pie volunteers to babysit, and the couple agrees if only because they couldn't find anyone else to agree. Pinkie Pie is excited to have a long playdate with these babies until real responsibilities start to appear, the kids refusing to stop crying or to eat or take their baths and so on. Pinkie attempts different fun tricks to get them to behave and only manages to discover that they laugh whenever she dumps flour on herself, which she has to repeatedly do to get them to behave for even a short amount of time. The concept of baby ponies is likely a huge marketing draw. Babies are supposed to be cute, ponies are supposed to be cute. There's absolutely a big market for the idea of playing pretend with a baby pony that the intended audience is likely to want to engage with. And while it's still perfectly likely that this would be leaned into, it's also responsible to ensure that the audience knows what they're getting into in real life. Babies are not some decorative object to be tossed into an imaginary scenario, but are actually a massive responsibility. So massive that almost everything else in your life will be paused to focus on them. And this doubles as a nice shout out to the parents of the kids watching, to give a knowing nod to the effort they've put in, whether it's changing their diapers, burping them at 3 a.m., or watching My Little Pony instead of what you actually wanted to see. The fact that this episode uses the framing devices that horror movies often employ to show that Pinkie Pie's out of her depth is not a random pop culture reference. In the end, Pinkie breaks down and cries over her inability to take care of these babies, the exact thing she was trying to avoid when she rejected the help of Twilight Sparkle earlier in the episode to protect her ego. The babies see her crying and start behaving, just as the parents finally come home, though the horror of this episode really comes when you consider what might have happened if Pinkie didn't have the parental lifeline she got here. The Last Roundup. Applejack enters the championship to win enough blue ribbons to afford to repair the damage to Town Hall caused by derpy hooves. There's a huge send-off for her as everyone celebrates the victories she hasn't yet won. And then after a few days at her welcome back party, Applejack sends a letter saying she won't be coming home for a while, but she will send money soon. The other main 6 investigate to track down where she might have gone, discovering she is in Dodge Junction rather than Ponyville. Further investigation leads them to find her at a cherry farm, working normally while refusing to tell the others why she hasn't come back with them. So they all get a job at the cherry farm too, with Pinkie Pie simply annoying the answers out of Applejack until she agrees to tell them all at breakfast the next morning. Applejack then skips breakfast to get the heck out of Dodge, the other ponies chasing her through the desert where she assumes she's lost them, forgetting that Fluttershy and Applejack can fly. Once cornered, they learn that Applejack never actually lied to the others. In her letter, she said she would send home money, not prize money, and that she'd tell them the truth at breakfast, which she never had. Yet while Applejack never technically lied, she did lie through omission by refusing to mention something she was ashamed of. Despite all her training, she never actually won any first-place ribbons, only capping at second and not having the money she needed to repair Town Hall. Applejack was nervous as there was a massive send-off for her, with everyone just assuming she would win. It's a tough position to be in, to be seated first in any competition, or to be told you're the best at something. Either you break even, or you're a disappointment, and here, Applejack assumed that she was the latter. This is similar to her mentality back in Applebuck season, where she volunteered for so many responsibilities that she could do all at once, but refused to tell anyone she couldn't keep the promises. Here, it wasn't a promise she made herself, but one others made for her. They all called her the best, and she didn't want to let them down, and in doing so, she didn't stand up for herself. But it's also hard to stand up for yourself by downplaying your abilities. It can be difficult to identify the line between modesty and self-loathing. The Super Speedy Cider Squeezy 6000. Sweet Apple Acres has once again run out of cider during cider season due to their careful process being too slow to keep up with demand. Seeing the disappointed line of customers, the Flim Flam brothers arrive with the titular Super Speedy Cider Squeezy, saying it can create cider faster than the Apple family. When the Apple ponies refuse to buy this device, the Flim Flam brothers decide to outcompete the others, challenging them to a cider-making contest to prove their speed. The Ballad of John Henry then plays out with a few character beats borrowed from The Music Man, although my audience will certainly feel more inspiration from Marge vs. the Monorail. At first, the Flim Flam brothers outpace the Earth ponies, but the rest of the main 6 offer to aid in the bottling of cider as a family of friends, rather than just the 4 of them. They use their talents to speed up production, so the Flim Flam brothers decide to outpace them further by foregoing quality control. Their idea was never to make a quality product, but to make money. The cider itself, the customers buying it, the orchard surrounding the machine, and so on, those are all just numbers in spreadsheets, with the money being the only end goal. So when they start moving these numbers around, they fail to consider them as anything tangible. The people making the money are so far removed from the product that they fail to see the effect on society their money-making machine really has. Their major goal of the episode is to drive a family off of their farm, and they consider a few rocks in their cider as an acceptable amount as long as it isn't in the way of getting a little more money. Of course, the rest of the Ponyvillians don't see it that way, and despite the Flimflam brothers winning handily, they don't keep this victory for long because nobody actually wants to buy their low-quality slop. Applejack writes in her letter to Celestia at the end of the episode that she learned nothing. She knew all along people liked the quality of her cider, as well as the fact that, once things got tough, she was able to rely on her friends. Read it and weep. Rainbow Dash is hospitalized with a broken wing, the other members of the main six trying to cheer her up, but she turns down Twilight Sparkle's offer of a book series to read, Daring Do. But after running out of other ways to pass the time, Rainbow Dash eventually caves and starts to read the series, about an explorer with a personality very similar to her own, and soon she's hooked. But reading is an egghead hobby to Rainbow Dash, and she's embarrassed to be caught doing it, in spite of the fact that her other friends read as well, and she doesn't find anything particularly off-putting about the hobby itself. In fact, the only reason that Rainbow Dash doesn't want to read is because she considers it to clash with the rest of her personality. She's an athlete, not a bookworm. Rainbow doesn't think a pony can be both of these things, and she constantly tries to get her other friends out of the room to get more reading time. She's eventually discharged from the hospital, but as she hasn't finished the copy of the first Daring Do book and is too prideful to ask to borrow Twilight, Rainbow Dash breaks into the hospital to steal from the book cart, reenacting scenes from the novel as she begins to blend fiction and reality. Rainbow Dash is caught while being chased around Ponyville, eventually confessing to the truth as Twilight Sparkle happily allows her to borrow her copy of the book, something Rainbow assumed she would also do from the beginning. What she did not assume, though, is that the other ponies wouldn't care that she was an avid reader, that they treated her the same in spite of the betrayal of her personality. Because the moral of the episode is that reading books is not a personality. Books come in so many genres, and people read them for so many different reasons that two people, both avid readers, meeting up together, might find that they have nothing to talk about except vision problems and neck pain. Rainbow Dash's anxiety in this episode might also be a metaphor for the burgeoning brony fandom, starting to gain attention at the time. The adults who liked a show for kids but kept it a secret as they were worried about judgment from those who assumed it was for kids exclusively. But the truth is that anybody who has such a curated personality as to be a one-dimensional monolith is certainly hiding something. It's the exceptions to who we are that provide a framing contrast to who we pretend to be. Hearts and Hooves Day. Upset that their teacher doesn't have anybody to spend Valentine's Day or Hearts and Hooves Day with, the Cutie Mark Crusaders try to arrange a date between Cheerilee and Big Macintosh, Applebloom's older brother. But despite having a romantic scenario arranged, the two don't actually fall in love instantly. So they go to Twilight for help on making ponies fall in love, where they learn the ingredients to a love potion. This potion works, and soon, the arranged couple are madly in love with one another. So in love, in fact, that they ignore every other responsibility they have to spend more time together. Realizing that this isn't good for their school or their food source, the Crusaders try to undo the love potion, learning it's actually a love poison. The morality of a love potion isn't really murky. Most adults will understand that this degree of chemical coercion towards romance is not a positive thing, but it's difficult to explain this to children in terms appropriate for kids. This, in spite of the fact that love potions are a trope in a number of fantasy stories and old fairy tales. So while the narrative cannot explicitly say what's wrong with the love potion, it can still present that loss of personality that comes from one as a negative, to give the beginning of a framework for younger audiences to get a more complex idea for the future. The fact that it's really a poison helps to inform the audience that, while love itself is good, you can poison any idea to make something negative. They learn the antidote is just to keep the lovers apart for 1 hour. Their scheme is then to pretend they're planning a wedding so they have an excuse to keep them apart. But Big Macintosh is too strong for them to hold him back after jewel shopping, and his cries of love are enough to call Cheerilee out of her wedding dress try-ons. And in spite of a pitfall they dug, the two end up reunited just after the hour mark, but the poison does end up losing its effect. In the end, the Cutie Mark Crusaders are punished by having to do all the chores Big Mac was not able to do while he was following their teacher around. And then the fake couple teaches the others for a bit by leaving together for a picnic. A friend indeed. Pinkie Pie attempts to get a new citizen of Ponyville named Cranky Doodle Donkey to be her friend, rolling out a literal welcome wagon, but failing to get the guy to acknowledge her in any way as he finds her antics and her songs annoying. Not understanding that Cranky just wants to be left alone, she continues to bug him, accidentally knocking off his toupee and embarrassing him in front of the whole town. Cranky Doodle serves as an opposite of Pinkie Pie, a donkey who only wants solitude and who lacks the bombastic energy of the other pony. This isn't because he lacks the ability to behave this way, but rather the desire. No amount of excitement can force others to be similarly excited. Her attempts to correct this by giving him a new wig and a new makeover do not work, as Cranky just wants to be left alone, with Pinkie's prying revealing that he used to travel the world looking for somebody before winding up in Ponyville to retire. After accidentally destroying a scrapbook of the man's, she attempts to apologize by piecing together bits of his history, like menus from the Grand Galloping Gala and so on, eventually bringing in Matilda, who Pinkie has discovered was the special someone he was looking for after a chance meeting decades ago. Pinkie manages to get her happily ever after as Doodle finally accepts her as a friend, which he does by moving in with Matilda to be left alone with her instead. So Pinkie's new friend is really in name only, but that was sort of the point. Earlier episodes have characterized Pinkie as being the heavily dependent on other people's approval type. Without it, she feels like a failure. It's a bit of an issue that, for someone so intent on making friends, Pinkie doesn't accept what others want, forcing herself in their face against their wishes. I was expecting this to be an episode about how not everyone can be your friend, and some people aren't going to change their mind just because you keep trying. Then the moral would be Pinkie not blaming herself or the donkey for this, because that's just the way things are sometimes. I get that for a kid's show there has to be a happy ending, but it might not hurt to have a happy ending that came not from the characters get what they were trying to get, but from finding joy where they can. Putting your hoof down. Fluttershy's pet bunny is refusing to eat regular food, so she goes into town to buy a nicer meal for him, only to get cut off in lines and swindled for more than the ingredients are worth. Seeing their friend getting taken advantage of, Rarity and Pinkie Pie try to teach her to stand up for herself, but she fails to internalize any of their lessons and winds up unable to get the last of the ingredients. After Angel refuses to eat his food because of a missing cherry, Fluttershy vows to take an assertiveness course from a flyer she gets in the mail. This course is taught by a macho stereotype named Iron Will, who gives her a series of catchphrases to say that'll make her stand up for herself. At first, her friends are happy to see her standing up for herself and getting her way far more often, until Fluttershy begins to act like a bully, attacking other ponies for perceived slights and taking whatever she wants. After Fluttershy tells off the other two and scares them away, she realizes she has become the exact type of bully that she disliked so much before. So Fluttershy locks herself in her house, refusing to come out because she considers herself a monster. But when Iron Will returns to ask for his payment for the seminar, the other ponies realize she's in no state to negotiate for herself. Iron Will demands payment, but Fluttershy meekly says she was unsatisfied with the lessons after scaring everybody off, and his seminar had a satisfaction guarantee. She ends up getting the guy to leave by stating no means no, which he likes enough as a slogan to respect, and Rarity and Fluttershy celebrate that their old friend is back. Iron Will was portrayed as a bad sort of person, the kind of bully that was harassing Fluttershy from the beginning of the episode. So when she internalizes his lessons and starts to push back against others, one would expect that he would be proud of this behavior, and he is. His business model was logically sound. Either the pony he encourages becomes more assertive and thus is satisfied with the service, or they're not more assertive and thus won't stand up for themselves when they demand payment. But Fluttershy ends up learning to be more assertive without using his methods, meaning she wasn't happy with his seminar but became more assertive anyway. This was not done by copying her friend's methods, but by embodying her own. Fluttershy doesn't want to hurt anyone's feelings, and as a result, ends up avoiding conflict entirely. But it's possible to have a conflict where both sides come away still respecting each other, which she does by being firm but still polite. She's nice enough to respect the other party without accepting their actions, a proper lesson in conflict avoidance. It's about time. While pacing about her study, Twilight Sparkle receives an ominous warning from Twilight Sparkle, who traveled back in time to attempt to warn herself of an impending disaster. But past Twilight is too busy asking questions about her future self's bizarre appearance and outfit, and the future Twilight ends up returning to her time before she finishes the warning. Realizing she only has a week before this disaster, Twilight begins preparing for every possible thing that could go wrong, warning the citizens of Ponyville and having them work together to disaster-proof everything. For a moment, Twilight believes they're ready, as Cerberus has escaped, nearly rampaging through the town, only to be calmed down by Fluttershy. But then a letter from Celestia warning Ponyville of the escaped animal arrives and gives Twilight a paper cut, making her realize that Cerberus wasn't the disaster. So I guess Tartarus is canon in the universe of My Little Pony? The dungeon of eternal torment that holds the damned? That's just sort of dropped in dialogue uncaringly? Oh well. Twilight then tries to find out what exactly this impending disaster is going to be, using the tech in her lab to check every possible possibility, and even resorting to asking Pinkie Pie's Pinkie Sense for advice, finding nothing. Through some magical mishaps and a misuse of a telescope, she ends up having almost the exact appearance of the bedraggled Twilight she met in the future, completing the ensemble when she dons ninja gear to break into the archives in Canterlot for a spell to prevent the disaster. But despite looking all night, she, Pinkie, and Spike find nothing, and when the sun rises, Twilight realizes that the disaster was the fact that there was no disaster, an issue existing entirely in her head. Pinkie Pie finds a one-use spell that will allow her to go back in time, since any more than one would immediately break any semblance of canon in the franchise, and Twilight goes back to warn herself not to worry for no reason. But she doesn't get to finish this interaction and returns to her time before giving the full warning, starting a stable time loop and the entire episode's plot. Stable time loop was not meant to be a pun. Dragon Quest. The main six, minus Fluttershy, have gathered to watch the dragons migrate, with Spike also observing and realizing he knows very little about dragons despite being one. He and Twilight attempt to research more about his species, but they don't learn much because ponies and dragons are too different. So Spike declares that he's going to follow the dragons to their mountainous homes so he can learn more about them and himself. After a perilous journey, Spike meets with some teenage dragons and attempts to integrate himself with their group, but they only make fun of him for not having wings and for being a baby, made worse when they learn he's from Ponyville. To prove he's not a pony on the inside, they challenge him to a series of tasks, each one more stereotypically masculine than the last, like burping contests, or wrestling, or cliff diving. The metaphor here is that Spike is the sole male character among the main cast, and therefore the sole masculine archetype among the ponies that get the most screen time. Except, as shown in this episode, Spike is a dragon in name only. His mannerisms are adopted from those around him who are not dragons. So the conflict in this episode is all about Spike being socialized as a pony despite being physically a dragon. He's suppressing some part of who he is deep inside in order to fit into those around him, who are not consciously making him into somebody else, as they don't really know otherwise how to raise a dragon. This can be seen as a metaphor for any number of things, but the closest thing we'll see here is the male fanbase of the show. My Little Pony has an episode where the presumably low male population gets to experience their grappling with being outsiders among the fandom. But those who can read into the metaphor even more will also see themselves like the young girls who latch onto My Little Pony in a landscape that views cartoons as fitting into two categories: cartoons and cartoons for girls. Spike's interactions with the dragons culminate in a raid on a phoenix nest to steal the eggs, something that isn't successful as they've all hatched but one. These chicks flee from the dragons, leaving the remaining egg to be discovered by Spike. But when the dragons encourage him to smash it, he refuses because he sympathizes with the egg as it's the only one of its kind. Twilight, Rainbow Dash, and Rarity then confront the dragon as they were following Spike all along to make sure he was okay, and they help him to flee from the others with the egg intact. In the end, Spike realizes that it doesn't matter if he's a dragon or a pony, since, after it all anyway, he's still just Spike. Hurricane Fluttershy. It's time for the annual Pegasus Tornado, an event where the Pegasi of Equestria fly in circles to produce a tornado massive enough to manually lift water out of the reservoir to provide more fuel for the clouds made in Cloudsdale. Apparently, evaporation is not a common thing in this setting, so they do it all themselves, once more having My Little Pony's world building based upon normally natural occurrences being the result of manual actions. This year, Rainbow Dash wants to lead the others not only in creating a tornado with the force to bring the water up, but to set a speed record while doing so. She leads the other Pegasi in training for this big event, though Fluttershy is too nervous to fly in front of others, let alone have her flying speed measured and compared. Her reasons for being nervous are because the other Pegasi used to make fun of her in school for being a poor flyer, and these anxieties have only festered in her mind in the time since then. As much as people say that time heals all wounds, the truth is that some internal wounds only get worse as you internalize them to the point where you start to believe the wound is a part of you. At first, Rainbow Dash tries to use the same tough love style of motivation she uses for all the other Pegasi, yelling until they go faster. But Fluttershy sets a terrible time because she's imagining laughter once again, and she flees into the woods in embarrassment. But the forest animals encourage her to keep at it, practicing her flying in secret and on her own terms, until returning to set a new time much better than the old one, but still one of the lowest speeds of any flyer. The event starts without Fluttershy, who still feels left out because she's not as fast as anyone else, yet several of the Pegasi have fallen ill, and now there's a chance they might not have the lift needed to make a tornado at all. In spite of everyone's efforts, they wind up just short, until Fluttershy gets over her anxiety to join in, finally giving them the lift to push the water over the edge and finish the mission. Because her mission was never about being the fastest, it was about having everyone work together to create a force. Logically, there will be one pony who is the slowest of any group, which is fine since we know Fluttershy's talents are elsewhere. The issue was that everyone was being judged on the same metric, meaning they were seemingly objectively ranked for a few days. So Fluttershy had to relive her past trauma where the kids making fun of her were all correct and even vindicated for doing so, only to ignore this and join in anyway in a future where no one's competing but cooperating. Ponyville Confidential. The Cutie Mark Crusaders joined the school paper, the Full Free Press, in an attempt to get cutie marks in journalism. They're put under the newspaper's editor, their rival, Diamond Tiara, who demands that the paper make more changes to get a larger reader base. At first, the trio sets out to run interviews about their neighbors in Ponyville, but these aren't juicy enough. And then they photograph an embarrassing moment between two other ponies and find success publishing under the name Gabby Gums. Wanting more and more popularity, they begin to secretly run more stories about the lowest moments of the others around town. And when they run out of these types of stories, they begin to fabricate new tales and stretch the truth to make something entertaining. At first, the ponies of Ponyville are happy to read these gossipy stories about others, and the paper sells incredibly well. But once the main six realize that there are stories being published about them, they grow furious, more so when Rarity discovers her own sisters behind all of this. Afterwards, everybody refuses to talk to the Crusaders as they don't want stories published about them anymore. This is made worse by the fact that they're trying to publish a legitimate story instead of something sensationalized because they feel guilty about ruining people's reputations. When they return to Diamond Tiara with news that they don't want to publish gossip anymore, she threatens them with photographs of their embarrassing first interviews. So the Crusaders decide that Gabby Gums ought to come clean, and they publish an apology letter to Ponyville, asking for forgiveness. While the Crusaders certainly did wrong in this episode, the only reason they were able to benefit from all of this is because the rest of the ponies encouraged that behavior. They were seeking popularity, and found out they can get that popularity from pandering to schadenfreude. And while this will get you a bit of temporary fame, in the long run it hurts your ability to be taken seriously by anyone else, as they neglect you. Gossip columns are only run because other people read them, so it's hypocritical to enjoy reading about other people's misfortune, and then to get indignant that your own dirty laundry is aired later. But while both parties, the publisher and the readers, can both be considered in the wrong, in the end it's up to the ones in charge of publishing this content to make the change first. When you call yourself a journalist, it means you have a responsibility to be curious, investigative, and morally honest that's greater than the typical ponies. This is the burden of passing yourself off as an expert. Even my own channel has this temptation from time to time. I would get more views if I published frequent videos dunking on low-rated shows, but I prefer talking about things that I enjoy or suspect I will enjoy. I try to be more positive than negative, because that's what I want other people to do. And the fact that I still have an audience of people like you means that there is wisdom in this strategy. Stooping low is a choice made more by the creator than the audience, even if both parties are culpable. Mystery on the Friendship Express. The Cake family has entered their marzipan mascarpone Mare to a competition in Canterlot, with Pinkie Pie put in charge of safely transporting it there via the Friendship Express. Also aboard this train are 3 other chefs and their prize pastries, like Gustave Legrand's exceptionally exquisite eclairs, Donut Joe's Donutopia, and Mulia Mild's Chocolate Mousse Mousse. This episode has a lot of alliteration. Pinkie Pie suspects sabotage and prepares to spend the night guarding the cake, chasing after a few shadows and other bumps in the night while she follows shadowy suspects. She eventually falls asleep, waking up to find several bites taken from the cake. So Pinkie Pie dons a Sherlock cap to investigate the potential suspects of the cake chomping, blaming the other chefs with no evidence other than the fact that they might have ruined the cake to boost their winning chances, something she does with a series of pop culture references like saying Gustave's an old-timey mustache twirler, complete with a black and white silent film, Donut Joe being a Bond-esque secret agent chopping up the cake with a laser, and Mulia Mild being a sneaky samurai. But none of these explanations makes any sense, and they're called into doubt further when the train enters a tunnel and the rest of the desserts are also eaten. So Twilight Sparkle takes over to look for real clues she finds throughout the cart before returning to the scene of the crime to show the culprit 3 members of the main 6. They explained that Pinkie Pie's glazing of the cake's taste was too much for them, and each one individually went after a piece when they thought no one was looking. After teaching the value of evidence and deductive reasoning to Pinkie Pie, she passes the Sherlock kit back, and Pinkie Pie solves the latter half of the mystery by finding evidence among the chefs and using the same motives from before. Her descriptions of the desserts were too dazzling, and they each devoured the other dishes. In the end, as everyone was guilty, they agreed to combine their entries, or at least what's left of them, winning a prize with their mutual effort as well as mutual blame. A Canterlot Wedding. Twilight and the rest of the main 6 are invited to the wedding of Princess Miamore Cadenza in Shining Armor, Twilight Sparkle's old babysitter Cadence, and her older brother. She's upset at the fact that her older brother sent a letter announcing his marriage rather than telling her in person, especially because they were very close as kids. Not close enough for her to have mentioned him prior to this point, though. They head to Canterlot via train and notice a ton of extra security, explained as Princess Celestia responding to a threat made against Canterlot. As Shining Armor is the head of the guard, he's been busy with both maintaining a shield around the castle as well as planning the wedding, explaining why he was too busy to speak with Twilight, as well as why Cadenza's in charge of handling the details, things that each of Twilight's friends have been put in charge of, while Twi herself is the best mare for her brother. But Twilight's not satisfied with this explanation, following the bride to be around and seeing how nasty her behavior is compared to how kind she used to be. The others dismiss this as pre-marital stress, but Twilight wants to dig further, discovering that Cadenza has been casting some sort of spell on Shining Armor in secret. Twilight confronts her at the wedding rehearsal, telling the others that her future sister-in-law's evil. But Shining Armor explains that the spell was to help with his migraines from the effort of maintaining the shield, and her attitude was because of the stress of dealing with the prep herself. Everybody leaves Twilight saying that she's the one with the attitude problem. Instead of realizing that she has just gotten into her own head again about imaginary problems like in Lesson 0 and again in It's About Time, Twilight instead gets confronted by Cadenza, who reveals that she really was evil all along and she swallows Twilight up in green fire. Twilight wakes up in the caves beneath Canterlot as a prisoner of Cadenza, being taunted by the other unicorn before she blasts through a wall and discovers the princess, quickly realizing that she has been kept prisoner as well, and the one marrying Shining Armor is a shape-shifting imposter named Chrysalis. Chrysalis is the queen of the changelings and feeds off of love, which she's found plenty of in Equestria, and she nearly marries the captain of the guard when Twilight and the real Cadence burst in to stop it. They stop the wedding vows from going through, but it's still too late as the changeling has enough love to break through the shield, letting her minions run amok on the ponies of Canterlot. She takes out Celestia, who uses the last of her energy to tell the main 6 to retrieve the elements of harmony to defeat her. They're forced to fight through armies of changelings that take their own appearance to complicate things, and despite fighting to the armory, they're too slow and get captured. But hope is not lost as Cadence is able to use her love magic to break Shining Armor out of his trance, and the two combine their love with their magic to rebuild the barrier, launching the changelings and their queen out of the castle. With the day saved, they all throw a proper wedding for the couple, as each of the main 6 gets to assist in adding Cadence to the family. Weddings are a big draw for so many young girls as playsets. The romantic idea of a princess marrying a prince and living happily ever after is sold as the dream for so many without a lot of questioning put into the concept. Of course, in real life, a princess getting married is usually someone getting married to someone based off political convenience or necessity. It's hardly romantic not to have a say in who you spend your life with. So here, a literal interpretation of this concept gets implemented. The ideal wedding is established, and then it's revealed that the main antagonist's plan was to distract everyone with the fairy tale version so they'd be too busy and too stressed to notice odd things going on. But Twilight Sparkle noticed the odd things going on and grew suspicious as she followed ponies around and accused them of horrible things. And while she was right in the end, all the points leading up to the end made her seem like the real bad guy, trying to sabotage the wedding out of a dislike of the situation, that her brother was too busy with work to spend time with her, and the bride wasn't the same teenager who used to babysit her. But in spite of all the negativity that could have been present, the episode still acknowledges that the princess wedding pony stuff is still a draw for the intended audience. It would be cynical to act like all the things people enjoy are really awful and wicked, without at least providing an alternative or more explanation. So to simply say there's no such thing as a happily ever after would be far too far outside the tone of the series. Calling something bad isn't nuance, nor the nuance that the show has developed a reputation for. This two-parter ends with the cliché of true love saving the day, with capital letters and everything. But the ending still works because the premise of the episode had been deconstructed in the first place. It's giving the audience the exact happy ending they expected, but yanking it away partway through, so it's still a surprise when it happens. Because love saving the wedding is, in fact, the point of a wedding. It doesn't matter what else happens, so long as the people getting married really do love each other. Then they can have a well-deserved happily ever after. The Crystal Empire. Princess Celestia learns that the Crystal Empire has returned, so as a test, she tells Twilight that she needs to help protect it from King Sombra, the previous ruler who cursed the Empire when he was banished 1,000 years ago. Apparently, in My Little Pony's universe, princesses and princes are good, while kings and queens are evil. Twilight and the rest of the main six meet up with Shining Armor and Cadence, who have been doing what they can to maintain the barrier protecting the city. But Shining Armor's horn is corrupted by an attack from Sombra, leaving only Cadence to maintain the barrier instead of resting. They spread out among the town to learn how to protect it, though the sleepy citizens aren't much of a help, as they're all suffering from amnesia and don't seem to realize they've been sealed for 1,000 years. Eventually, they're able to piece together historical records teaching them of a fair that was held to recharge a crystal heart with love, something that can power the barrier keeping Sombra out. They work together to put on the fair, with Twilight carving a new crystal heart herself, only to learn too late that the crystal heart the book referred to was an actual artifact, not just a statue. So Twilight Sparkle has the rest of the ponies put on the fair to distract the crystal ponies long enough to find the real crystal heart, all while Sombra's horn, which has made it beyond the barrier, begins corrupting the surrounding land. She returns to the throne room where she discovers a massive underground cavern that leads to a door where she sees Celestia scolding her for failing the test. But Spike sees a similar nightmare and she realizes that it's not a real vision but a nightmare made of Sombra's magic. This is really all the audience ever gets from the guy. The antagonist of this episode is underdeveloped, serving as a pure evil villain, and not even getting the minor justification to his actions that Queen Chrysalis had to feed her people. Twilight returns to the surface with the gravity magic, where she finds the crystal heart, only for Sombra to imprison her. She refuses to give up on her mission, trying to escape to bring the heart to the fair and save the day, but is unable to find any way to escape in time before finally giving up and telling Spike to save the day instead. Twilight spent the entire episode focused on the fact that Celestia sent her to the Crystal Empire as a test, assuming she has to do everything herself or she might fail due to getting help. It isn't until the end, when the day is saved, where Celestia tells her that she actually passed by giving up. The fact that she prioritized the safety of the Crystal Empire over her test scores was proof enough that she was kind enough to deserve to have her studies ramping up. So the season opener has a nice moral about friendship and cooperation, but so have all the season openers by this point. The only real difference is that now Twilight Sparkle's prioritizing her friendships over things she values, like studying and impressing her teacher. Who you know is more valuable than what you know. Too many Pinkie Pies. Torn between the different fun activities her friends have planned for that evening, Pinkie Pie heads to a mirror pool in the woods to make a clone of herself to attend both events at once. But when this isn't enough, as she has more than 2 friends, she creates more clones to attend everything at once. But these clones make clones of their own, and soon there are dozens of Pinkie Pies, or Pinkie's Pie, roaming around Ponyville trying to have as much fun as possible. These ponies wreak havoc on the town, prompting Twilight Sparkle to investigate magic that can undo this mass cloning event. She learns of a way to undo it with magic, but this requires her to find the original Pinkie Pie to spare her. As each of the Pinkie's Pie insists that it's her, they have to create a test to see which of the ponies is the least fun of the group, assuming that the pony most dedicated to her friends will accept being bored the longest. This test is to have them watch paint dry, and one by one the Pinkie Pies fail to pay attention before getting zapped and teleported back to the pool. Soon the original Pinkie Pie is the only one left, briefly doubting if she really is the true version of herself, before deciding that it probably doesn't matter. Pinkie Pie has a reputation both in and out of universe as being, to borrow some recent web parlance, a chaos gremlin. She's mostly there to serve as comic relief to the others, making a joke or adding some kind of slapstick humor to moments where there's too much drama or plot going on, so the episode still feels like it's fresh and childish enough for the intended audience. But it's hard to build a whole character around being the comic relief, not that this really applies to Pinkie Pie. We've already seen a few plots revolving around her in the way that she's dependent on others for self-esteem. She is far from a one-note character. But the Pinkie Pie clones are, and it's a comparison to them that makes her real character stand out even more. Once Pinkie Pie is surrounded by Pinkie Pie, she begins to lose who she is because she can't compete with the version of her other people perceive. After all, nobody could tell who the real Pinkie Pie was for the longest time. One can think of this episode as a reaction to the concept of flanderization, when a previously deep character becomes a parody of themselves. This is commonly done for a few reasons, usually because a long-running show has passed from showrunner to showrunner, as did this show at the end of Season 2. And the new staff doesn't want to develop the old characters much out of fear that they might make an unpopular change to characters viewed as too sacred to touch, all while leaning into popular fan tropes to get a better reaction from the audience. So here we get to see a glimpse into not a clone of Pinkie Pie, but a potential future of Pinkie Pie. What happens to a character when their reputation outshines their reality? One bad apple. Babs Seed, Apple Bloom's cousin, visits from Manhattan, and the filly is eager to make a good first impression on her, as she also doesn't yet have a cutie mark. The Cutie Mark Crusaders invite her into their clubhouse, giving her a tour that ends on their planned parade float for the upcoming Summer Harvest Parade. But when Diamond Tiara and Silver Spoon, their schoolyard bullies, arrive at the barn and begin to taunt the others, Babs Seed sides with the bullies, joining them. The Crusaders, not wanting to tell the adults about this out of fear of how Babs will react, decide to simply hide from the new bully until her visit's over, but Babs goes out of her way to make their lives miserable over a musical montage. Tired of running away, they make a new plan, to build a new float for the parade, one so nice that Babs will try to steal it, at which point they rig it to crash into the mud. But when Applejack sees their float being piloted by the new pony, she thinks it's an act of kindness, revealing that Babs was bullied back home for her blank flank, and she came to Ponyville to relax from that life. Realizing they've stooped to the level of their bullies, the Crusaders rush over to save Babs, ending up in the mud themselves. In the end, they apologize to her, and Babs realizes that she became the exact type of pony that she hated, and then they induct her into the Cutie Mark Crusaders once more. The moral told to the audience in this episode is along the lines of asking an adult for help when you're being bullied, which, as far as anti-bullying advice goes, is at least decent. Other morals are along the line of standing up to your bullies or ignoring them outright, which fail to acknowledge that bullying is mostly about power dynamics. It's a larger kid picking on a smaller one, or a popular pony making fun of a less popular pony. Fighting back is useless because it only makes the conflict into one in which the bully has the advantage, as in, they would receive the support of their friends while the victim would not. This is shown in the way that Babs Seed joins in with the bullies and makes fun of the blank flanks despite not having a cutie mark herself. It isn't about logic, it's about status. So talking to an adult is the way to invert the status, using the authority of a figure with your best interest in mind to make that dynamic less one-sided. This is all assuming that the authority figure in question really does care and isn't the type to punish both groups as a means of stamping out bullying reports instead of the actual bullying. Bullying is a complex issue, otherwise it wouldn't really be an issue. So for an episode about it, it's better to give viewers reasonable advice to ask for help instead of more simplistic exact answers to a problem. Magic Duel. The great and powerful Trixie reappears in Ponyville, donning the Alicorn Amulet, a device that amplifies her powers significantly, and she gets revenge on those who she perceives as having humiliated her in her last appearance. To get her to stop, Twilight Sparkle agrees to a magical duel to see whose spells are the strongest, but when Twilight fails to undo an aging curse Trixie casts, she gets driven out of Ponyville. While in the woods, Twilight trains her magic with Zecora, though she struggles with a lot of this training and barely manages to complete any of what she's assigned to do. Meanwhile, the rest of Ponyville is living under Trixie's tyrannical rule, plotting to overthrow her by getting rid of the amulet she's wearing that they discover is corrupting its user. As it can only be removed by Trixie herself, they send Fluttershy in secret to warn Twilight of this new information, where she comes up with a plan based on Zecora's advice. The next night, Twilight Sparkle brags about a new amulet she found that's even more powerful than Trixie's. To prove its power, she challenges the other pony to a second magical duel, where she's able to cast a variety of spells even the amulet-enhanced Trixie can't do. So Trixie, in character, steals Twilight's amulet and replaces her old one, which the other ponies then hide away. Trixie quickly finds out that the amulet is just a worthless rock, and Twilight never used any magic but smoke and illusions to convince every pony she was powerful. Trixie's first appearance had her deceive everybody by pretending to be great and powerful when she was not. In her second major appearance, she really is as powerful as she claims to be, and of course, no one likes her anyway, not even her biggest fans from before. It's better to be loved than feared, but if you struggle to be loved, then feared is a close second compared to ignored. At least, this is Trixie's Machiavellian mentality. The issue, of course, is that Trixie never really tried to be loved in the first place. She tricked people into loving her at first, and now authentically makes people fear her. So to serve as an opposite, Twilight, a character whose friends authentically love her, uses deceptions to make others fear her, pretending to be a powerful magic user, so Trixie herself is motivated by the fear of being left behind to sabotage herself. I'm actually a bit surprised that it took this long for Trixie to be reintroduced to the show, considering how big the fandom around her seemed to be from an outsider's perspective. You would expect her to be an honorary main character based on the merchandise and fan works, not a character with 2 appearances across 3 seasons. Sleepless in Ponyville. Hoping to impress her idol, Rainbow Dash, Scootaloo offers to go camping with the Cutie Mark Crusaders and their older sisters, biological or otherwise, to get closer. Rarity insists on bringing along a mountain of suitcases, while Scootaloo's happy just to try and keep up with Rainbow. But this extends to more than just speed, as Rainbow tells scary stories at night that keep everyone up. She tries to play it cool, but only ends up in near-miss accidents as she tries to prevent the others from knowing anything's wrong, hoping it will make her look as cool as her idol. The next night, Rainbow Dash tells another scary story, giving Scootaloo another nightmare. But this nightmare's about Princess Luna, who can enter dreams, and she tells the filly that she has to confront her fears directly, or she'll keep having nightmares. Scootaloo fails to identify what the princess meant, fleeing from creepy noises in the night, which are actually just Rainbow Dash's snores, before winding up in the river, about to go off a cliff. She is saved by Rainbow Dash and then finally says what's actually been bugging her, that she is too scared to sleep but too proud to admit that. Rainbow Dash confesses that these scary stories scared her when she first heard them too. That's the point of a scary story. And they finally share a moment where they admit their weakness to one another. Wonderbolts Academy. Rainbow Dash gets into Wonderbolts Academy, where she can train to become a Wonderbolt in the future. On her first day there, she meets Lightning Dust, another Pegasus just like her, who manages to leave the other Pegasi in training in the dust. The duo setting a series of records and distinguishing themselves as the best ones there. As Lightning Dust is constantly pushing herself, Spitfire, the Wonderbolt in charge, makes her a lead pony, with Rainbow Dash as her wing pony, or number 2. Rainbow Dash is a bit demotivated by this, but tries to keep up with the other one to prove how effective she can be, and yet, Lightning Dust keeps going faster and faster, to the point of injuring Rainbow's wing and throwing a bunch of other cadets off their paths too. Lightning dismisses this as the others being too weak to keep up, with Rainbow Dash following along because she still wants to be the best. Back in Ponyville, Pinkie Pie is getting nervous about how Rainbow Dash is doing without the others, so she decides that the best course of action is that the rest of the main 6 ought to send a care package in person, ensuring Dash can't forget them. But they show up in the middle of a cloud clearing exercise that, despite having a clear lead, Lightning insists on clearing faster by making a tornado. This tornado hits the hot air balloon with the other ponies, who fall to the ground. Rainbow Dash abandons the mission to rescue them, still winning but deciding it's not worth it to be a Wonderbolt if it means ignoring the well-being of her friends and allies, and even herself. She turns in her badge and leaves, only to be stopped by Spitfire, who says that while Wonderbolts are supposed to be the best of the best, being the best also means being careful and skilled. She gives Dash the position of lead pony instead of Lightning, and they all celebrate her return to the Academy. Lightning Dust is basically just Rainbow Dash, but 20% more, each of her character traits being an exaggerated version of something Dash embodies, for better and for worse. Because Rainbow Dash is a very competitive pony who always does her best at everything, and Lightning tries her best as well, just to the point where she is willing to sabotage others. Rainbow's done this before, but that was considered a low moment for her, while Lightning is rewarded for this sabotage. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be the best at something. The only issue is when you fail to properly define what the best means, assuming it's about setting records and leaving everyone else behind, instead of using your skill to uplift others. Apple Family Reunion. The Apple Family Reunion is coming up, but Granny Smith is a bit too old to handle the preparations herself, so Applejack volunteers to take over. But while the family's reminiscing on decades of old traditions, Applejack begins trying to incorporate all the events into a single day, and when she realizes that every pony invited is going to show up, tries to outdo all the previous years because she doesn't know when they might be together again. Interestingly, when Applejack mentions that she is unsure about the next chance she'll get to meet with certain family members, 2 stars fly overhead, the same 2 that appear at the end of the episode. For all the discussion of family and get-togethers, there are 2 family members suspiciously missing, Applejack's parents, with Applejack living with other family members with their parents never really seen. The show doesn't explicitly mention what happened to them, but it implies it through the actions of the characters. This makes it more understandable when Applejack spends the rest of the episode over preparing for this reunion by trying to create every one of their traditions with several additional steps. So many, in fact, that no one at the reunion actually has any time to spend with one another. They're too busy working at various stations to have the chance to talk, with Applejack noticing this and trying to salvage the reunion with even more activities, resulting in a swarm of fruit bats knocking down the barn they were meant to take the group photo in front of. Feeling as though she has let the family down, Applejack laments that it was the worst reunion ever, until the whole family gets together to re-raise the barn, finally having the opportunity to chat now that they're all in one place. It's easy to view this as a rehash of the lessons learned back in Best Night Ever, where the ponies learn that it's not what you do, but who you do it with. But because of the small addition of the context that Applejack is trying to spend as much time with their family as possible before she loses them, it adds a layer of nuance to the plot. Of course, she wants to optimize the time together if she knows firsthand that this time is in limited supply. Spike at your service. Twilight Sparkle is studying for an upcoming exam, leaving Spike with nothing to do. He ends up taking a hot air balloon ride that goes out of control, eventually ending up in the Everfree Forest, where he's attacked by CGI wolves. Applejack saves him from these wolves, so Spike swears himself to serve her for the rest of his life, part of his Noble Dragon Code. But Spike's help isn't very helpful. He mostly gets in the way of Applejack's other responsibilities, so she attempts to get rid of Spike, first by reminding him of his duties to Twilight. When he approaches her about quitting, she's too distracted to realize what he's actually asking, and soon, Spike is completely dedicated to serving Applejack, which is when she realizes that he's actually serious about his whole life debt thing. Applejack makes a few more attempts to give him impossible tasks to complete, so he'll fail and give up, but Spike eagerly does everything he's asked to do, including making a massive pile of rocks and even offering to breathe for Applejack. Spike is a dragon, and part of being a dragon is to have a dragon's code, likely something he picked up since he last attempted to get in touch with his roots and learn more about his people. As following this newly discovered code is important to him, Applejack cannot simply tell him to leave her alone or even order him to go back to Twilight, as it would be insensitive to his culture to do so. Of course, for as much as the ponies have a responsibility to ensure that they maintain a multicultural society and aren't just erasing differences, Spike also has a responsibility to meet the others halfway. His noble dragon code ought not to get in the way of the lives of those around him. They aren't dragons after all. So Applejack works with the others to fake an attack from more CG Timberwolves, only for actual wolves to show up during the attack and to trap Applejack for real. Continuing to follow his code, Spike saves AJ's life, and she rewards his behavior by telling him that they shouldn't live according to who owes what to whom, but instead just being friends, helping out their friends. Keep calm and flutter on. Princess Celestia calls the main 6 together to meet with an important person, Discord. She says she intends to free him from his stone prison, but that she wants them to help reform the guy so he can use his powers for good. They're hesitant to assist Celestia, but when Fluttershy is given the main responsibility, she agrees to let Discord stay at her house. Remembering the first appearance of Discord, he tried to invert the powers of each of the other ponies with some degree of trickery, able to manipulate everyone except Fluttershy, who stayed humble through the entire first half of the ordeal. Because of this, it makes sense that she would be the one chosen to reform Discord, because she was always the most resistant to his trickery. This reformation begins with Discord taking advantage of Fluttershy's hospitality by flipping her house around and having his way with all her things. But Fluttershy doesn't stand up for herself, simply allowing him to do as he wishes. This in spite of the fact that he's used his powers to control a bunch of beavers into making a massive dam in secret, while also vandalizing all the books that might have had a magical solution to the problems he was causing. But Fluttershy insists that he's a nicer guy than before, which she attempts to prove at a dinner party where he subtly harasses all the other ponies while pretending he's polite. They can't call him out on this as Fluttershy comes to his defense, saying that her friend would never hurt anyone. Then they learn that he's been mind-controlling beavers to flood Sweet Apple Acres, which they rush outside to address. At Fluttershy's behest, he agrees to fix the problem on the condition that she never uses her element of harmony against him, and then he makes everything worse. But Fluttershy keeps her end of the deal anyway, not using her magic to seal him again, but also announcing that they're no longer friends. Realizing he just gained and then lost his only ever friend, Discord realizes that her scheme worked, as he would rather be normal with friends than chaotic but alone. He undoes the damage and agrees that friendship is magic, much to Celestia's delight. Just for sidekicks. Hoping to raise the jewels needed to make a cake, Spike agrees to pet sit for some of the other ponies while they're in the Crystal Empire, even convincing some of the others to drop off their pets with him so he can get paid even more. Spike is eager to watch after all these animals, right up until the point where they actually leave him alone, and then he quickly realizes he's in over his head as they begin to cause chaos. So to ease things up, he attempts to delegate all the responsibility to the Cutie Mark Crusaders, convincing them they might get an animal handling Cutie Mark for the work. Basically, Spike intends to take the profits for watching the animals for himself, giving a small share to children who do the actual work, while he profits for doing nothing. If he had called the Cutie Marks payment in exposure, then he would have been a bit too on the nose. The Crusaders fail to take care of these animals, though, even spending the payment Spike gave them in the process, and he ends up chasing them into town where he constantly loses more and more of his money to keep them in line. Eventually they wind up following Angel onto the Friendship Express as the bunny misses Fluttershy, and he has to spend most of his money getting them all aboard. They wind up in the Crystal Empire, narrowly avoiding a run-in with the main 6 before sneaking back aboard the train. Angel's about to give away the whole ruse when Spike finally apologizes, not so much for getting in over his head, but for treating the pets like objects to be passed off onto others for money. When the pets realizes that he no longer sees them as things, they agree to stay quiet long enough to reunite at the station, pretending like everything is fine. In the end, Spike tries once more to make his cake, only to realize that he's either given away or eaten all of his jewels, winding up back where he started. Games ponies play. The Crystal Empire has the chance to host the Equestria Games, and an inspector is being sent over to see if they're ready for this honor. The main 6 are called in to be the welcome committee for this inspector to make a good impression on behalf of Princess Cadenza. But as her hairdresser is ill and the inspector is going to arrive earlier than expected, Rarity's left behind to attempt to style her hair as the other ponies set out to do their jobs. They find a pony matching the description and proceed to welcome her to the Crystal Empire with practiced routines and tours of places they're not really sure of the layout of, with Rainbow Dash assuming that the pony's odd behavior is a result of mind games that the inspector's playing to attempt to throw them off. Only after they leave is it revealed that they have the wrong horse, with the real inspector left alone. Their tour is bad, as they aren't actually sure about the layout of the castle, and the pony touring seems to suffer from the fear of the indoors, eventually winding up on the training grounds outside the castle, where she's happy to have some fresh air. When she fawns over the prince, having never met one before, the tour guides finally realize that they have the wrong pony, and they worry they blew their chances. But the real inspector wound up in the studio where she is getting her hair done near Rarity, This inspector then meets with the random pony who just got a warm welcome, and she brags about how nice everyone's been thus far. The inspector then agrees that the Crystal Empire ought to have the rights to host after all, as so many other cities will give her special treatment to suck up, while the main 6 gave that treatment to everyone. The episode then ends by tying into Spike's plot from the episode Just for Sidekicks. Magical Mystery Cure. After singing a song about how fine everything in Ponyville is, Twilight realizes that things in Ponyville aren't fine, as her 5 closest friends have all started messing things up due to being in the wrong places, lining up with where their cutie marks say they ought to be, instead of doing what they're good at. She suspects the reason why this has happened is due to a spell she was given by Princess Celestia the night before, won by Star Swirl the Bearded, who Twilight's idolized for a while. Realizing she's ruined her friends' lives by swapping their cutie marks and making them do jobs they're not talented in, she pouts for a while before some kindness from Spike makes her remember the tagline of the show. Twilight and Spike head to the other friends one by one, reminding them of their talents and asking them to help out one another as they begin to recall their old lives and old cutie marks. I've asked before what happens to a pony whose cutie mark turns into something they regret getting, and that's partially answered by this episode. Members of the main cast have their assigned talents swapped around and begin to do things they're terrible at under the assumption that things ought to be easy. This episode might have been able to do more with the plot if it weren't for the musical numbers involved, a lot of which only serve to have the characters re-explain what's going on screen. Something about how, if the things you're doing in life seem too tough or outside your abilities, then it's okay to keep looking around. I get the feeling that this episode might have been a 2-parter finale at some point, or maybe the long ending sequences were tacked on later, causing them to make cuts to earlier sections to fit everything in the 22-minute runtime. The interesting part of the episode gets far less attention than the final act. This final act involves Twilight Sparkle vanishing after she learns her lesson, talking in an extra-dimensional space to Princess Celestia where she recaps so much of what her student has learned. Twilight then appears back in Ponyville, sporting new wings and being introduced as Princess Twilight Sparkle. After a coronation ceremony, Celestia assures Twilight that she's still her student and will merely be focusing on new lessons. So Twilight has a royal title now. Does she also get lands? This show has so many of the trappings of a monarchy without really having anything behind the words queen or princess, although this comes with the peasant class missing as well, so it's probably for the best that the showrunners treat the words with about the same levity that a lot of the intended audience would too. Princess is a word you use to describe someone who acts like a princess. Princess Twilight Sparkle. Princess Twilight Sparkle is having a rough time adjusting to the fact that she is now a princess as well as an alicorn, learning how to fly but not completely in control of herself yet. But what's really worrying her is that she might become separated from her friends because of her royal responsibilities, like preparing for the Summer Sun Festival. When she talks to Celestia about this, Celestia mentions that this will be the first year celebrating the holiday where she is actually looking forward to it. While the ponies of Equestria view it as a holiday celebrating a triumphant victory, she only considers it the anniversary of a fight with her sister. The next morning, or evening, or maybe night, Twilight learns that the sun and moon are no longer moving, both hanging in the air at once, made worse by the fact that Celestia and Luna are also missing. The ponies are worried about their missing leadership, but Twilight steps into the role and assures them things will be fine while launching a search and rescue operation of the others, affirming that she really does fit into her new leadership role. Assuming she'll need the elements of harmony to solve this problem, she returns to Ponyville where the rest of the main 6 are fighting off vines from the Everfree Forest that are invading the rest of the world. They don the elements of harmony and summon Discord, blaming him for the invasion, though he plays dumb and suggests that they ask Zecora instead. Zecora has a brew prepared that can combine with Twilight's magic to show her the solution, and when Twilight drinks it, she appears before not Princess Luna, but Nightmare Moon, as she takes over the day and plunges Equestria into darkness. Twilight Sparkle continues to watch the fight between the two sisters, learning that it's a flashback when she sees Celestia use the elements of harmony to win. After finishing that vision, she has 2 more, one of the sisters sealing away Discord in stone with the elements, and another of how they found these elements inside the Tree of Harmony, a tree that produced the symbol on Twilight's cutie mark when it was activated. So Twilight and friends head into the Everfree Forest once again to find this tree, assuming that it will answer their questions. But along the way, Twi is nearly eaten by a giant monster because she still hasn't figured out how to fly. Because of this, the rest of the main six insist she go back. She is the last princess of Equestria and therefore too valuable to risk the life of in case they're not successful at freeing the others. So far, the Season 4 premiere has been a mirror of the Season 1 premiere, to the point of taking the characters to the same locations and featuring the same ones. And like before, it's also a callback to every other season opener. They even accused the guy from Season 2 of being behind everything. So for this episode to differentiate itself from the others, it asks the characters to split up, this time for a more legitimate reason. Twilight is told by her friends to turn back. But this turnaround is short-lived as Discord taunts her for not sticking with her friends, prompting her to turn back around and catch up to them just as they approach the Tree of Harmony. Too dangerous to get near as it's been possessed by the same sort of dark vine terrorizing the village. Working together, they're able to have Twilight get close enough to diagnose the issue. The tree requires the elements of harmony to maintain its power. She convinces them to give these elements up in spite of the risk of not having them available to use for anything else. This is a similar plot beat to just earlier, where they split up to keep Twilight safe. Now they're asked to give up the symbol of their friendship again to keep everything safe. But symbols are just symbols, not a real thing, and after they return the elements to where they were found, the tree fights off the corruption surrounding it, and the two princesses are freed. Once they're safe, the tree produces a small gem with 6 keyholes, which Celestia connects to the main 6 as she tells them they'll have to figure out this mystery now. Discord reveals that all the corruption was his doing as he laid a trap 1,000 years ago that just now sprung. He would have said something sooner, but he thought it would be a good test of Twilight Sparkle's character. The episode ends on the Summer Sun Festival, the first positive one in years, as the two sisters have the moon set and the sun rise. Twilight Sparkle joins in on the celebration by producing Twilight, meaning her name finally makes sense. This of course also means that Twilight was a chosen one archetype since the beginning, between having a name that puts her in between the two most relevant and powerful alicorns in Equestria, and her cutie mark being connected to some powerful ancient artifacts that came from a magic tree. Chosen One stories, I always feel, are kind of weak by default because they reduce character agency while simultaneously making so many of the characters' actions feel preordained, like they only went along with the plot because they were supposed to, instead of because they earned the position or that they fought for it. It still kind of stands to see how all of this connects to Twilight being a mix of so many different power sets and having the main element of harmony among the cast, but from here the world building feels like it's starting to swallow itself with stories of Twilight being important because Twilight is important. Castle Mania. After having exhausted the entire library in Ponyville of any potential connections to the key box from before, Twilight Sparkle heads to the Sisters' castle in the Everfree Forest to learn more of history, hoping to find an answer there. Applejack and Rainbow Dash are having a contest to see who's the bravest, deciding to spend the night in the same castle to prove their bravery. Rarity has brought along Fluttershy on a trip to this castle as well, hoping to retrieve and fix up some of the ancient tapestries from the area. As they all spend the night in this castle, they begin to notice weird occurrences, though these are only unexplainable to the ponies and their single perspectives. The truth is that each of the odd occurrences is caused by one of the other groups in the castle exploring around, flipping switches, and so on. They soon scare each other into the courtyard, where Twilight hears and stops them, explaining that they've all gotten weird ideas into their heads about the dangers around them. This explains everything but the creepy organ music that's been playing in the castle, which they investigate together, learning it was Pinkie Pie playing the instrument all along. In the end, they ask Twilight why she was never afraid, and she says that the books she was reading taught her more about the castle, giving her an academic curiosity about the location instead of fear. There's a bit of irony in the fact that the only ponies who were scared that night were the ones who were there on behalf of a friend, while the ones there on their own were less afraid and more excited about being in the castle. A lot of the emotions we feel are just us getting caught up in whatever the people closest to us feel. If your friends are happy, it makes you happy as well. If they're stressed, you might be a bit sympathy stressed. But that's what friends are for. A shared joy is twice the joy, and a shared sadness is half the sadness. In the end, Twilight decides that they ought to write a friendship journal together, just like the one between Luna and Celestia she had been reading. which will presumably be the new framing device instead of the letters to Celestia. Daring Don't. Rainbow Dash is excitedly awaiting the release of the next book in the Daring Do series, only to learn that it's been delayed due to the author having too many personal businesses to attend to. Hoping to speed up the wait for the next book, Rainbow Dash has them volunteer to help the author, aka Yearling, around the house, so she'll have fewer distractions. But when they get there, they see that her distractions are not household chores, but bandits trying to steal artifacts from her home. Yearling isn't just the author of the Daring Do novels, she's Daring Do herself, writing about actual experiences. Recognizing the scenario as a follow-up to her most recent book, Twilight Sparkle and Rainbow Dash realize they need to help her out, but Daring Do insists that she always works alone. Rainbow ignores this, continuing to follow her idol as she's too starstruck to imagine doing anything else. But she just makes the situation worse as Rainbow getting grabbed serves as a distraction for the bad guys to get the upper hand, stealing a ring-like artifact for their nefarious plan. Rainbow Dash returns to the others dejected, realizing that she's not the same as Daring Do and she made everything worse in her attempts to help, even getting the other pony kidnapped and placed into a classic adventure fantasy trap. But they remind Rainbow Dash that while Daring Do is a famous author and explorer, she's also still a pony, and deserves a helping hand more than an adoring fan. Twilight Sparkle's explanation here is the same one she's had from the beginning, that while Yearling is popular, she still has the same wants and needs as anyone else. Treating her like she's a larger-than-life figure will only cause a weird interaction between you two. This is true of basically any celebrity or a figure you may look up to. They're just people who happen to have one thing they worked on get really big. Most people are happy to discuss the things they've worked on, but they likely still don't define themselves as a creator and nothing else, while the fan might reduce them to nothing but the work they've made. They return to the ruins where they save Yearling's life, then retrieve the artifacts to save the day. For teaching her idol a lesson, Daring Do thanks Rainbow Dash, and when the next book is done, a character similar to her appears on the cover. Flight to the Finish. The Equestria Games are still being planned, with Miss Harshwinnie trying to find a routine to perform for the right to carry the Ponyville flag, and asking the school fillies to put on these routines to win that right. She puts Rainbow Dash in charge of coaching the different teams, encouraging Dash not to show too much enthusiasm and to remain restrained and professional, rather than showing favoritism. The Cutie Mark Crusaders decide to enter this competition, making a stage show about how great Ponyville is due to the diversity of ponies who live there, Pegasi, unicorns, and earth ponies living in harmony. This performance impresses Rainbow Dash, though because of the advice from before, she refuses to show that she likes the performance and responds neutrally. Realizing they're outclassed, some of the bully ponies decide to sabotage the performance by getting into the head of Scootaloo, saying that she cannot represent the Pegasi because she can't fly. This, of course, misses the point of the performance they were putting on, that Ponyville is great because of how many different kinds it has, not because they're different, but because they bring their different strengths to the village. Scootaloo put on the choreography for the show, but since this didn't outwardly impress Rainbow Dash, she was looking for a way to make it better. This, combined with the criticism that she's not the right kind of representation Ponyville needs, is what causes her to get stressed over the performance not being good enough. There's a question about what good versus bad representation is, with extra pressure on the atypical types out there, and how they can prove their value to the society they live in enough to be celebrated. The issue, of course, being that the type of pony making up the majority of the population is never held to the same standard or asked what they specifically do. Scootaloo wants to show off how great every pony is, but then asks for examples, missing the point of the celebration. It's not about everyone being useful, it's about everyone being accepted. Scootaloo proceeds to over-practice the new performance, one that hinges on her being able to fly at the very end. But because she can't fly, their new show is worse than before, which demotivates the Cutie Mark Crusaders to the point of giving up on the show. But after splitting up, Rainbow Dash finally breaks her professionalism streak, gushing about how great the Cutie Mark Crusaders show was before encouraging them to get back together. They race to the Crystal Empire and put on their show just in time, winning the contest and getting the right to carry the flag for Ponyville at the Equestria Games. Power Ponies. The main six are repairing the damage done to the sisters' castle, while Spike wanders about uselessly, comparing himself to Humdrum, the comic relief sidekick from his favorite comic book, Power Ponies. Because the others don't need his help, he reads through some comics on his own, discovering the final page is missing with nothing but a spell written on it. And when he reads the spell out loud, he and the rest of the ponies are transported into the world of Power Ponies. Additionally, they all have the powers of the main characters from the comic book, though when the antagonist, a disgruntled hairstylist named the Maniac, attacks and steals an artifact, they're too clumsy with their new powers to fight on their own. So Spike teaches them all about what they can do as they prepare another attack against the Maniac at her headquarters, once again lamenting that he has no powers of his own and he is useless just like in his books. The attack begins, but they're overwhelmed by a hairspray ray that freezes them in place, all being kidnapped except for Spike, who is left behind as he does not pose a threat. He attempts to save them all anyway, arriving at the site where the villain is preparing to fire a ray at the city that will allow her to take over. But when she taunts the others for hanging out with Humdrum out of pity, they point out this is only true in the comic book world. Reality isn't fiction and people's relationships are not defined based on tropes or character bits. Hearing this, Spike is motivated to save the others, which he does by using his knowledge of cartoon physics, and once free, they're able to defeat the Maniac by having Fluttershy use her rage-based powers at the sight of a firefly being hurt. They escape the comic book and return to Equestria, with Spike admitting he didn't realize the books he bought were literal magic. Bats. Applejack discovers that her apples are mushy and brown due to an infestation of vampire fruit bats sucking the juice out of the orchard. She calls in the main six to deal with the infestation, discussing what ought to be done about these bats. Fluttershy has the suggestion to create a sanctuary for them, recognizing that they're just trying to eat, and the seeds they do not digest make a healthier, larger orchard for the next harvest. But her suggestion is overruled as the ponies agree they should deal with the problem now, and Twilight Sparkle researches a spell to make them lose their appetite. They convince Fluttershy that she should use her stare ability to freeze the gathered bats in place, while Twilight uses her magic, and against her wishes and better judgment, Fluttershy agrees. But as the spell is working on the bats, the vampiric hunger is transferred to Fluttershy. The next day, Applejack begins harvesting, only to find that her apples are still mushy and something's come back to eat them. So they plan an overnight stakeout, wandering around the orchard while something in the trees flies around, stalking them. This is, because of the multiple visual and audio hints, revealed to be Fluttershy. It's one of those things that reminds the viewer they are watching a show for kids. There can't be too much of a mystery, at least not a subtle one, because it still has to be digestible for the whole audience. I don't like to claim that the wide appeal of the show ends up with one part of the audience dragging down the experience, but there are certainly things that can't be done as an affordance for kids at home. That said, the episode itself doesn't linger on the mystery, instead trying to play up the dramatic irony of Fluttershy being the vampire. This comes about because she was the only one advocating for the wild animals from the beginning. The rest of the ponies had a song about how the bats had to be driven out with no mercy, so the fact that it's now their friend they're talking about driving out changes the context. They were not okay with bats eating for survival until they personally knew somebody affected by their policy. Then they realized the error of their ways. The non-vampiric ponies use a mirror to make Fluttershy stare at herself long enough for Twilight to reverse the magic that affected her. Don't worry, vampires can see themselves in the mirror. The only reason they can't in some stories is because old mirrors were backed by silver, a vampire's weakness. So by the same logic, modern-day mirrors should work just fine. Once she is converted back to her usual self, the other ponies agree to create a bat sanctuary and live in harmony with nature once again, kind of what the show's already been about for years. They write in their journal about the lessons not to consider short-term goals over long-term ones, as well as the fact that sometimes you need to stand up to your friends even if they outnumber you. Rarity takes Manhattan. Rarity's in Manhattan for a fashion show, bringing along the rest of the main six because she's also received tickets to a musical due to having worked on the costumes. As they wander around the city, she sings about her generosity, tipping well and giving things to those in need around her. This ends up paying off when she nearly misses the start of the dress rehearsal, only getting there on time because the people she helped out came together to repay the favor. At this rehearsal, she meets with an old associate, Suri Palomare, who compliments the original fabric Rarity's made and asks to borrow a sample. In the spirit of generosity, Rarity agrees, only to discover the next day Suri has created a whole line with this material and took credit for making it herself. Rarity confronts her about this, only to be told off as it's every pony for herself in the big city. To make up for this setback, Rarity has to redo the entire line the night before, getting all her friends together to work through the night, and even missing the musical they all came to Manhattan to see, as Rarity reminds them they only got the tickets in the first place because of her. Following this all-nighter, she debuts her new fashion line, which is loved by the entire audience, except for the empty section where her friends were meant to be. Realizing she was too demanding of them, Rarity tries to track down her friends to apologize, discovering them and admitting that she lost sight of what really mattered. She's then informed by Suri that she actually lost the contest, but Rarity doesn't care, taking her friends to a private showing of the musical that they slept through at her own expense. But while there, the assistant to Suri informs her that she actually won, and the other pony was trying to trick her into forfeiting so she could win by default. As a thanks for turning against her dishonest employer, Rarity arranges for this other pony to get the musical job she accepted. As Rarity accepts the prize, she and her friends won together. Rarity starts the episode understanding generosity and also understanding that it's valuable when she gets rewarded for her behavior as early as the first act. She is popular and well-liked, getting special treatment according to the way she treats others. But this isn't real generosity, it's just karma farming. If you only do nice things for other people because you're expecting them to do nice things to you in return, you're not actually generous, just trying to buy favors. So when Suri steals ideas from Rarity, taking advantage of her generosity, the designer ceases to understand why it's still alright to be generous. You don't shut down charity just because a few people are taking advantage of it. It's better to give help to 99 people who don't need it and then one who does, than it is to deny people help because they can't properly prove that they need it. You do kind things because kind things are the right thing to do. Any other reason is just ego repackaged as kindness. Pinkie Apple Pie. While observing Twilight Sparkle's work on genealogy, Pinkie Pie discovers she is possibly, maybe, potentially, a distant cousin of Applejack, and she excitedly announces that she's a member of the Apple family. The ponies of Sweet Apple Acres are happy to add her to the family, giving her a warm welcome, though Applejack isn't so sure that Pinkie really is one of them and hopes to confirm the fact by speaking with Goldie Delicious, a distant aunt of theirs. So they gear up for a road trip through Equestria, and as they're packing, Applejack approaches the more immediate members of her family to ask them to be on their best behavior so Pinkie Pie gets to be initiated into the family during the best of times. The road trip begins, and despite singing a song together, things begin to literally fall apart as the wagon is too weighed down by Big Mac overpacking, Sweetie Belle's excitement in throwing the map off the raft, and Granny Smith being too stubborn to admit she doesn't know the directions, as well as Applejack breaking the wheel in frustration just before a waterfall. They eventually make it to Goldie's house only to learn that she's out on an errand. The family then breaks down, fighting over whose fault everything was, before realizing that the only reason things went wrong is because they were trying so hard to make a good impression on Pinkie Pie, and they don't actually dislike one another. Pinkie Pie overhears this conversation and declares that she wants to be an apple more than ever, as he managed to stay close despite the issues between them. Then Goldie returns ready to show them her extended family tree. But her house is messy and the book with their history has its pages smudged, so Pinkie Pie doesn't know if she's actually related to Applejack or not. Applejack doesn't care though, saying that Pinkie Pie is a member of the family as long as she feels like she is. Rainbow Falls. Rainbow Dash is training to qualify for the Equestria Games alongside the rest of the aerial relay team, Fluttershy and Bulk Biceps, who aren't her first choice for teammates because everyone else had already signed up. Once this team arrives at the practice grounds, Rainbow Dash becomes enthralled at watching the other teams practice, mostly the team from Cloudsdale, as it consists of the Wonderbolts, and they're much faster and more professional than her team. When Soren, one of the Cloudsdale racers, ends up injured, Spitfire gives Rainbow Dash an offer to practice with them, which Rainbow Dash accepts as she tries to balance practices with the more professional Cloudsdale team and the sillier antics of her home team. Soon it becomes clear that Cloudsdale wants her to take Soren's spot to abandon her team. And when Twilight points out that she'll have to choose eventually, Rainbow Dash responds by faking an injury so she can't race for anyone. But while she's in the hospital recovering from her faked injuries, she winds up next to Soren, who begins to talk about how his wing is fine, but the other racers kicked him off anyway as an excuse to replace him with someone faster. She realizes that the decision was not between a fast team or a slow team, but rather a choice between people who like her personality and people who like her speed. So Rainbow Dash and Soren return to the practice field, where Rainbow admits her lie and agrees to race with her friends. At the end of the race, Cloudsdale gets first prize, but Ponyville still manages to qualify, and as a thanks for teaching them a lesson, Spitfire offers her Wonderbolts medal to Rainbow Dash, which begins to shine in a rainbow pattern, just like the spool of thread Rarity won at the end of last episode, which I didn't point out at the time, but now I'm suspecting it has something to do with the 6 keys they have to find from the season opener. Three's a crowd. Twilight is excited to spend some time with her sister-in-law, Cadence, who's finally gotten time off her princess duties to visit a museum with family. Fluttershy's also gotten some time off to see the Breezies, so the main 6 all go to the train station. As Twilight explains, the only time she's ever gotten to see her sister-in-law is if the fate of the world is at stake, so she's happy just to spend some time doing normal things. But just after Fluttershy leaves, Discord appears, colored blue as he is sick. He tells the other ponies that they are responsible for making him feel better because they're his friends, and soon Discord is at this museum demanding that Twilight and Cadence take time off their trip to attend to his needs. These needs are excessively detailed and come in the form of a song, ending when he says the only cure is a flower on the far border of Equestria. Hoping to get back to their museum time, the two drag Discord to the far reaches of the land, finding this flower, which was far larger than Discord said it was, and then they fight the giant worm living under it. After this, they bring back the petals, only to learn that Discord was faking his illness all along, trying to pass the trials off as a test of character for Twilight to prove she really liked him. In the end, Cadence says that the outing was fun, even if they didn't get to go through with any of their original plans. She spent too much time in the Crystal Empire being bored of the predictability, so any sort of excitement alongside her sister-in-law is all she really wanted. It puts a contrast between her relationship to Twilight and Twilight's relationship to Discord, that a real friend just enjoys the time they spend with someone instead of wanting specific things from that time. Real friends don't need to test their friendship, they can just trust that their friends like them, instead of constantly needing approval about this fact. It is a little bit forgivable for Discord to act this way though, despite being the episode's clear villain, as he's still very new to the concept of friendship in general. Pinkie Pride. It's Rainbow Dash's birth-aversary, a combination birthday and anniversary of moving to Ponyville, and Pinkie Pie is in charge of planning her party. But before she can get the chance to finish up the plans, a new pony comes into town, Cheese Sandwich, and he announces his own talents as the best party planning pony in the world, complete with a musical number that convinces everyone to celebrate his abilities. But this leaves out Pinkie Pie, as her party's nowhere near as good as his, and she begins to doubt herself as she is no longer the best party planner in Ponyville, giving her a crisis of identity that lasts through a musical number of her own. But she realizes that she's given up on her identity without a fight, so she heads into town and interrupts the preparations by challenging Weird Al to a goof-off, as in a face-off to see who's the goofiest. The goof-off begins with Rainbow Dash as the judge, as it's the right to host her birth-aversary that they're competing for. Cheese Sandwich puts on an impressive performance thanks to the help of his rubber chicken, Boneless, and Pinkie Pie's attempts to one-up his showmanship ends with Rainbow crushed under a giant piñata. Realizing that she's prioritized the party over the person the party's for, Pinkie Pie concedes victory to Cheese Sandwich and prepares to leave town. But she gets stopped on her way out, not just by her friends but Cheese Sandwich as well, who confesses the real reason he was trying to impress Pinkie Pie. He used to be a shy pony, wandering the land when he came across a party so great it encouraged him to host parties himself. As this party was hosted by Pinkie Pie, he considered it an honor to attempt to impress her with the show, and the two realized that they never should have been competing but working together. Because it's one thing to be the best in the world at something, but it's another to be so great that you inspire the best at the world at something. After all, in every art form, there's an idea that each currently active artist is standing on the shoulders of giants. Nobody is great on their own, but because they have the trial and error of so many others to lean on. Greatness comes not from your achievements, but from how the achievements are recorded and remembered, and if something can be remembered, it can be built on. So the best party planner is not the pony who plans the best parties, but the pony who inspires the best parties, and that's an honor that can't be held by an individual, but every practitioner of the art form. As a thanks for inspiring him, and in celebration of a great party, Weird Al gives Pinkie Pie his rubber chicken, which glows like a rainbow as he heads into the sunset. Simple Ways. The Ponyville Days Festival is coming up, and Rarity has been chosen to plan the party, choosing Small Town Cheek in line with her character, as she is hoping not just to throw a great party, but to impress the travel writer Trenderhoof, who she has had a crush on for years. Trenderhoof appears in Ponyville to tour the preparations, but when they stop by Sweet Apple Acres, he's immediately smitten with not only the small town vibe, but Applejack, who represents the hard-working Earth pony ethic. Trenderhoof proceeds to follow Applejack around as he is obsessed with all that she does, which makes Rarity upset as she was hoping the writer would pay attention to her. So to get his attention, Rarity pretends that she is a country gal, attempting to work the fields and prove she can be an outdoorsy type to no success. But instead of giving up, she doubles down, revamping the festival from Small Town Cheek to Simple Ways, and telling all of the other ponies participating that they need to change their outfits to be more like hers. But Applejack, tired of being followed around by Trenderhoof as well as bothered by Rarity, reveals she's now Apple Jewel, and she has one of Rarity's old dresses on while pretending to be trendy like her old friend. The two argue back and forth, acting as stereotypes of the other one, until Rarity splashes mud on her friend's dress and she snaps out of it. In the end, Rarity returns the festival to its original theme as she tells Trenderhoof not to change himself to be less like himself, all for someone else's sake. Because a person who likes you will like you for who you are, not who you pretend to be. If you act well enough to attract their attention, they don't actually like you, they only like the act you put on. Rarity's not really a country bumpkin, so even if her scheme to attract Trenderhoof really had worked, then she wouldn't have been happy because she would have had to repress herself for as long as he was around, all while understanding that he would never spend time with the real version of her. Applejack learns an inversion of this lesson, attempting not to attract attention by pretending to be someone else, knowing that she would be maintaining a hurtful version of someone she cares about out of spite for her imitation. But it's not like these lessons were immediately evident. It's splattering mud on a dress that reminds Rarity of what she really believes in that causes her to realize what's actually at stake in the argument. It's not about Trenderhoof, but her friendship with Applejack. Once she realizes that that is what's at risk of being lost, she gives up on the scheme to be herself, the version of herself her friends love. Filli Vanilli. How many kids watching are gonna get that reference? Fluttershy is singing to her animal friends when the other ponies overhear her music, complimenting it, much to Fluttershy's horror, as she's afraid of singing in front of others. They offer to give her a position on the Pony Tones Quartet, but she turns it down due to stage fright. But just before a benefit for the pet center, Big Mac loses his voice, and the cure for a lost voice that Zecora has will take too long to kick in, meaning they need to cancel the concert. Fluttershy is put into the awkward position of having a hobby that she's very good at and dedicated to, but not having the ability to express the talent or passion in any way because she doesn't have the required secondary skill set to make her singing public. It doesn't matter how good you are at something if you never get the chance to share that skill with others. So Fluttershy offers to take over, not on stage, but singing backstage while under the influence of the poison joke that gave her a deep voice back in Bridle Gossip. The concert goes off without any issues, and Fluttershy enjoys singing for others so much, she accepts offers to sing in more and more events moving forward, putting on so many performances that eventually Big Mac's voice comes back. Fluttershy's upset about this, so they agree to let her put one more concert on in secret, only for her to accidentally kick down the curtain, revealing herself to the gathered crowd. Fluttershy runs away embarrassed, but the rest of the main six come to her as she's removing the effect of the poison joke, and they mention that she's now faced her greatest fear, only to see people happily cheering for the performance. Fluttershy was afraid of the crowd she had to perform for, worried they would be rude or judgmental, and when she saw that that didn't happen, she wasn't immediately cured of her anxiety. That's not how it works in real life, nor in Equestria. But she does begin to take steps. Exposure to her greatest fear is important, but not as important as the fact that she survived it. Sometimes the solution to anxiety is experience, but experience still requires a degree of consistency. Twilight Time. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are upset that some of the other fillies in school are getting more attention than they are, until they mention that they are personal students of Princess Twilight Sparkle, having what they call Twilight Time with her once a week. This immediately changes the social dynamic as their classmates begin sucking up to them to get closer to Twilight, which the Crusaders take advantage of by inviting select friends of theirs to attend these tutoring sessions alongside them. Twilight is happy to take on extra students, less so when they begin to follow her to other social gatherings, though the Crusaders' plan to get the others to look up to them because of who they know still works, and soon they're attending private parties and getting invited to openings. But the rest of the kids in their class start demanding to have their payment in kind by attending more Twilight Time, swarming the library and entering a session where Twilight quickly figures out they aren't there to learn, but to show off that they know a princess. She threatens to kick them out unless the Crusaders can show off the skills they were supposed to be practicing, which they fail to do. But once they're all leaving, Twilight gives them one more chance to learn again, reminding them that she's doing this because they're her friends and not because they owe her something. It ain't easy being breezies. Ponyville is observing the annual migration of the Breezies, a group of fairy-like creatures who carry magic with them while requiring very specific conditions to fly safely. But as they're traveling, a stray leaf blows by a group of the bugs and knocks them off course, and they become separated from the pack and too weak to continue. So Fluttershy, who can speak their language, allows them to stay with her as they recover. Seabreeze, the leader of this group of Breezies, is ready to set out again, yelling at the others and calling them weak for taking too long to recover. But the crowd insists that they need to rest and relax for more time, and Fluttershy is too nice to tell them to leave, even in spite of the portal home rapidly closing. So Seabreeze attempts to head out on his own, nearly getting killed by random events in nature and even surrounded by a swarm of bees. Fluttershy tries to ask the bees to leave him alone nicely, but when they don't listen, she asks less nicely, and they agree to leave him unharmed. Fluttershy then realizes that sometimes the nicest thing to do for someone is to be a little bit mean to them, especially when what the other person wants is different than what the other person needs. Because the Breezies wanted to relax and rest their wings, even at the cost of not making it home. Sitting around all year while hibernating is easy. It's made easier by the fact that Seabreeze was yelling at them, calling out their laziness as destructive, and attempting to use tough love as motivation. When this is put into contrast with Fluttershy, who not only allows them to do nothing, but also tells them it's alright to think this way, then the choice on who to make into your leader is easy. So Fluttershy goes back to her house and tells the others that they have to leave. But because they waited for so long, they might not make it home in time. So Twilight Sparkle casts a spell to turn them all into marketable plushies so they can guide the others home in time, with Fluttershy getting a rainbow sparkling flower from Seabreeze as thanks, not only for getting him home to his family, but for teaching him how to be kind yet firm as a leader. Some pony to watch over me. Most of the Apple family is leaving on various chores, leaving Apple Bloom home alone with a list of her own chores. But as Applejack is taking a bunch of pies to a delivery spot, she starts to worry about the safety of her younger sister, turning around part ways to check up. Applebloom, meanwhile, has been handling the list of duties very well, finishing them off and then celebrating her independence, when Applejack bursts into the room, scaring her sister into making a mess. Seeing this mess, Applejack decides that she needs to stay closer to her sister, following her around and baby-proofing everything so there's no risk to doing her chores any longer. Applebloom gets sick of this coddling and decides to prove that she's capable of being left on her own by finishing Applejack's delivery by herself, leaving the Cutie Mark Crusaders behind to pretend to be her so Applejack won't follow. But Applejack's delivery route was through a dangerous location, at least to any pony unprepared enough to travel through. Applebloom ends up caught by a three-headed chimera who threatens to eat her, though the heads waste enough time arguing among themselves for Applejack to figure out that her sister's missing, then to catch up and save the day. Once they deliver the pies, Applejack says that the deliveries were too dangerous to do, but staying home by herself should have been fine, and she apologizes for not trusting her sister by herself. Because the fact of the matter is that some things are too dangerous for kids like Applebloom to do, but they'll always be too dangerous to do until they're done anyway. There's no way for her to grow up and take on new responsibilities if she never gets the chance to start, and coddling only leads to more coddling if not by choice then necessity. Too much protection leads to someone who needs that amount of protection, and ironically the best way to help some pony out is to ignore them and let them get hurt once in a while, while the worst thing you can do is give them a life without hardship, but also a life without growth. Maud Pie. Pinkie Pie's older sister, Maud Pie, is visiting Ponyville for the last time before she leaves for school, and Pinkie asks her friends to join in a tradition of trading rock candy necklaces that the sisters have been doing for years. After extensive preparations for her arrival, the day comes, though Maud doesn't seem particularly excited to be there with the rest of them. She mostly talks about rocks and gives 1 or 2 word answers to all their questions. Hoping to get closer to their friend's sister, the rest of the main 6 decide to spend time with her, and one of their shared hobbies, though Maud keeps answering their questions literally and refuses to show any emotion on these dates, all while keeping up her bored, detached demeanor. Pinkie Pie is finally ready to invite the others in to make their best friends rock candy necklaces, but the main 6 say that it would feel dishonest to do so as they don't consider Maud as their best friend. The main 6 are all about emotional openness. They wear their hearts on their sleeves and always let one another know about their feelings. When they don't, it becomes the subject of an episode. So in a group centered around being open and honest, they expect that others who wish to consider them friends must share the same openness. And Maud Pie absolutely does. The issue's not about Maud being emotionally closed off or hiding parts of herself from the others. The issue in this episode is the fact that the way Maud shows her feelings is not the same way a typical pony shows her feelings. It's unrecognizable to the main 6, and so they assume that she is hiding something or she's bored. It is a mistake to assume that people who feel the same way that you do will explain their feelings in the same way as well. Pinkie Pie is upset at this at first, but tries to mend the rift between the ponies with the Pinkie Rainbow Rarity Twi Apple Flutter Mod Fun Time, an obstacle course she's made that combines all of their interests. On the inaugural run of this course, Pinkie Pie ends up pinned and in danger, only to be quickly saved by Maud, who, in a deadpan way, expresses her love of her little sister. It's then that the other ponies realize that Maud Pie does have something in common with them after all. They love Pinkie Pie, and they finally get together to give her all their rock candy necklaces. To then drive the earlier point home, it's revealed that Maud doesn't even like candy. She just kept all the necklaces around because she knows Pinkie Pie does, and she's making an affordance for her rituals. And as a quick aside, my favorite pony introduced as of now is Maud. I don't know if you can tell, but I tend to put a bit of extra inflection and energy into my voice when I'm reading for these videos, but when I am speaking normally, my voice sounds more like hers. For whom the Sweetie Belle toils. Sweetie Belle asks Rarity to do some work on the costumes for her play at the last minute, on the same night that Rarity is cramming to finish a headpiece for the famous pop star Sapphire Shores. Rarity agrees, and the next day the play is a success, but the audience mostly talks about how great the costumes were instead of any of the things Sweetie Belle did. Worse is that none of the main 6 showed up as they all had to help Rarity finish her work. Sweetie Belle grows resentful of her sister as she always one-ups her attempts at showing off, so to get revenge against her, she sabotages the outfit that Rarity is making for Sapphire Shores to fall apart and humiliate her sister. But that night she has a nightmare where Luna guides her through the potential future, where Rarity grows paranoid because of her failure in such an important job, as well as a few visits to the past where Sweetie Belle sees her various moments through her life where her sister outshined her from the other perspective, learning that Rarity never actually wanted to show up her sister, but she was trying to help out. So Sweetie Belle and the Cutie Mark Crusaders head to Canterlot to stop Rarity's sabotaged piece from being debuted, managing to break into a rehearsal of Sapphire's to steal it and finish up the stitching she undid, but not before a proper apology for assuming the worst out of Rarity. Sapphire Shores ends up loving the improved piece, which was improved thanks to a vision of Sapphire from a dream, and the two sisters agree not to fight over what they perceive as attacks, but that really aren't. Leap of Faith. While reminiscing on Granny Smith's days as a high diver, the Apple family hears circus music and investigates to find the Flim Flam brothers hawking a product they call a miracle tonic. As Granny Smith has been feeling nostalgic, she believes the sales pitch about how it cures everything, even the symptoms of old age. After drinking a bottle, she begins to swim around in the river as Applejack appears concerned with this fact, as she didn't think the tonic would work due to not trusting the Flim Flam brothers. She and Applebloom investigate the show the brothers are running, where they learn that the pony who was cured during the performance earlier was an actor. And then Applejack sees the process behind how the tonic is made. It's just regular apple juice. But the brothers convince Applejack not to tell Granny Smith, as she clearly believes that it works, and telling her it's a fake would break her heart and make her afraid of swimming again. The reason Granny Smith is able to swim has nothing to do with the tonic, as the reason she stopped swimming in the first place had nothing to do with her physical limitations, but mental ones. She wasn't so much incapable of swimming as she was afraid to swim. So the tonic served as nothing more than a placebo that removed the mental block. She could swim all along, she just didn't believe in herself. The issue, however, is that after taking the tonic, she still doesn't believe in herself. She believes in the tonic instead, attributing things she was doing to some worthless apple juice and snake oil. So Applejack is keeping the truth from her as she considers it to be a harmless lie. Granny is happy, why stop that? The issue comes when she puts herself into unnecessary danger as she believes too much in the product she's been buying, a result of Applejack not being truthful. There is a stark difference between not lying and being truthful, and to be truthful and honest, you need to be more proactive. Simply sitting back and allowing others to lie and get away with it is complacency. The key to allowing evil to win is that a good pony does nothing. The Flim Flam brothers take her silence as advocacy, especially after they start using Granny's turnaround as proof that their tonic really does work. And after she and Applebloom enter a swimming contest together, Applebloom also begins to advertise for the tonic. Finally, Granny Smith decides that she can high dive again, and Applejack's forced to stop her for her own good, confessing that she knows the tonic is fake and apologizing for keeping it a secret. The pony the Flim Flam brothers were using as an actor for their skit says that Applejack's honesty in the face of the crowd has inspired him to give back what he scammed from the others, and he gives her the first coin he made as a sales pony as a thanks, which starts to glow in a rainbow pattern. In the end, she writes in the friendship journal how sometimes saying nothing counts as a lie. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Rainbow Dash is preparing for an upcoming written test to qualify for the Wonderbolts reserves, though when Twilight Sparkle tries to quiz her on the subject, she does so poorly that Dash begins to fear she won't make it in. So Twi offers to tutor her with lectures and flashcards, but Dash fails to pay attention to any of these classes as she is too easily distracted by other things, eventually giving up on learning as she assumes she is too stupid to learn anything. The other ponies of the main six overhear this and offer their own takes on how to study, with Fluttershy trying to use theater to teach, Pinkie Pie trying to make an educational rap, Rarity using a historical fashion show, and Applejack saying that she learns through experience. But none of these plans work as Rainbow Dash still doesn't retain any of the information, and she flies away, giving up on her dreams. Twilight tries to fly after her to cheer up her friend, but nearly collides with a helicopter, which Rainbow Dash noticed because of her multitasking skills that allow her to pay attention to anything that happens while she's flying. Seeing how good Rainbow Dash's situational awareness is, Twilight realizes that she has been failing to teach Dash anything, not because Rainbow Dash is a bad student, but because everyone else was using the wrong methods. They never question that with so many different approaches to teaching, there must surely be different approaches to learning too, and so it isn't just that Dash wasn't able to learn, she just wasn't able to learn with other people's methods. These methods being common and popular has nothing to do with those who are left out of the learning style. This raises the question as to who else is being left behind because education tends to hyperfixate on what's best for everyone aggregate instead of what's best for everyone total. Mostly, this is a lack of resources. Teachers can't teach the same lesson over and over and still get to what they have to get to, and here we see that this lack of resources leads to limitations on education that leave students behind while telling them it's their fault for not learning instead of the system's fault for not trying to teach. So Twilight and the others arrange a course, literally, for Rainbow Dash, to learn what she needs to know while flying through it normally. And when the two of them land in Cloudsdale, Dash is shocked to realize she aced a pop quiz Twilight prepared for her. She ends up passing the exam as Twilight writes in the journal that everyone learns differently and a good teacher is someone who adapts to their students instead of demanding the other way around. Trade ya. The main six go to the Rainbow Falls Traders Exchange as Twilight Sparkle has to oversee the exchange due to a law that states a princess has to arbitrate the fairness of every trade. Each of them comes up with a plan to trade for the things they want the most. Spike is trying to trade a mint-condition comic book for another. Applejack and Rarity are hoping to pool their resources to get something nice as a favor to the other one, only to argue over whether the items they've chosen are worth so much as they don't see the value. Twilight Sparkle is hoping to get rid of a bunch of her old books, but not wanting her to get ripped off, Pinkie Pie serves as the hype pony for her stall, eventually gathering, then scaring off all the potential customers as she talks about the sentimental value these books have to the princess. Rainbow Dash wants a first edition Daring Do book, but has to go through a series of trades to get it, culminating in giving away Fluttershy as an animal trainer to get what she wanted. But once the excitement at getting this book wears off, Dash asks Twi to undo her trade as she regrets giving away her friend, but because both ponies agreed to the deal as it was made, she can't do anything. Though the pony who gave her the book is so moved by Dash's speech that she voluntarily undoes the agreement. Twilight ends up keeping all of her old books after listening to Pinkie's speeches about them, as she was reminded about how valuable they really were. Applejack and Rarity both end up overpaying for trinkets as gifts for the other one, not knowing the object's true value, but not caring because their friend liked it. And Spike manages to get his new comic book, which he reads on the train ride home, as the rest of the ponies each learn about the value of sentiment, whether it's possessions or friendships. Inspiration, manifestation. When Rarity's work on a float for the Foal and Filli Fair is criticized by a customer, she starts to panic that she's losing her edge and that her art is no longer appreciated. So Spike, feeling spoiled after she thanked him for praising her work, heads to the castle library to find a spellbook that could make her work faster to make a new contribution in time. He discovers a book with the spell Inspiration Manifestation inside, which, when read, allows Rarity to instantaneously create anything she can imagine. Rarity proceeds to travel around Ponyville, turning random things jewel-encrusted and more fashionable in secret, as Spike follows her around, though after a bit of sneaking around, Rarity mentions the three of them, as though she were talking to the book itself. Spike attempts to tell her that her new designs, while attractive, are not functional, and that so much of Ponyville no longer works right because of the cumbersome changes. But Rarity assumes that he's just trying to sabotage her work. So, with Owliscious' help, the two of them get the book away from Rarity, and Spike eats it, hoping to save the day. But Rarity is still affected by the curse of the spell, and she has plans to spread her idea of beauty across all of Equestria. So Spike finally tells her that her designing spree has gone too far, and with this truth spoken, the effect wears off. Spike didn't want to tell her the truth because he valued her feelings more than the reality of what she did to the village. The episode started because someone disliked Rarity's design, and said she had to do it all over or not at all, and the puppeteer who said this had a valid reason even if his wording wasn't very polite. His issues came from the stand being too small and lacking mobility, two functions of a piece that weren't actually there. The later issues with Rarity's designs came from lacking function, like dresses too heavy for Rainbow Dash to wear while flying, or an apple cart too heavy to be pulled. But Rarity wasn't thinking in terms of function, but of form, and with no need to create anything manually, she had no reason to continue doing so. Things made by hand, or at least taking the time to go through it all yourself, is what allows a craftsman to craft things the right way, rather than the quick way. As an example, if Rarity had tried to lift the dress to take it to Rainbow Dash, she would have realized it was too heavy to work. And Rarity's problem here had to do with someone obsessed with function telling her he didn't like her form, the thing she specializes in. So for Spike to have told her he was right earlier would have hurt more, coming across as being rude for the sake of improving her art. He spent so long being wrong but nice about it, when sometimes the nicest thing to do for a friend is to tell them the truth even if they don't want to hear it. Equestria Games. It's finally time for the Equestria Games, and Spike is pulled aside to be involved in the opening ceremony. They want him to light the opening fire as he is the hero who saved them from King Sombra last season, and he'll also be the first dragon to have the honor. Spike accepts this after seeing how much the ponies there appreciate him, and when the time comes, he revels in his popularity before approaching the torch, where he finds himself unable to make any fire appear. Twilight Sparkle is watching this unfold and, hoping to save him the embarrassment of not breathing fire, uses magic to light this torch for him. Spike then brags about his ability to light fires without even breathing, and he accepts more praise, but then Twilight lets him know he didn't actually light anything, and he becomes depressed that he's useless. But not wanting to mope around forever, He plans on performing the Ponyville anthem for the crowd as he has it memorized, except Ponyville didn't win the event, and he attempts to improvise the Cloudsdale anthem. Apparently, My Little Pony is doing cringe humor now, pretty decently too, knowing to hold on the awkward moments as long as possible so it loops back around to being a gag again rather than being one-off. He intends to leave the event grounds in shame, only to get dragged back out there by Twilight Sparkle during the final ice archery game. But during this event, a stray arrow freezes a cloud, and the falling cloud threatens to land on the grounds, crushing the defenseless ponies below. Spike runs into action and blows the cloud away with his fire breath, saving everyone a second time. But when Cadance tries to thank him for this, he turns the thanks down by saying he only did what anyone with fire breath would have done. So from this, Twilight realizes why Spike was so distraught before. He was concerned with others viewing him as a hero and trying to live up to how they viewed him, because his actions were, to him, not heroic, but normal. Most good people don't really think of themselves as good people. They just do whatever comes naturally to them and consider their actions ethically neutral. So Spike was treated as a hero by everyone but himself, and when he tried to live up to their idea of him by lighting the opening fire, he realized that he didn't think he deserved the position and froze up. His other attempts to gain some degree of celebrity backfired as well, as when he began to do great things for their own sake, he didn't have any real meaning behind his actions. Spike isn't a singer, but he tried to be one. Spike is a hero, but he didn't try to be one. Spike is a hero because he didn't try to be one. Twilight Kingdom. Twilight Sparkle is sent to the Crystal Kingdom with the important task of unfurling a banner for some diplomats and then leaving. She starts to feel useless, like she is a princess in name only, but that the position doesn't really mean anything. And then they receive warning that Tyrek has escaped from Tartarus, and suddenly a bunch of my random comments from before are starting to get answers, like how princess was just a title instead of an actual responsibility, and now Twi is starting to worry about her lack of responsibilities, or how Tartarus was offhandedly canonized, and now that little detail actually has weight. The other princesses gather to discuss who Tyrek was and how they plan to stop him. He was once a villain planning to steal all the magic from Equestria, only to be stopped when an ally was intrigued by the ponies' way of life, betraying his intentions to the others. Their plan to stop him consists of calling in the help of Discord, meaning that Twilight is once again sidelined as someone else does the work. The main six are unsure about letting Discord loose on this issue, especially now that they lack the elements of harmony. But he reminds them about their friendship journal before leaving, with the rest of the main six remembering the various rainbow-coated objects they've obtained lately, and connecting these to the keyholes on the locked box from the season's opener. They all have one except for Twilight, who's yet to have any sort of sacrifice that can teach her a lesson about her element. The ponies then learn that their trust in Discord was betrayed, as he's shamed by Tyrek into joining the Minotaur's side so as to be free again, and the two begin stealing magic from the ponies of Equestria. With no magic, there's no way for the unicorns to cast their magic, and no way for the Pegasi to control weather, as well as no way to harvest the crops. Basically, the other thing I really liked about the setting's world building is now threatened, and the ponies are left in a world with no natural cycles. The princess ponies then get together in order to discuss how to stop Tyrek, by sacrificing their own magic so we cannot take it from them to get more powerful. As they cannot simply have their magic disappear though, they all transfer their abilities to Twilight, explaining that she's only recently become an alicorn, and therefore, Tyrek isn't aware of her existence, meaning their abilities will be safe. This means that Twilight is now in charge of things like raising the sun and lowering the moon, as well as having incredible alicorn powers she cannot properly control. She spent the first half of the episode wanting more to do, and now that she has these responsibilities, realizes that she was not fully prepared for the extra work. All of this on top of the context in which she gained the powers. She cannot tell any of her friends, or else there's now a new loose end Tyrek could investigate. Unfortunately, one of Twilight's friends already knows about this, Discord, and as he has betrayed Ponykind, Tyrek learns all about the fourth alicorn and heads to Ponyville to destroy the library she lives on. But first he stops to steal the powers from the rest of the main six with the help of Discord, who lured them into a trap. They appear betrayed by his turn, asking disappointed more than angry, which adds to the irony when Tyrek betrays Discord, stealing his powers as well. Seeing her friends weak and her home destroyed, Twilight Sparkle finally decides to stand up to Tyrek, having a very anime fight against the guy that ends in a draw. So Tyrek bribes Twilight with the safety of her friends, offering to let them go free in exchange for her alicorn powers. Twilight agrees, knowing that her friends are more important than her magic. And Tyrek frees them all, even Discord, who thanks Twilight for her sacrifice by giving over the amulet Tyrek gave him before the betrayal. This amulet glows, revealing it as the last key the main six need. They return to the Tree of Harmony, unlocking it as well as the one final magic Tyrek doesn't have, friendship, and with their new marketable forms, they launch an attack against the guy, defeating him and freeing all the magic he's taken for himself. As magic returns to Equestria, a new playset emerges from the ground, Twilight's Castle, and alongside the ownership of this castle, she receives the title of the Princess of Friendship, with a new council made up of her closest friends. Not Discord though, because he still clearly hasn't understood the whole friendship thing. The Cutie Map. Twilight and the rest of the main six investigate their new castle, wondering why it is that she was given a castle of her own with no other instructions. But once they all take their thrones, aligning with their cutie marks, the area between the seats starts to glow, and a map of Equestria appears out of the ground, their marks designating an area near the border as a point of interest. The main six head to this point to check out whatever their marks wanted them to investigate, assuming it has to do with spreading friendship to the area. They discover a small town arranged in the shape of an equal sign, finding that every pony living there is constantly smiling, as they sing a song about how great everything is because every pony is equal. This equality is explained by Starlight Glimmer to be caused by a removal of their cutie marks, meaning every citizen is considered completely the same, and therefore no conflicts can possibly arise as they have no unique talents to argue over. The show thus far has consistently shown that these arguments and issues are the very thing that leads to growth. Ponies will not learn from much else other than their mistakes, so to deny the ability to come into conflict means denying the ability to learn or improve. After all, ideas are a synthesis of two other ideas, a thesis and antithesis. The stronger of the two arguments winds up prevailing while adopting concepts from the weaker of the two ideas. To prevent an antithesis is to prevent a synthesis. The main six are confused by this town, trying to keep their ambiguity about the situation a secret as they begin to suspect that they are being watched. But as they're arguing over what to do, the waitress overhears the conversation as well as overhearing the ending, where they made peace with one another. Confused as to how their differences could lead to an argument, but then the argument could resolve, she invites them to her basement, where they are surrounded by ponies excited to see so many new cutie marks. As they explain, they missed their old ones, kept in a vault outside town. Because no matter how much conformity is pushed, people really like themselves. Telling them not to express who they are to better fit in will cause people to clash internally between their devotion to the system and their devotion to themselves. Only those with extremely low self-confidence ever really accept having parts of themselves eliminated to fit in better. This is why the most extreme ideologies, those that demand conformity, will often try to focus on shame, whether it's the shame of not fitting in enough or the shame inherent in being a person, convincing people that they're evil by default. They ask for a tour of this vault from Starlight Glimmer, who shows them the Staff of Sameness that removes cutie marks and gives them the equal sign every pony has. She then gets excited over how much of a boon it will be for their ideology if a princess joins them. Then she attacks Twilight to remove her cutie mark before going after the rest of the main six, equalizing them like every pony else. They are then thrown into a cell where an attempt is made to brainwash them into conformity. With no way out, Twilight suggests that they have one member pretend to accept the new ideology in order to infiltrate Starlight Glimmer's order and get the rest to safety. As Fluttershy was the most amicable to the village all along, they choose her to pretend she has accepted it. As soon as Fluttershy is accepted into the village as a new friend, her first task to prove loyalty is to turn in the ponies from the previous night who wanted to see her cutie mark. But rather than turning them in, one of these three ponies, Party Favor, turns himself in to save the others, taking the sole responsibility. Fluttershy is able to sneak out, watching as Starlight Glimmer takes the cutie marks of the main six for herself, separated from the others, before also witnessing this pony accidentally spill some water, revealing she kept her cutie mark and has been faking that she gave it up. The next day, Party Favor leaves the cell and asks for forgiveness, saying that he spent the whole night hearing all about friendship and such, but never believed it. Twilight then adds to this idea by discussing whether it's really necessary for everyone to give up their cutie mark to achieve happiness. and when Starlight says that an outsider's cutie mark might ruin everything, Fluttershy splashes her with water, revealing her mark is fake. Starlight has a breakdown, saying that she had to keep her cutie mark in order to control the others because they would never accept being ruled over by someone who didn't appear to believe in their own ideology. She runs away, barricading herself in her house alongside the main six's cutie marks as the rest of the ponies rush to where their marks are held, eager to retrieve them and show off their special talents again. From here, the focus of the episode shifts away from the main six and towards the ponies of this town, as they use their unique talents to retrieve their cutie marks, the main characters being too weakened from their loss to do anything else but slowly follow. Twilight Sparkle does manage to catch up at the end, using her reobtained magic to defeat Starlight before she can escape with the other cutie marks, lecturing the other pony about how the differences between her and her friends are what gave her the knowledge to master her magic to a greater extent than Starlight ever could. Despite overpowering her, Twilight allows Starlight to get away, hoping that she'll have time to think about what she's done and see the validity to the idea that people's differences make strength. Her priority at the moment is ensuring that the rest of the ponies are okay, and they announce that, while the place has some bad memories, they'll choose to continue living in their homes in the village again. Seeing them off, Twilight and the others celebrate that they have brought friendship to the village. Castle, Sweet Castle. The main six have noticed that Twilight Sparkle has been too helpful lately, and when they ask her about this, she confesses that she does not like her new castle due to the massive size and how empty the halls feel. So they decide to surprise her with a castle makeover, redecorating the interior as Spike takes her to the spa. After a musical montage, they finish decorating only for the house to be completely filled with random disparate decorations from each of the 5 designers, having no real theme aside from clutter. So they begin to remove their personal touches, all things that are liked by the individual ponies but likely wouldn't be to Twilight's preference. They then ask Spike to stall for longer so they can remove the offending artifacts before they eventually wind up back where they started, in an empty hall. It's at this point that they realize that the difference between a place to sleep and a home isn't about the decor, but the memories you make there. Except they can't just suddenly make new memories at once, so they do the next best thing instead, digging up the roots of the dead tree that used to be Twilight's library, and using them to make a chandelier of crystals that each contain an image of a past event. Twilight is moved by this centerpiece, more so when it's revealed that each of the other ponies still handled an individual room in secret, because they couldn't help themselves. Bloom and Gloom. The Cutie Mark Crusaders discover that Bab's seed has developed her Cutie Mark and may not be a Crusader anymore. This news also causes Apple Bloom to worry about what might happen when she develops her mark, that she might have one she doesn't like, or she could end up kicked out of her friend group or even her family. Applejack suggests that she get some sleep to stop worrying, and the next morning she wakes up to discover she finally has her very own Cutie Mark, depicting a can of bug spray and an apple. This means that she will now be in charge of pest control on the farm, a job even the previous owner didn't like because he mostly chased around Twitter mites all day. Applebloom tries to run from this job, entering the forest where a voice calls out to her, asking if she wants her Cutie Mark gone. She agrees, only to return to Ponyville, where she learns that the Twitter trolls have wiped out the whole village. Then she wakes up from this nightmare, discovering that she finally has her own Cutie Mark, depicting a potion flask, just like she had hoped to get from her lessons with Twilight. But when she shows the mark to her friends, they kick her out of the Cutie Mark Crusaders as she no longer fits in. Once more, she flees to the forest, and the voice from earlier removes her Cutie Mark, only to go back to the clubhouse where she learns the others have already boarded up the entrance because they got their Cutie Marks, leaving her alone anyway. Then she wakes up from this nightmare, discovering she has her very own Cutie Mark, this time a nonsense picture of a dolphin that, because it has nothing to do with apples, has her family kick her out and change her name. She cycles through so many other Cutie Marks before having enough, getting a visit from Princess Luna, who asks what's bothering her enough to cause nightmares. She confesses that she is feeling anxious about her Cutie Mark, so Luna shows her the dreams of the other Crusaders and the fact that they too are anxious about their futures as well. Cutie marks are pretty obviously a moderate metaphor for puberty, something that's gone unmentioned so far while still being implicit enough as to not really be necessary. This episode leans into the puberty metaphor not as the basis for its plot, but as the underlying implication. Rather than making a story about growing up, it's a story about the social ramifications of growing up. If you are told repeatedly that everything is going to change in life, then what will happen? If you like your current life, will you lose that? Is the change even positive? In the end, the Cutie Mark Crusaders agree to send Babs a care package to show that she still hasn't been forgotten about, understanding that all their anxieties can be ignored as long as they agree not to make a big deal out of the future. They are in more control of their lives than they think they are. Tanks for the memories. Rainbow Dash is watching the Cloudsdale ponies prepare Ponyville for winter, excitedly talking about all the winter sports she and Tank will get to play together, before noticing that he is slow and sleepy, at least more than usual. She gets a diagnosis from Fluttershy that Tank is preparing for hibernation and will spend the winter season sleeping underground. Dash proceeds to go through the 5 stages of grief in response to this news, at first feeling a sense of denial as she demands a second opinion from Spike. Like most denial, the second opinion tends to come from a less qualified source, a person learning an uncomfortable truth about the world, turning to an unqualified or unscrupulous source online. If you've ever seen a person react to a medical diagnosis by turning to snake oil, or react to a social or professional rejection by blaming society instead of learning inward, you know what sort of action denial leads people to do. Next, she turns to anger as she lashes out at her friends for what she perceives as ganging up on her. Really just the 5 of them telling her the truth. You can see how this sort of anger results in people cutting off their friends, pushing them further towards things like the bad ideas from the denial stage. After anger, Rainbow Dash moves to bargaining, trying to deal with the impending winter by recreating a Grinch style of removing the season. She starts off small, removing small bits of the incoming cold before moving to the source, flying up to Cloudsdale to sabotage the season itself as it's being produced. This scheme fails, and she ends up causing the entire year's worth of snow to fall all at once, resulting in Tank falling asleep immediately. After bargaining is depression, as she spent several long hours sobbing in bed over the loss of her beloved pet. It's interesting that My Little Pony is able to have a death metaphor without using the actual word, even referencing this fact by having Dash refuse to say hibernate for the longest time as soon as she understands the depth of what it means. She goes through the same stages of grief and reacts as one would to the death of a pet, without the series having to get that dark in the first place. Finally, Rainbow Dash accepts the hibernation of Tank, even making sure he is comfortable in his final waking moments and reading him to sleep like always. After accepting the loss, she grounds herself, literally in reality, moving away from the comforts of denial and onto an uncomfortable truth, but that's the only way to move on. Appaloosa's Most Wanted. The rodeo has come to Appaloosa, though the ponies hosting it are worried over the presence of the notorious outlaw, Troubleshoes, after a series of accidents have occurred near the staging area, nearly causing injuries. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are upset by this, as they wanted to enter the rodeo to earn cutie marks of their own, and after being told to stay put, they sneak out to find Troubleshoes and bring him to justice. But they end up lost in the woods as a rainstorm blows in, taking shelter in a shack where they're followed inside by a massive horse, Troubleshoes. But instead of attacking them, he performs a series of clumsy pratfalls, ending up on the floor. As it turns out, Troubleshoes is not a villainous horse, just an extremely clumsy one, due to his cutie mark forming upside down. He's always wanted to participate in the rodeo, but unable to stay balanced, he settles for watching from a distance, leaving when he inevitably knocks something over. He escorts the Crusaders back to town only to be arrested for kidnapping once he's near, with the CMC's cries being ignored as the assumed criminal is apprehended. The key discovery here is that Troubleshoes isn't a criminal, not because he's innocent of the things he's accused of, he did in fact destroy a lot of property, but because of his intentions when doing these acts of vandalism. Most criminal acts are about intention. Hurting a group by mistake is far different from hurting them on purpose. The issue is that people assume that he's a criminal, so they assign criminal context to everything he does, as though being a criminal is a perpetual state of being rather than a designation given in response to an act. Of course, it isn't just the ponies of Appaloosa who misunderstood Troubleshoes, but Troubleshoes himself. He assumes that he is a walking disaster and that he'll hurt anyone who goes near him, so he avoids social interaction out of respect for others. He never considered that he could still live out his dreams of working with the rodeo in a different way, as he had given up on that life as soon as he failed his audition. The next day, they hoped to prove his innocence by breaking him out of jail and disguising him as a rodeo clown, allowing him to participate without being recognized. He takes the stage and falls over a few times, even knocking over the hay pile like he did at the start of the episode. And yet, in spite of doing the same thing that got him arrested before, he is now loved by the ponies watching, until his clown disguise falls off. They prepare to arrest him again until the Cutie Mark Crusaders defend him, saying he never meant harm, nor did he actually kidnap any pony. In the end, Troubleshoes is forgiven for his crimes, while the Crusaders are made to clean up his mess for lying, though they're happy they at least helped someone else with their Cutie Mark, if not by helping them to get one, then by helping them interpret it. Make new friends, but keep discord. Discord and Fluttershy are talking about attending the Grand Galloping Gala, with Fluttershy inviting her new friend, Tree Hugger, as her +1, because she assumed that Discord already had an invite. Discord did not, so he goes to all the other ponies of the main 6 to ask them out, only to learn they've either already decided or are too busy to talk. He gets angry over every pony choosing others instead of him when his invitation shows up in the mail, a bit late due to the dimension he lives in, and he immediately decides to get revenge against Fluttershy by going to the gala with someone else, his old friend, the Smooze. The Smooze is a giant green blob who eats all the jewelry he can come across, producing chaos elsewhere in the party, as Discord does everything in his power to compete for Fluttershy's attention versus Tree Hugger, who doesn't seem particularly inclined to think of them as enemies, but fellow partygoers. Discord has created a world in his head where the ponies are out to get him, thinking of their actions not as careless, but as overly careful. They must be thinking about him as much as he's thinking about them, so when he's not chosen as a +1 to the gala, he assumes it was on purpose, not just that they had other friends. This is why he attempts to weaponize the same thing that he assumes that friendship is a weapon. After all, he was hurt by it, so why wouldn't the others be? After all his attempts to be the center of attention are brushed off, the gala is interrupted by the Smooze, who has grown to a monstrous size, splattering the entire hall with slime and trapping most of the ponies. Discord tries to use this opportunity to enjoy his captive audience until Tree Hugger begins to sing, calming down Smooze until it releases every pony. Furious, Discord throws Tree Hugger into an alternate dimension, hoping to finally have Fluttershy all to himself. But she's angry that he would think to do this, demanding Tree Hugger be released. After realizing the error of his ways, he lets her go free and removes the jewels from the Smooze, who gets invited to the dance floor by Pinkie Pie, as Celestia says this was the best gala ever. She knew Discord would cause chaos, and once again just wants to liven up the party. The Lost Treasure of Griffinstone. Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash are both sent to Griffinstone, the kingdom of the Griffins. But first, Twilight gives them a lesson on the place's history. It was once in ruins until an old king found the idol of Boreas, which was an artifact so great, the Griffins united under the pride they felt at owning it. But this idol was stolen by a villain who was tossed off of a cliff alongside his prize, both of which were never seen again. Shortly afterwards, the Griffins fell back into disarray as their kingdom turned into ruined buildings and poverty. Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie both come up with different ideas on how to return the kingdom to its former glory, with Dash trying to find the abyss that this idol fell into to retrieve it. But Pinkie Pie finds Gilda from Griffon the Brush-Off to try to cheer her up enough to spread cheer to the rest of the town. Importantly, as they are navigating this place, their encounters with the others are all defined by one thing: money. The Griffins are selfish and greedy, refusing to discuss anything with the ponies unless they have coins exchanged, whether it's telling stories, giving them baked goods, or even escorting them to the edge of town. The kingdom of the Griffins is in a state of disarray, and yet none of the Griffins has any interest in fixing its problems, just in raising enough money so the problems no longer affect them. Rainbow Dash ends up falling into this abyss, which is too windy to fly out of, and her guide refuses to help her as she's run out of cash. Meanwhile, Pinkie Pie has been giving baking tips to Gilda, who's finally started to accept this pony as her friend, her second friend of the group, as she remembers that she's got too much history with Dash to throw that away. The two find a pony on a cliff in this chasm, trying to help but both falling in themselves. Gilda finds the idol of Boreas, but as Dash and Pinkie are still falling, she has to choose between her kingdom and her friends. She chooses the ponies, and the idol falls deeper into the abyss, though when they get back to the kingdom, she says that she doesn't regret her choice. Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash then ask her to start making new friends around town, assuming that once people love their neighbors, they'll be more willing to create a better world, not for themselves, but for those around them. Slice of Life. The 100th episode opens on Cranky, Doodle, and Matilda excitedly anticipating their wedding, only to realize that the invitations they sent to the rest of Ponyville have the wrong date, and their wedding is today, not tomorrow. Cranky tries to admonish the pony who said she could get the invitations cheaper, derpy, actually muffins, as she used the printing press of the full free press to rush the job. She approaches Dr. Hooves, with a V, for a way to go back in time to fix her mistake, though short of some flameless fireworks he has nothing to help, merely trying to get Rarity to press his suit in time for the imminent wedding. But Rarity is nowhere to be found, so he asks the cast of The Big Lebowski if they can extend some of their own fashion sense to his suit. They agree as long as he helps them in a bowling tournament. Meanwhile, the main six are busy dealing with an attack from a bugbear, meaning that Pinkie Pie cannot help Matilda with moving up the wedding plans, so she has to ask the second best organizer behind Twilight for help, Amethyst Star. She takes Matilda to the salon where she meets with Stephen Magnet, the dragon from the first episode, who calms down the panicking mule with tales of his travels alongside Cranky in the past, though this is undone when he points out that, while the wedding is just about the two of them, the wedding party is still a huge expectation in the minds of every pony else. Lyra and Bonbon are setting up the wedding decorations when they learn of the bugbear attack. While Lyra's unconcerned as the main six gets into and solves incidents like this about once a week, Bonbon worries that she's actually a secret agent who once captured monsters like the bugbear, and this beast must have broken out. This worries Lyra, not because of the monster fighting, but because her friend lied about her past. Octavia Melody and Vinyl Scratch, who are roommates, are both practicing for the upcoming wedding, unsure what kind of music to play when they wind up creating an orchestral dubstep mix that they agree will work. But they realize that they're late for the wedding, and they take their entire setup through town, catching up to and grabbing all the other side characters on their way until they form a massive mob that crashes outside the venue. Lyra and Bonbon make their peace as they share a few more secrets, Celestia and Luna argue over whose fault it is they forgot their gift, Shining Armor cries like he always does at weddings, Dr. Hooves dons a familiar-looking scarf, and Steven saves Cranky's hairdo by removing the part of his mustache Rarity gave him. The wedding begins, and Mayor Mare reads a fourth-wall-breaking speech about how important the minor characters are, before Cranky and Matilda kiss. Twilight and the rest of the main six watch this through the window, glad to be a part of Ponyville. Princess Spike. The Grand Equestrian Pony Summit is about to begin, with delegates from all over Equestria in attendance as Twilight Sparkle wraps up the final few plans for the event. As she hasn't slept well in days, she retires to go to sleep, while Cadence gives Spike the job of ensuring nothing wakes her up. He takes his task very seriously, ordering the ponies outside her window to stop things like playing polo, cutting up trees he's allergic to, and fixing the water main. Things are going alright until two of the speech givers find out they were booked in the same hall, and, as Twilight's too groggy to give a real answer, Spike tells them to share the space. Over the next few hours, he realizes that the ponies will do just about anything he says, so long as he claims to be speaking on behalf of the sleeping princess, and he goes from fixing minor incidents into indulging whatever desires he has, all while claiming he has the authority to do so. At the beginning of the episode, Spike resented that he had spent just as long as Twilight helping out with the event's organization, and yet the gathered crowd applauded her while he was ignored and pushed aside. After all, he wasn't a princess. So now he is not only taking on the same amount of work as a princess, but he is enjoying some of the privileges that come with the prestige. The issue is that he fails to understand the amount of responsibility he has also taken on. Pretending to be a princess means this will happen eventually. It happens when the ball game he moved gets in the way of the trees that were being trimmed, which fall onto the cracked water main, flooding the hall and destroying the statue that represents unity between the different ponies. Cadence is able to stop the flow of water as the hall is drained, though, as the event space is now ruined, the rest of the gathered ponies demand that whoever is in charge take responsibility, and that means Princess Twilight, or so they assume. Spike ends up getting in front of the angry mob that forms outside Twi's chambers, where he reveals the truth. He was using the princess's authority without her permission. He's able to start fixing the issues when he apologizes, finally accepting some of the responsibilities of acting like a princess, namely that when things go wrong, it's your job to fix it. The gathered crowd begins to repair the hall as well as the statue, and everything is set right, until Spike receives a bouquet of flowers and he sneezes. Party pooped. Twilight Sparkle is hosting a friendship summit with the Prince of Yak-Yakistan in an attempt to make the usually reclusive Yaks of the far north open diplomatic relationships with Equestria. She has attempted to recreate a welcome based on Yak-Yakistan traditions, though when it's not exactly to their liking, the Yaks begin to destroy the hull. Each pony is then put in charge of some small celebration for these Yaks, though one by one, they're all destroyed by the displeased diplomats. Building more tension as the final act of this introduction is a party thrown by Pinkie Pie that she's unsure will live up to their standards. So to ensure that everything is perfect, Pinkie Pie takes a trip to Yak-Yakistan herself, hoping to learn as much about their culture in as little time as possible. But the train lines are shut down by sheep grazing on the tracks, and her attempts to get help from her other ponies all wind up with only a little bit of progress. Despite these setbacks, Pinkie still makes her way very slowly to the Yak-Yakistan border, only to, at the last second, slide off of a cliff as she quickly loses all the progress she's made towards her goal. Back in Ponyville, the rest of the main six are concerned over the apparent lack of Pinkie Pie, especially as such an important party is on the horizon. As they are searching through her home, they find a secret party room where she keeps detailed files on every pony in Equestria regarding their likes and dislikes and how to throw them the perfect party. They decide to put their trust in Pinkie Pie even if she isn't there, only for Pinkie Pie to arrive at that moment. Seeing the showing of friendship from those closest to her and having gained experience from a day trip around Equestria, she decides not to throw an authentic Yak-Yakistan party. Instead, she throws a party featuring every other culture of pony kind to show off not where the diplomats came from, but the one they're opening themselves up to. The Yak-Yakistan diplomats agree that they ought to be friends who celebrate one another's differences, and everything turns out alright, as Pinkie Pie realizes that they should have tried to be the best versions of themselves instead of a weaker version of someone else. Amending Fences. Twilight Sparkle is reminded of the old times, before she was a princess and before she even moved to Ponyville, back when she, as per the theme song, used to wonder what friendship could be. While reminiscing, she realizes that she hasn't visited her old friends a single time since moving from Canterlot, and as the princess of friendship, this is a bad look. She returns to see her old home exactly as she left it, down to the book she was reading in the pilot. Then she meets up with Minuet, one of her old friends. Minuet has Twilight get together with Lemon Hearts and Twinkleshine, two of her other friends, as they talk about old times and forgive Twilight for not visiting very often because they knew she was somewhat aloof before and they don't really blame her. But there's one member of her old friend group who is not present, and that is Moondancer, another bookish pony just like Twilight Sparkle, and the one who was referenced in the first episode when Twilight blew off a party to warn Celestia about Nightmare Moon. As it turns out, Moondancer has become a recluse, only going from her house to the library and back every day, and refusing to talk to any pony. Twilight attempts to reach out to her but gets shut down every time, as Moondancer has no interest in making friends any longer. The reason this affects Twilight so much is because of the fact that Moondancer is basically Twilight, minus the part where she was chosen to be Celestia's student. Without that little bit of boost to her status, Twilight would have ended up a friendless recluse all the same. Worse still is that Moondancer blames Twilight for being the one to turn her into a recluse, as her attempts to put herself out there and throw a party so many seasons ago, only to be ignored, were the reasons that she gave up on friendship. Being a good friend is a two-way street. It's not just about reaching out to others, but reciprocating that relationship. Twilight, pre-Season 1, did not understand this and didn't realize that her actions were hurting others because she wasn't thinking about them and assumed that they weren't thinking about her. So Twilight tries to fix everything by throwing a huge party, even bringing in Pinkie Pie to help her plan it, and then to redo the party Moondancer threw that she skipped. Twi is even shocked to learn that Pinkie knows some of her old friends. Minuet was one of the bridesmaids at her brother's wedding. The party begins and Moondancer says that she still hasn't forgiven Twilight for abandoning her all those years ago, but who did not abandon her were her other friends who stuck with her just as much as they did to Twilight in spite of not getting to visit very much. She then realizes the other side of friendship being reciprocal. Shutting yourself off from the world, as Twilight did, hurt Moondancer, but then Moondancer shut herself off from the world too, making it hypocritical for her to assume that friendship is anything other than magic. Do princesses dream of magic sheep? Princess Luna is attacked by a blob monster called the Tantibus that turns her into Nightmare Moon as the main 6 watch. They attempt to use their powers to convert her back, but Nightmare Moon is more concerned with this blob disappearing through a gap in reality as she's reverted to her original form. The next day, these tired ponies are discussing the nightmare that they had the previous night, and upon letting Canterlot know of it, are immediately visited by Luna, who warns them about what it means. She tells them that there is a creature called the Tantibus that used to exist inside of her dreams that turned them into nightmares, and because it has escaped, it has the potential to ruin the dreams of all of Ponyville, and eventually to escape into reality. So they all have a slumber party together, sleeping in the same room to monitor the movement of the Tantibus between the dreams of any pony affected. The rest of this act involves the ponies each having typical dreams, with Luna hopping between them to fight off an impending nightmare before failing to stop it from escaping. They wake up, upset that they couldn't do anything about this Tantibus, until Pinkie Pie reveals that she dreamt about Ponyville, and therefore the smoky monster might escape into any dream it wants to. So Luna uses her powers to ensure that the next night, every pony in Ponyville has the exact same dream at once, meaning the Tantibus can't hop around and they can fight it together. At first, this creature is able to fight by infecting the various houses around Ponyville to attack the Dreamers, giving it cover while it attempts to escape through the sky. But when the main 6 fail to overpower it, they tell the rest of Ponyville that they can fight too, and everyone starts dreaming of stronger versions of themselves to assist in the conflict. But Princess Luna starts to power up the Tantibus as she worries about the harm she has inflicted by letting it go free, revealing that she created it to infect herself so she can relive being Nightmare Moon, as a punishment for the harm she caused. As her negative emotions are the thing feeding it more strength, they point out that all of Ponyville is working together to save her, and that there's no need to needlessly punish herself as she is surrounded by ponies who don't hold that against her anymore. With this confidence boost, Luna's able to fight back against her own nightmares, and the Tantibus is sealed away, with Luna finally having a full night of pleasant dreams. Canterlot Bouquet. Rarity receives word that a plot she's been waiting on in Canterlot is finally clear, and she can use the money raised from her work on Sapphire Shores' tour to open a second boutique in that city. She's working alongside Sassy Sandals, an experienced manager, for this grand opening, and the other ponies already come up with an elaborate plan to expand the business by announcing a new line of dresses inspired by the princesses of Equestria, including Twilight Sparkle. But things begin to get concerning when Sassy stands in the way of the grand opening, announcing the new line herself and talking over Rarity the whole time as she hijacks the opening day. Despite this snafu, they wind up getting hundreds of orders on this new Rain in Stain dress, but its name is changed to the Princess dress because that's more marketable. And Rarity is soon put to work to create 100 of the exact same outfit. Her attempts to spruce up each outfit to give it personal attention are rebuked when she delivers a custom princess dress to a client who's upset that it isn't what she ordered. And realizing that she doesn't want to spend the rest of her career making the same dress over and over, Rarity announces that she is shuttering her business to focus on the smaller Ponyville branch. But on the grand closing event, the rest of the dresses are put on display and the ponies browsing this inventory are fascinated by these previously unseen designs. Rarity discovers that there's still a market for her other originals, and she can put tender love and care into each outfit while still maintaining brand integrity. The conflict in this episode is about the desire to reach a wide audience or to reach a deep audience. That is to say, whether to spend a long amount of time on each customer and then meet with fewer customers, or spend a very small amount of time with a larger number of ponies. There's a desire every artist will have to spread their work as far as possible, and this doesn't necessarily favor one idea over the other. Because if you put all of yourself into your work, then you effectively have a target demographic of you alone. The less of you there is in your art, the greater the number of people who can enjoy it, though it will never be perfect to any of them, just good enough. but Rarity would rather have a smaller number of customers who are obsessed with her dresses than a large number of customers who are just satisfied. And this is the real conflict between her and Sassy Saddles. They have differing philosophies regarding what makes a boutique successful. It's not until Sassy sees a gleeful customer rather than a content one that she realizes what it means to pour oneself into your art, and that's far better than just having your name known. Rarity Investigates. Rainbow Dash is given the position of flying reserve on the Wonderbolts for an upcoming aerial show, assuming that one of the others can't make it for whatever reason. While staying in the castle that night, they meet Wind Rider at a party, with Dash excitedly explaining he's the current long-distance speed record holder and considered a legend. In addition, he is coming out of retirement to fly with the others for one day only. But the next day, Spitfire's mother, Stormy Flare, gets sick and writes in a letter to her daughter that she has to get her to return home to take care of her. With Spitfire out of the show, Rainbow Dash will finally get her spot on the team until Stormy Flare shows up at the practice, healthy and unaware of the letter. This means someone wrote a fake letter to get one of the Wonderbolts out of the show, and Rainbow Dash is the prime suspect. As it's against the Wonderbolts' bylaws to sabotage an ally's chances like this, she'll be kicked out unless she can prove her innocence. So Rarity, having been on a mystery kick lately, decides to take on the case, using her attention to detail that she's learned as a fashion designer to search for clues. She finds a lock of Dash's hair and charms the guards into admitting that they briefly left their posts, but mostly she gets distracted by various other oddities around the castle, like the drapes and the smell in the envelope. This culminates in trying to figure out who bribed the guards to leave their post and getting distracted talking about the scarf the culprit was wearing, with Dash upset that Rarity's not taking anything seriously enough while Rarity's actually found out the real culprit. Predictably, it was Wind Rider, as he's the newest character to be introduced, and Rarity shows off how each of these non-sequitur clues she's found were actually connected to him, as well as the fact that he left behind evidence while framing Dash. Realizing that Spitfire might not make the show, Rainbow Dash rushes out to catch up to her to give her the spot back, and for selflessly tracking down the pony she could have replaced at the cost of her own dreams, Rainbow Dash is given a spot on the team, Wind Rider's old spot. As per the bylaws, he's kicked out for sabotaging another Wonderbolt. Made in Manhattan. The friendship map sends Rarity and Applejack to Manhattan, something Rarity's excited about as she loves the big city, though Applejack is less excited as she's not sure what she would actually be doing there. Upon arriving, she isn't given much better of an idea as to why she has been sent to such a large city, with Rarity assuming it's to stop some sort of fashion disaster, as Applejack is struggling to navigate so many of the large crowds. But soon their real reason for arriving is revealed as a flyer for the Midsummer Theater Revival flies by, hosted by Coco Pommel, the pony Rarity gave the designing job to last season. She explains that the Midsummer event used to be hosted by one Charity Kindheart, and it brought the whole neighborhood together. She wanted to take the event over, but doesn't have the time to do everything herself, so Rarity and Applejack must be there to help her to recruit. But their recruitment efforts are fruitless, as none of the ponies around the neighborhood have the time to assist in rebuilding the park for a play. Nearing the deadline, Rarity decides to do what she can with the costumes as Applejack attempts to fix up the park, though she gets very little progress done in a single day, and winds up making a much smaller scale production than the original event was. But of course it would be a smaller production. The previous incarnation of the event had the entire neighborhood coming together to do their part. This one has about 3 ponies taking it seriously, with the rest just going through the motions. All the others considered it too much work to do for free, even if it was for the sake of their community. They were looking at the project at its full scale, rather than something being done by several dozen volunteers, each doing a little bit of specialized work. Applejack feels upset because she doesn't think that one pony can make a difference to her community, and she is right. To make a real difference, it takes almost everybody chipping in a little bit. So the key to making real, tangible change is not to think big, nor to think small, but to think local. Don't fix everything, just convince your neighbor to do a small amount, and they can convince their neighbor, and so on. It's not about bringing the community together, but about convincing the community that it's worthwhile to be brought together. In the end, this small play attracts the attention of all the ponies who didn't think they had the time to contribute, and yet they still had enough time to talk to their neighbors while watching a play, which is most of the work. That is to say, half the work that needs to be done is showing up, and half of showing up is wanting to. Brotherhooves Social. While digging through the attic for the first Sisterhooves Social ribbon, Granny Smith finds an old toy Big Mac used to use to entertain Applebloom. Though when he tries to remind her of these old times, she's too interested in her Sisterhooves Social routine alongside her idol, Applejack. But Applejack is called away to deal with the plot of Made in Manhattan, meaning Bloom has nobody to attend the social with, until Big Mac gets the idea to pretend to be a distant cousin of the Apple family in order to not only participate with his little sister, but to rekindle their relationship. It's been implied up to now, but one of the problems that arises when a small cast of main characters solves all the problems is that everyone else is implied to be less useful as a result. Applebloom looks up to Applejack because Applejack has friendship powers and saves the world about once a season. Not to mention the fact that she's being sent all around Equestria to solve problems that a magical map sends her to. By comparison, Big Mac is just some guy. There's no reason to idolize him, even though he very consistently keeps everything running. Remember that in Season 1, an entire plot started out because he wasn't there to solve problems for his sister. So his mentality in this episode is that he has to do what Applejack used to do and win a medal in the Sisterhooves Social, to the point of cross-dressing as Orchard Blossom and pretending to be a mare for the whole event. Of course, every pony sees through this, but no one tells him, as it's revealed at the end of the episode that the Sisterhooves Social has always defined sisterhood loosely. Not that it matters. Big Mac wasn't trying to be the best sibling he could be, but the best Applejack he could be, down to copying mannerisms that she doesn't even have just because he wants to act less like himself. In the end, Big Mac ends up destroying a lot of the obstacle courses and the events with his raw strength, leaving only the race at the finale event. Desperate for a ribbon, he charges forward and manages to cross the finish line first, though most of the other competitors are injured. Orchard Blossom and Applebloom are then disqualified from that year's games. Afterwards, the two of them are sitting on a hill back at the orchard, where Applebloom finally asks her brother why he went through so much effort on her behalf. He finally outright says that he's trying to live up to the standard of Applejack, and he apologizes for failing, though Applebloom recognizes his efforts more than the end result, and they grow closer anyway. Crusaders of the Lost Mark. The Cutie Mark Crusaders are doing the same thing they do every episode, getting distracted by some other business while they're scheming on how to get their cutie marks. This time it's an interruption from Pipsqueak, one of their classmates, as he is running for class president and wants their help managing his campaign. They work together to promote his campaign to the other students, mostly gaining votes by pointing out the alternative option, Diamond Tiara, is far worse. Pipsqueak's campaign promise of fixing the damage to the playground caused by Tirek resonates better with the students than Diamond Tiara's promise to make a statue of herself. Once the votes come in, Diamond Tiara only has a single vote. Not even her best friend Silver Spoon voted for her. She frets over this loss, returning home to her mother, spoiled rich, who scolds her for losing the election and making the family look bad. Seeing how her mother treats her and realizing that Diamond Tiara is merely mimicking her behavior, the Cutie Mark Crusaders start to feel sorry enough for her to invite this losing candidate to their clubhouse. Despite accepting the kindness, Diamond Tiara continues to make fun of the CMC clubhouse and everyone in it, though the others don't complain back as they now understand she really doesn't know any better. Pipsqueak returns saying that the school board rejected his suggestion to rebuild the playground as they don't have the budget, and Diamond Tiara, sensing his weakness as a leader, rushes over to the schoolhouse as the other Crusaders try to stop her. They sing about how she needs to reconsider, but Diamond Tiara's made up her mind, and once she arrives at the schoolhouse, she sees her mother, who scolds her again for hanging out with blank flanks. Enraged, Diamond tells her mother that she doesn't want to be like her, as in the type of full-grown adult who uses schoolyard bullying tactics despite her age. She sends an invoice to her father to pay for the new playground, using her ability to boss people around to organize the new construction of the playscape. Seeing yet another pony learn to better understand her Cutie Mark, the Cutie Mark Crusaders celebrate that they once again helped some pony out, realizing that they seem to do the most good when they're not trying to help themselves. Then the Crusaders begin to glow while floating in the air, landing with new matching Cutie Marks representing their commitment to helping others understand themselves. they celebrate these new marks with a quinceañera of their own, mirroring the quinceañera they first formed during. They announce that they intend to keep the Cutie Mark Crusaders around as an entity, not to find their own cutie marks, but now to help others find and interpret their own, because they have the experience to do so. After all, an expert is just some pony who has failed more times than the amateur has tried. The one where Pinkie Pie knows. Mrs. Cake tells Pinkie Pie the news that Shining Armor and Cadence are planning to have a baby together, and her store has been chosen to make the celebratory cake. She also says that this information is a secret, and that Pinkie Pie can't tell any pony, which she realizes she's going to struggle to do, especially as she's made a series of obligations to ponies across Ponyville to help them with various tasks. Because she made Pinkie promises to these ponies, she sets out anyway, agonizing over the fact that she cannot share her valuable secret with any pony else, and getting increasingly frazzled as she nearly reveals it on accident with double entendre. Additionally, she keeps snapping at others if they say anything related to babies. Finally, Shining Armor arrives at Twilight's castle, where he reveals a scavenger hunt for the main six, with Pinkie Pie trying to rush them through so she doesn't have to keep the secret anymore. She inadvertently ends up meeting with all the others that she had snapped at before, those who kept accidentally mentioning foals, as it's slowly revealed that they were all in on the secret as well, and were struggling just as much as Pinkie Pie was. They reach the end of the scavenger hunt, and Shining Armor finally reveals the truth, and since Cadence looks pretty normal, I'm guessing that Equestria operates on, like, stork fantasy birthing. On an unrelated note, with all the other ponies involved who struggle with their secret, they never really fell apart, that is, in the literal sense, while Pinkie Pie was doing impossible cartoonish antics to keep her end quiet. It makes me wonder how much of these reality-defying stunts are literally happening, and how much on-screen is a representation of what she's thinking. Heartbreakers. It's Heart's-warming Eve, and the Apple family is headed to the Pie Rock Farm to have the family spend the holiday together. Both Applejack and Pinkie Pie are excited to show off their different traditions, until actually arriving where the Apple families immediately put off by the strange, stoic personalities of the others. They try to put these differences aside for the sake of the holidays, but once it's time to begin celebrating, the Apples are shocked to learn that the rock traditions are all boring. Sometimes literally. Instead of a hearty meal, they eat rock soup. Instead of dolls, they carve rocks. Instead of raising the flag, they do a search for it and then put the rock on another rock. And they don't even exchange presents, they just hide them around the farm, usually too well to be found. Realizing how drab the Pie family's holiday is compared to what she's used to, Applejack takes it upon herself to teach them her family's ways. And overnight, she redecorates to throw a hearts-warming day the Apple way. The next morning, the Pies are furious that their holiday celebration was hijacked. More so, once it's revealed that Applejack planted her flag on a fault line, and the large stone centerpiece of the Pie farm falls into the quarry below. The issue between the two families is twofold, and it all has to do with a misunderstanding of how traditions are formed. As explained at the start of the episode with Spike and Twilight, the two of them opened their present a day early because one year, Spike couldn't wait that long. Every tradition starts for a reason, usually practicality, and continues on as a reminder of that time. So Applejack fails to see that the Pie family does things in peculiar ways, not because that's how they've always done them, but because there used to be a good reason, and now the different one is based on unity instead of utility. But on the other hand, the Pie family never explains their history to the others, simply asking them to go along with it. If traditions are meant to remind the family of the way things used to be, and thus how long they've been together, then they only have as much value as the shared history is explained. If you don't explain why things are done unusually, then the actual value is strongly diminished. The Apples are asked to leave despite having gotten along decently prior to that point, but on the way back, Applejack actually manages to find her gift from Pinkie Pie. When this is combined with hearing the story of why that big rock is so important, it's set up to be a dragon's egg, they get off the train and rush back to the Pie household. Once there, they help them push Holder's boulder up to where it belongs, agreeing that this big job might just be the newest Apple Pie family tradition. Scaremaster. Fluttershy is preparing for a nightmare night indoors when Angel gets upset he doesn't have any carrots, so she has to go out on the one night she's too afraid to in order to retrieve more. But all the preparation for Nightmare Night causes her to grow too fearful to achieve this errand, and soon she finds herself taking shelter in Twilight's castle with the rest of the main six. They're unsure about having her along for their scary games, as Fluttershy spooks too easily. But she says she wants to experience some horror to get used to the feeling of fright. Unfortunately, Fluttershy keeps theorizing different ways the games could go wrong and refuses to partake, so they end up canceling most of the fun as she's not in the spirit of things. Twilight then gets the idea to allow Fluttershy to be the one scaring them, so she can still participate without being scared herself. She agrees and invites them to her house, where she has prepared a series of spooky, awkward dinner conversations and faux pas. The others aren't very scared by this, so they agree to celebrate the rest of the night as Fluttershy stays home alone, until her rabbit tells her to try again with his ideas. At the corn maze, the rest of the main six enter and are lightly scared by some of the tricks there. Then they fall into a pit where a series of monsters coordinates an attack against them, properly terrifying them until they're stuck on a cliff while chased by vampire Fluttershy. But despite having successfully spooked her friends, Fluttershy still isn't happy, because she just doesn't like scaring others. This episode sets up a plot about how Fluttershy might enjoy the holiday if only she would give it a chance, instead of sitting inside the whole night, which Fluttershy herself also believes in as she sees her friends and neighbors having a great time. It's assumed that once she gets over her fear, she'll finally get to see what is so great about being afraid, only to experience some of this and then feel underwhelmed from both sides too. It would be wrong to assume that Fluttershy dislikes Nightmare Night without having ever tried it, but now that she has experienced everything the night has to offer, her saying that she isn't having a good time is a much more valid statement. What about Discord? Twilight Sparkle goes on a book-sorting sabbatical over a long weekend, not emerging until 3 days later, where she is shocked at the sight of Rainbow Dash and Discord laughing about a bunch of snake puns. She tries to reconnect with the rest of the main six after so long away, only to meet Discord hanging out with them as well, with the pony speaking to him about oranges and other inside jokes Twilight was not a part of. She tries to get the others to explain the context of these new jokes to her, but all the ponies have nonsensical stories or are too busy laughing at their own humor to explain it properly. Twi then insists on getting to the bottom of this budding friendship under the guise that it's her job as the Princess of Friendship, forcing the others to recreate the conditions of their long weekend without her. Despite recreating things exactly, they just can't get the joke to make sense at all, until realizing that the common thread is Twilight wasn't watching them. Twilight refuses to leave this issue alone, concluding that her friends must be under the effect of a spell that only makes them think that they're friends with Discord, and asking Zecora for a brew that will break the effect. She attempts to get them to reverse the curse, but they tell her there never was one, and that her paranoid behavior's off-putting. Twilight finally admits the truth that she's jealous of the inside joke, and they all agree that it was probably wrong of them to keep bringing it up around her. That is until Discord admits that he intentionally left Twilight out because he wanted her to feel jealous, and the others are upset enough with him that they start to joke about Twilight's insistence there was a spell, creating a new inside joke that Discord's not a part of. The Hooffields and the McColts. Fluttershy and Twilight Sparkle are called by the friendship map to the Smoky Mountains, near a valley known for its natural beauty. But when they arrive, they discover it to be barren and inhospitable, with the opposite peaks inhabited by two feuding families. One of these families is the Hooffields, who specialize in growing crops that they mostly throw at the McColts, who specialize in building contraptions to harass the Hooffields. Twilight attempts to use her research into friendship to find a solution to their issues, hoping to make some middle ground to start building a friendship. But she's ignored as each side merely uses her outreach as a means of sneakily attacking the others. Soon the duo learns that these families are fighting for a reason they don't even remember. The conflict is now just a series of retaliations. But Fluttershy talks to the local animal life and learns the truth. They used to be allies hoping to protect the wildlife of the valley, but the Hooffields' farming overlapped with the McColts' construction, and soon they began to sabotage one another in an attempt to prove that their techniques were the most useful. But neither of them were useful because they spent more time and energy trying to prove how great they were instead of doing the things that they claimed made them great. Cooperation means giving up as much as you're taking, so when you cooperate with someone else, you have to accept that you're not going to get 100% of your way, which isn't something you're trying to achieve anyway. The objective of the ponies in this episode should have been to help out the animals, not to get credit for helping out the animals. The other side of credit is blame. In this case, it's pushing the blame of who started the fight onto some pony else. The fact that blame is being pushed in the first place means that both sides of the argument know that they are doing something wrong, they simply care about being less wrong than their neighbors instead of being more right. So after years of living as though you're trying to prove something, the thing you're trying to prove becomes less valuable than the efforts taken to prove that that thing is valuable, because that's where the Hooffields and McColts are putting all their effort. The purpose of a system is what the system does, and that matters the same whether it's a social system or a physical one. After explaining the error of their ways, the two families agree to share the valley in order to better honor what their ancestors wanted. They still attempt to be competitive, but they're shamed into behavior by Fluttershy and the animals, who were the real victims of the feud all along. The main attraction. Ponyville is having a charity festival, and Pinkie Pie's managed to book Countess Coloratura, one of Equestria's most famous pop stars, and as it turns out, Applejack's childhood friend. AJ explains that Rara used to sing with her back in their summer camp days, and she's really a kind, down-to-earth pony like AJ is, until Coloratura arrives on the massive palanquin, performing a rehearsal song about glamour. Applejack is taken aback by how changed her friend is, until hearing that she has a meet and greet arranged with these school ponies, realizing that deep down, she's still the same pony she was those years ago. Meanwhile, Pinkie Pie has been getting yelled at by Coloratura's manager, Sven Gallop, who wants everything perfect, including amenities for himself, because he claims he's the real brains behind the star. Applejack hears this conversation and vows to warn her old friend about her manager. At first, Coloratura thinks AJ's just being jealous, but when Applejack asks her for a chance to prove herself, she works with Twilight to capture a moment of him happily canceling the meet and greet with the kids against her wishes. Sven Gallop is fired, but Rara starts to worry that she's just thrown away her career with this move, as he warns. AJ assures her that things will be fine, though, as long as she's true to herself. Rara performs the following night with a slower Emmy bait song that her fans, despite at first being confused, come around to enjoy. The Cutie Re-mark. While giving a speech to the graduating class of Princess Celestia's Academy, Twilight Sparkle sees Starlight Glimmer in the audience, listening in on an explanation of how each of the main six are connected due to Rainbow Dash's sonic Rainboom. Afterwards, Starlight visits the castle, where she uses a modified version of the time travel spell from It's About Time, and this is why I said that canon can be broken, unless time travel is used sparingly or not at all. She then heads back to the day of the sonic Rainboom and uses her magic to freeze Rainbow Dash in place, preventing any of the main six from ever having their connection. Twilight and Spike reappear in an alternate timeline where the castle no longer exists, and Ponyville is a series of dilapidated houses all boarded up. She can't find any of her old friends but Applejack, who's back on the Apple Family factory as they mass-produce canned apples for the front lines. AJ explains that King Sombra recently took over most of Equestria, with Twilight realizing that they were not around to save the day, and although Celestia is leading the counterattack, it takes the efforts of every pony to stop him in a perpetual war. So Twilight and Spike go back in time themselves, revisiting the day of the race, only to be caught by Starlight Glimmer again, as she's the one who modified the spell and thus knows whenever it's being used. This time, instead of freezing Rainbow Dash, she simply tells the bullies who were harassing Fluttershy it isn't nice to be mean, throwing in some of her own propaganda. Twilight tries to stop her, but struggles to explain how being mean is okay to do. Then they're sent back to the future, or I guess the present, where Ponyville is overrun by vines, and she and Spike are surrounded by others who accuse them of being Queen Chrysalis's changelings. These ponies are led by Zecora as they're hiding in the Everfree Forest to avoid detection by the Changeling army. After confirming that Twilight and Spike are not changelings, they're taken back to the camp, where Zecora learns of their time travel shenanigans and explains how small differences in the past can have large effects in the future. Then they're accosted by Chrysalis, with Twilight sent away as the other ponies hold her off. They reappear in Cloudsdale, where Twilight Sparkle and Starlight Glimmer continue the fight, distracting Rainbow Dash long enough that they're sent back to the future. This time it's Nightmare Moon who's imprisoned her sister to take over the land. Twilight enters the castle of the two sisters, or I guess the one sister, and explains her time-traveling events to Nightmare Moon. She wants the power for herself and demands that Twilight show her how, but Twilight and Spike simply leave without her. Twilight and Starlight continuously fight over the past, getting sent to various alternate futures with different villains having taken over before Twilight gives up on trying to overpower the other pony. Instead, she offers to convince Starlight of the bad future by taking her there, to a present without any of the friendships she's broken up. This future is a barren wasteland, revealing just how important friendship is to the fate of Equestria. She then realizes that she never even asked Starlight why she dislikes Cutie Mark so much or what her real end goal is, so Starlight uses her magic to show them. She once had a close friend who developed a Cutie Mark of his own, only to be whisked away by friends and family, never to be seen again. One of the potential anxieties of the Cutie Mark Crusaders from before that it turns out is a valid fear. Starlight Glimmer's whole motivation then can come down to a fear not of Cutie Marks, but the change that comes with developing one. Since Cutie Marks are somewhat of an adulthood metaphor, what she's really after is removing the uncertainty that comes with change, assuming that a world of stagnation is an ideal one. The issue is that nothing is permanent, even discounting Cutie Marks. There will always be those out there seeking to change things, and their intentions aren't always ideal. Case in point, all the various antagonists from past seasons managing to change things their way to the detriment of society. Change is inevitable, it's just a matter of who's changing what and why. Change challenges us to adapt, and adaptation is what makes us stronger, but only if we choose to allow it to. This has been a consistent theme within MLP already, that the challenges that arise as a result of our differences are the things that make us better, and without these challenges, there's no change but that for the worse. Because sure, maybe every pony will get along with each other without Cutie Marks, but not every problem is between two ponies. If some disaster or outside influence gets in, the equal ideology gets eliminated quickly because they've never had the experience of being challenged enough to resist. They've never learned to advocate for themselves because they've never had a strong enough sense of self to advocate for. I've written before about how Twilight Sparkle is a chosen one character at this point, and this episode actually touches on that. Her friendship with the others makes her unique, so unique that it literally saves Equestria on multiple occasions. By comparison, Starlight Glimmer's friendship being doomed by a Cutie Mark only really causes her harm. She is not as important as the others because of this, even if she did lose the same amount because of the actions. To know that your suffering is something ignorable or even necessary for the future, while others can be inconvenienced out of the entire future, could affect a person's mentality as to whether such a system is even fair. And she has a point. It isn't fair that some ponies are arbitrarily selected to have Cutie Marks that make them more important than others. Some ponies get left behind by the system, by design, and it isn't their fault for being unimportant, but rather, the impetus is on those who are chosen to use their powers for good. Not just good like saving the world when it needs saving, but making sure that the ones who live in that world appreciate it enough. The main six ends up accepting Starlight Glimmer into the castle as Twilight's new apprentice, recognizing her talents as a magic user even in excess of Twilight's own power. They understand that a good world is one that adapts to the ponies in it, not one that demands that they be the ones to change. And although Starlight isn't forgiven just yet, it's clear through a montage that she's at least willing to put in the legwork to deserve forgiveness. I guess hoof work. This was part 1 of what will be a 2-part video covering My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. The second part will come out about 2 months after this video and will cover the remaining seasons of 6 through the end of the show. These 2 parts will then be combined into a full-length video that includes the whole show, minus this outro section and the intro section of the follow-up. Until then, I will likely spend the next 2 months where I'm not working on the video in between the other two, trying to, like I said at the start of this video, engage with the fandom to a greater extent. This will mostly consist of reading through the TV tropes page for the show and trying to find a few fandom pages to go through the history of to get a better feel for what the zeitgeist of the community is and was during different stages of the show's development. Yes, this finally means watching the other YouTube videos out there covering My Little Pony. I can't say I'll reach all of them, but I'm sure I'll end up skewing the algorithm into a weird direction. I'm still getting compilation videos for Amphibia. Not that I'm complaining about this. Anyway, since this whole section will be cut out of the full-length version of this video, anything I say here doesn't really matter, so I'll just use this minor sense of finality to working on this month's script to say I'm finally going to use the free time left by the void of this show to rewatch Star Trek because of the Q references reminding me to do that. See you in August, or whenever you next watch one of my videos.